Hey, it's Ben, Spencer, and very soon Karen.
Coffee, Karen.
Don't forget to repeat. Yeah, Karen's getting herself some more coffee. Or is
You
she?
mean refresh? Right.
Yeah, always
Yeah.
repeat and refresh. Is she getting more coffee for herself?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, here she
Oh, here
comes.
here she comes.
I went to sleep last night at 7:45 p.m. and I woke up about 5 and I gave up. And Karen slept a lot less than I did.
Did you want to sit in the front?
Yeah, actually I do because I'm going to update the standings.
Oh, all right.
So I'll tell you something weird.
Yeah.
I turned on OBS. It wasn't on, and the camera was on. Like I didn't have to like unplug the camera and plug it in, and it was saved at 5,000. So I'm like, what? Like none of that's ever happened where the camera's saved and the settings are saved.
Also,
Yeah.
OBS was acting weird with us before.
Yeah.
It must have been like a recent update.
I don't know. Maybe it's because it's hardwired. I did a speed test and it's really fast.
Yeah.
It's fast. You know the download's faster. The upload's always
Well,
the
the
same.
speed's wasn't really the problem.
No.
It's always been fast.
But
It
if
just
the
glitches
internet
out for a
works, it's
second.
faster than anybody else's. We have a gig speed and we have 39 upload.
Come on, it's only equally good to mine.
What? No, yours is better.
Yeah.
Wait, what's no? Your upload's crazy.
Yeah.
No,
my upload is
Your
crazy.
upload's crazy. It's
the
like
same.
300 or
It's the same,
something,
yeah.
right? Or it's more.
Right. It could be up to 1,000.
You want to have your upload about 20 so you're good at streaming, and our upload's 40, and your upload is like hundreds. Yeah, you could stream like 10 different
Right.
streams. Yeah.
Well, when I was first starting streaming, it recommended at least 4 to 10. It said.
I remember about 10 years ago, maybe it was more than 10 years ago, it said this guy had the fastest connection in the world. He could upload a movie from the internet to his hard drive in 2 seconds, like a 2-hour movie. But this was like 10 years ago, so now maybe that's slow.
That's 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, well, still 2 seconds is good. I don't think we could do that.
Yay. Thank you, Trump. Yeah, Tramp Chess. I almost said Trump Chess for the sub. And hello. Hey, Ano. Hey, Omar.
Yeah, I'm going to do round 5 recaps. I'm going to do another stream tonight.
Ideas?
We're going to Cheesecake Factory after we stream. I don't know if Spencer knew that.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, so we're going to stream. I'll do the recaps for this round. We're going to go eat. I'll come back. And then sometime tonight between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m., I'm going to stream again. And then I'm going to do recaps on that stream. And then all those recaps will be posted on YouTube, and we'll all go to the seashore.
I wonder if the sounds will work from OBS or Streamlabs sounds. Because
What?
Yesterday the sounds weren't working.
Really?
Yeah. I take that back. For one sub it worked, and then for nobody else it did. It was really
Well,
weird.
somebody sub, and we'll see if it works. I think somebody did sub. Tramp Chest sub. Did that make a noise?
Right. Yeah.
Did it make a
I-
noise?
I think it
Did it make a noise when he subbed? I don't even
I
know.
think it did. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember either. But I think so.
Hey, the games have started.
E4, E5.
Yes? Okay.
All right, good. So that fixed it. So I don't know what OBS's deal is.
Okay, so
Italiano.
yeah, Nakamura Dingler is not going to be a Berlin. What was Nakamura's opening yesterday?
Right.
I don't remember what color he had. He was white in a Petrov.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every game Hikaru's played, all 6 are E4, E5?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least it's not exactly the Berliner every time.
Yeah, thanks Midgard Serpent. I heard that. So yesterday we did nothing forever. I mean nothing. And then finally about 3:20 p.m. I was asked questions by the lawyers, voir dire. And actually they already knew who I was because somebody in the jury knew who I was from Twitch and told them, because you're supposed to say if you know another juror. He doesn't, you don't know me. He didn't really know me like we know each other, but he knew of me. And so that he told them all about me, so they already knew stuff about me. And he was picked as a juror about 5:15, 5:20, and he was first because they go in jury number order. So if he's picked, I'm probably not going to be picked. So it's possible I didn't get picked because he knew me, because he got picked. It's also possible I wouldn't have been picked anyway. I don't know. But once they picked him, they're not going to pick me because he knows me. So, Okay, so Spencer knows more about this than I do. A5's a line. Is this the game where like Ding played Queen B8, Queen A7?
Yeah, I mean the move orders are so detailed. I don't have.
Because I know
that
he
much
played A5.
information.
I know he played A5, A4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game ended in a draw. That was against, I want to say, Duda. That's the
Yep,
game where
yeah,
Duda
yeah.
tried to play D4, and he
did
played
do
C5.
that.
Then he tried to play
played
F4, and he
G5,
played
yeah.
G5. Then he played B4, and he took en passant. That was round 1 or 2, I think. Probably round 2
Yeah,
since
that
Ding
seems
lost
like,
round 1.
I remember it was Bishop E6, Bishop B5.
Yeah, I know that the
remember that.
queen went here, and the pawn went here, and you attack this, and then the game ended in a draw. Yeah, there we go, Queen B8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, he tried to castle. I made that joke last time, too. But actually, here's what's funny about that. If you could castle, if that was legal, he still wouldn't do it. The rook's better on A8, I think, because he's going to play A4. Bishop takes C6. I'd predict BC.
Okay, I was
Are you
updating
sure?
the standings.
Oh.
Can you go back just real quick? Let me see on the
Yeah.
list.
So this is Italian.
All right.
And they played this before, like in every game of the tournament, every round. This is like every game. And Ding likes to play A5 in this position. And then he moves his queen to B8. And then plays Queen A7, attacking the F pawn. And in this position, Naka decided to take on C6 immediately and play D4 immediately. This is different than before. This is his secret illegal preparation.
Well, Duda took on C6 eventually, maybe then. I don't remember.
But D4 wasn't played like ever.
no. Right,
D4 wasn't played in the Ding game. I think it was against
completely
Duda.
different. It was
Yeah.
definitely.
Let's see
Duda.
what the opening book says. It says 14 games with ED. What's that?
I'm just talking to him about the lights.
Oh. Yeah. No, but the reason Nakamura played this line is Black is forced to take. And
Yeah.
even before the tournament, Nakamura knew a lot about ED. So that's why he forced this line, because he's an expert on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why the chessboard's blue.
How does that look?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
That's a good joke because only the adults get it. So, okay, so let's go back. This position, right, bishop takes c6 is unusual. Normally they play knife f1 because they're trying to get their knight to do the rigmarole that it always does, and then bishop e3 at some point. So bishop takes is the second most common move, and then d4 is the most common move.
Well, that's the point of taking it right
Right,
away.
and then you can't move your bishop because your e-pawn is not defended sufficiently. So, yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, I know younger people can get it, but I was talking about kids. I don't think 8-year-olds know what ED is. Okay, although it's this. Okay, CD, and even before the tournament, Hikaru was pretty CD. So, yeah. And now he's thinking, what does my opening book say? Bishop B6, 10 games. Bishop B4, 3 games. Bishop A7, 1 game. So this is the most common move. Bishop B4 seems weird to me, but I guess you're almost forced to take this knight later. Otherwise, why
I
should
wouldn't do that, though.
Yeah, I don't like Bishop B4 very much. Ooh, coffee.
Well, what about the other games? We haven't even looked at any other.
I forgot to get my coffee.
Really?
Yeah, I totally spaced out. I was trying to hurry.
Did you make your coffee?
Yeah, I saw her making
just
it.
part of it? I heated up the half and half.
It's
and
in the microwave
yeah,
still?
and I was just doing other stuff. I
All
fed
right.
the dogs, and I gave them. I was doing all this other, and I just forgot. I'm gonna go get it real quick.
Okay.
And maybe-
Careful, Spence. You'll be killed. You can do it.
I'll be right
I couldn't have gotten up. Okay, now we also have Rajabov versus Rapport. This looks like one of these E6, A6 Sicilians. Yeah, so it's a Taimanov or a Khan. Nobody knows. Like if the knight was on B8, it would be a Khan. Knight on C6, I always call it a Taimanov. Thanks, I am Rix.
Go, Rick.
Slightly too late, but thank you. It's the same amount of money. It doesn't matter. Yay! It's just less fun without a train. 5 subs, hooray! I think I missed thanking people too. So thanks to I Am Rix, thanks to Neurononum for resubscribing, 28 months in a row, 36 total. Thanks Midgard Serpent, and thanks to Tramp Chess. I don't think I thanked anybody, but thanks. Okay, BC, Queen D3. Oh, I apologize. I'm not supposed to say BC anymore. BCE. Okay, basic chess endings. Queen D3, that's an unusual move. Normally the bishop goes to D3. He put it in H. Yeah, I like to play H5 in Sicilians when my opponent plays an early Queen G4 or Queen G3. So I agree. And that's Report's style, is to play H5. H4, black is going to play H4 otherwise.
Still theory, huh?
And then D4, knight to B1. So it's funny, Spencer's going to laugh. This reminds me of a two knights Caro Kann.
With knight B1.
Because like D4, knight B1, and the queen's moving out here. Usually it's on F3. And then the pawn structure was like that. Yeah. I'll show you guys what I mean. Because you guys are like, what's the two knights Caro Kann? So here. Normally they play knight F6. So you see this structure here?
Yeah.
This is a Caro Kann like normal two knights variation. And often when black plays D4, white plays knight to B1 because he wants his knight on D2. Sometimes they play knight E2. Anyway, then this game was the Sicilian. And it reminded me of that because white played an early queen out. And then see how the pawn structure is the same here. And then he played D4, knight B1. And then he played knight F6. So it's actually pretty similar, except black didn't give up the two bishops. You could argue, yay, black has the two bishops instead of not having them like in the Caro Kann. Or you could argue, that bishop sucks. So it does suck, but it won't always suck. Unless it always sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know yet.
I mean, I wouldn't be too unhappy with black here.
Man, report play instantly after Queen D3, Queen G3.
Yeah.
That's good prep.
Seems like he's playing E6, A6 every game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
also, he made another move, I think.
Now, right.
E5.
He just played. Yeah. Now, remember, kids, if you want to get good at chess and play in the candidates one day, don't move any of your pieces. Move your queen every move.
Pawn.
Make sure you move side pawns like H4, H5, and A6. And then make lots of pawn moves. Okay? And if you do all of that, you'll be a candidate one day. Don't try this at home. The players think they know better than we do. Knight E4 was played quickly. Yeah. Queen F3. I wonder if this is any games. Yeah, there's a game with Queen D5. I have one game in the database in this position. So they're following Queen D5 played immediately. So they're following a game that they know, and one of them has a novelty ready. Probably not Radjabov. Oh, snap. It's funny, Duda's like super solid, and Rapport is super crazy, and I don't know which one is which, and they have the same result every round. They both have all draws. Rapport has had winning and losing positions, like completely winning and losing, and he drew all those games. And then Duda's just real solid. I think Duda was winning one game against Rapport, and then he didn't win. Okay, let's see what else is going on. We have the game nobody cares about, Firouzja Fabi. The way to know who's playing this round is to use alliteration. Firouzja's playing Fabi, and then Report's black against Radjabov. And I asked the arbiters if they could change the pairings so that Naka would play Nepo, but they didn't do it. I tried. Yeah. So we have the all-Asian matchup, Naka versus Ding. Both players born in Asia. And then Nepo's playing Duda. And don't forget it. Okay, so...
Oh, yeah, but the chat's right. It's Jan versus Jan.
It's Jan versus Jan? Ooh, that's right.
Yeah, I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Jan Christoph Duda. Although technically his name's Jan Christoph, but yeah, Jan versus Jan. Timon would be proud.
Right. And Gustafsson.
Okay, so we have a Catalan, a straight Catalan.
But he played an interesting move here, I think.
Yeah, and instead of playing a normal move like castles, he played Queen D3, confusing the audience. Except he didn't confuse Fabi too much. Fabi played C5. Although Fabi did think about it. He's trying to punish the queen being on D3, a strange square.
Yeah,
I thought
aggressive
it was
move.
strange. Yeah.
By the way, this is the second game out of 3 games we've looked at today where white played queen d3 really early.
I noticed that.
Not normal, not your normal chess. By the way, in my opinion, and you guys were here, this is my opinion. I actually don't know the games very well. I think yesterday was the most boring round. Anybody? Weren't there like 3 draws immediately and then another
Yeah,
game?
but Fabi's game was crazy with rapport.
Right, and also, yeah, but it was pretty short.
And the other 2 games could have been decisive.
I thought they were interesting.
There's only one boring.
That
game.
wasn't the most boring round. 4 draws.
Well, there's more than one round that there were 4 draws.
I know. I think the round ended quickly too. I don't think that was a
It's
long
pretty
round.
quick, yeah. It's pretty quick.
Yeah, Ding was winning,
And so was
possibly Naka was winning.
Naka
I mean-
was definitely winning.
I mean, the round went till 2.
Yeah, it wasn't
Did it?
very short, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you only had
So,
one game going the last
That's
hour
true,
and a half.
that's
we
true.
knew it would draw, too.
That's
because
true.
It was just
Yeah.
winding down.
Okay, and he castled
Half an
Ali
hour.
Reza.
So, yeah, but I was going to say, sorry to interrupt there, but that usually if white plays like an early queen move, like queen c2, that c5's the answer.
Right.
To that, to try to blast it open because the queen move's kind of a waste of time, and you just open it up real quick.
One of the games had this structure yesterday, I thought. Can't remember.
Yeah, there was a game
Yeah,
with those
right.
double fianchettos.
Yeah, they
That
had
was the
this-
ding game.
Yeah.
That was Rajabov.
The four
Yeah,
way
Rajabov
on
ding.
face.
Yeah.
I hate that when that happens.
So
Yeah, it's riskier.
So
here.
even though Matt Larson is alive, he's rolling over at his grave at queen d3. He's like, queen d3? What? I would never do that.
Well, he's just trying to win, What do you know? Get him out of prep, too.
Ali
Bobby's got a lot
Reza,
of prep.
Ali Reza's games are all the same. He plays a novelty early. He has way more time on the clock, and then 5 moves later, he has way less time on the clock. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last game is
Yan.
Yan versus Yan. The two
Okay.
Yans, Nepomniachtchi versus
King's
Duda.
Indian attack. Yeah, 2 bishop g4 is like really popular now.
Mm-hmm.
It used to like be thought to be worse for black, but I guess not anymore.
I have noticed there's an uptick in that.
Yeah.
I have black in these positions a lot with my bishop either here or here. I've probably had this exact position. Normally they take with the E pawn because if they take with the C pawn, they want their knight on C6. However, by taking with the E pawn, that gives access to F5 for white. White will play knight H4 and start pushing his kingside pawns, trying to trap the bishop. But they still play ED.
Yeah, I would. I don't know. This seems like a pretty toothless setup for white. And I played a lot of King's Indian attack, in my day.
Did you play D4 or D3?
I usually try to play D3, yeah. But in an early bishop G4 line, I would probably play C4 early.
Right.
And Queen B3.
Agreed.
But yeah, like I said, nowadays people just are handling that. So
My game in the Chicago Open went that way. My opponent played early C4, Queen B3. I think I played Bishop F5,
right.
which I don't know. I usually play Bishop G4. I'm not sure why I played Bishop F5.
Yeah.
I know Bishop G4 better. My bishop's like safer here. On F5, they play here. All right, so this is Jan's prep against Jan.
Right.
Both Jans very well prepared in the opening. Nepomniachtchi is in clear first. Fabiano's in clear second. And everybody else is tied for third, except for the guys who aren't, which is Ding and Rajabov. They are tied for seventh.
I know.
It was a civil trial, and the trial hasn't started yet, so I don't know what's going to happen.
But yeah, he was guilty.
But yeah, whoever it was guilty. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so looks like Jan prepared this, and Duda's not too familiar with it. The number 1 engine move is a move I would never consider. And I still wouldn't play it, seeing it's the engine move. That's how bad I am. Knight E4.
So the idea is that if you play knight c3, I'll take it. So he's like stopping knight c3 kind of.
Yeah, it's actually saying bishop takes E4 is the best move. What?
Wow.
Man, I don't understand chess.
I don't think he'll do that. I don't think either side.
This
will
is
do
this
that.
is an engine line too. This is the second engine line. Is white just sacrifices his E pawn
And plays e4.
and plays queen
Yeah,
B3
and then e4.
and then starts pushing.
Yeah.
Attacks this.
I like that, actually.
Also wouldn't consider any of that.
He might do that.
I mean, I would be afraid of f4 and g4 and f5 and stuff.
I mean, can't you still play knight e4 instead of knight d7 anyway?
You could, but this is the main move. Now, in this position, clearly the best move according to the engine, clearly, it's not even close, is g5.
I like that.
Which confuses me because doesn't g4 win a piece?
Oh, yeah.
But the engine doesn't play g4. So I give up. I'm going to have Naroditsky do commentary. Okay, let's see why g4 is bad. Bishop c5 check, I understand. Bishop takes g4 exclam.
And then gf.
And then if hg, which is not played.
Yeah, then gf.
I was going to say h5.
No, gf for sure, right? Because queen h4?
No, it says h5.
Dang it.
Yeah, gf I could play queen e1, and then I could play
queen
g5 after.
I didn't see that you could defend. That's the only defense, though, right?
Well, I could play bishop h3 and king g2.
Well, still, I'd be...
That looks risky.
Yeah,
h5.
Risky, yeah.
This is the way Karen's always playing with black. She's always sacking and playing g5, h5. I can't stop her.
This is crushing.
Yeah, and Archer's like, calm down, Mom. What are you doing?
I have sacked
Mm-hmm.
in my life.
Man, look at this position. You'd be unhappy with either color.
Especially white.
Yeah, you'd be like, why is the guy pushing his pawns and mating me? If you're white, you're like, why am I down a piece?
And why did I
Or
cast
if
all
I'm
this
black.
side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is good for black. Wow. This is really good for black. By the way, if I told you the number one engine move, you wouldn't believe me. It's by far the number one engine
I
move.
know. Bishop takes d5.
Correct.
You gotta play king g2.
That's by far the number one engine move.
Yeah.
It's not
I
even
see.
close.
Oh, I see.
That way you don't get mated.
Figured it out.
King safety.
HG, king g2, CD, knight c3, and black is +1. Man, this is like Fox News, but crazier. So what's crazier than Fox News? Newsmax, OAN?
Good old OA.
I think Fox News is like only number 4 now in crazy. The other stations went crazier.
I don't even know about it.
Yeah, there's like new stations that are crazier.
Yeah.
Firouzja's also last. Didn't I say him? Firouzja and and Radjabov. There's a 3-way tie for last? Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So they're in 6th, 7th, 8th. Firouzja, Ding, and Radjabov have -1. And then 3 players have 50%. And then there's a +1 and a +2.
Yeah, we got the standings right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so what was the last move played? I'm confused.
And this, you mean actual move
Yeah.
or my crazy analysis?
Actual move.
Oh, then I click this and I find out.
Because I forgot. I got lost a little bit.
Knight e5.
Okay.
We were analyzing knight takes, knight d7, and also knight e4. Like if I was black, I would only consider like bishop here or bishop here and try to figure out which one to play. And then I would lose. That would be funny if, since he played knight e5 quickly, Spence, and Karen, I wonder if he knows these lines I'm just looking at. I wonder if he's looked at them.
Yeah, and that's what I thought.
He's like, why can't I play f4, g4? It's like, g5, wow, that's crazy. My opponent will never play g5, so I can do it. So that's a good question. Okay, so your question was, what happens on knight e4 here? And we're still taking and trying to win a pawn. Okay. We could take... Now it says knight d2, big advantage to white. Like, big advantage. Like, plus 0.6, 0.7.
That's solid. I mean, especially for this opening. Well, okay, what if you don't take and just develop your pieces?
Like bishop here or here?
I don't know.
Let's go here just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, then it says
F4, right?
F4.
No, this isn't great. This is not great. You know,
Bishop.
G4
it says
is
after
coming
bishop
up.
g6, knight c3. It says bishop f5.
Why I couldn't play f5 last move
Wait, bishop f5?
to stop f5?
Wow.
Well, why couldn't I play f5 last move?
Then knight takes.
Okay.
This is slightly better for white, it says.
check.
Queen check.
h2. I mean one. I'm on h1.
King h2 is better than king h1, I think.
No, but then I can't.
Bishop takes. Pawn takes. Pawn takes. And it says white's slightly better.
But I do have an extra bishop, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the problem. Not that I have this H file,
Knight
or that
G4.
it's knight H5 is annoying.
Oh, knight h5.
That's going to be really annoying soon. And,
Yeah.
and like the normal way to stop it like hangs everything here.
Oh yeah.
So this is the engine line. It's still better for white, it says. Rook F3 only move, otherwise he resigns.
Well,
Resigns is the second best
I mean
move.
G3 is hanging, yeah.
Now Queen C7, it's getting close to
Yep.
equal. Now King H2, that's why King H2 was better.
But I was afraid I couldn't win material because I'd have to play G4 after Bishop H5, you know.
This says white's slightly better here. I mean, I'm up a piece, so
Yeah.
I'm taking white.
Yeah.
I don't care what the engine says. I'm up a piece, and you're not like doing anything right now.
Probably G4, or G5, G4 at some point, but it hangs the G pawn right now.
Right, and I could just move my rook, like if you attack my rook. So I'm going to develop my pieces. Knight here, knight F1, bishop F4, bishop E3, bishop G5.
Right.
I'm going to play all three of them.
So this will all happen.
No.
Oh, all right. Except for one thing, yeah.
So after knight E5, Duda can play bishop E7. He can play bishop D6. He could take. He could play knight E4, and he could play bishop G6.
Yeah.
Those are the top 5 engine
But
moves.
this is good prep from Jan. There's no easy way for black to equalize.
Yeah, but I don't know
Let's
which Jan you're
figure
talking
something
about.
out.
That's the problem.
It's obvious.
I know.
Yeah, old Nepo.
Now, I know Jan's in first, but irrespective of that, it seems like he's playing the best this tournament.
Totally,
He's playing the most uninhibited. He's playing like himself. He's
playing
not
the least
afraid.
nervous.
Yeah.
He's the least nervous
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
His play is solid.
All right, now here's the position Karen's going to like,
Wow.
Yeah.
except for one
God
thing.
damn. Both sides move their king.
Karen's like, wait, why
Just
did
move your
anybody
kings and queens.
why did anybody do any of this stuff? Okay, so Queen D5 is the last move we saw.
Still theory.
Now I still have a theoretical. Bishop D3 was played. Bishop B4 was played. So this has all been played before.
King F.
King F1.
Yeah.
Yep. Always play King F1. F5 was. Yeah, this has all been played before. This is the prep. E takes F6. Knight takes F6. C3 was played in the previous game to this. Bishop G6 check novelty. Didn't see that one. Now the engine slightly prefers King D8 to King D7. I guess so the bishop has more freedom to move, but I don't know, King D7 looks more normal to me.
Yeah. I
And
agree.
then now he's thinking, how could he be thinking after Bishop G6 check? He's the one that played the novelty.
Because he didn't think King D7 was.
He thought he'd play King D8.
Yeah.
Now the engine wants to play C3, and then after this queen trade, it says white's slightly better. Both sides have the worst pawn structure ever, but mainly black does because every pawn ridiculous. Knight D2 is the normal move. Then it
Yeah.
says it's equal.
Knight D2 looks good.
Yeah.
Or you can even just play the position. Right?
C3 very engine-y.
I don't think that white has anything to prove here. But I don't understand the position at all, so.
I just want to say
That seems more like a report kind of position than Radjabov, not understanding it.
Yeah.
Karen's like, en passant, what's that?
I got it.
Yeah, baby, she's got it.
But seriously, this seems like a game played in a scholastic tournament. King F1, King D7, H4, H5, both sides moving their queen. It doesn't seem like a candidates kind of game.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is more in Rapport's style than Radjabov.
Totally. Yeah.
What is his style? Is he likes it messier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And dynamic,
C5. So C takes D4, Knight takes D4, and Fabi's thinking.
Yeah.
So Ali Reza's out-prepared Fabi. Although Ali Reza's out-prepared everybody, then never gets an advantage. It's sort of like here. He knows the position Fabi doesn't, but he's still not better. And then back to this game, which we haven't looked at in a long time, actually.
Looks like an Italian.
Yeah, D4. This is Nakamura versus Ding. And this is the last position that we saw. Bishop B6, the most common move. Naka played A4, preventing A4. Time for a rook lift. And then mate. Kasparov, Karpov, every game ever played. Rook E8. Hey, Rook A3.
Didn't he just lift his rook in the other game?
Always lift.
That was good. I predicted this, and then he played it. I'm the best.
Yeah.
Okay, then Queen A7. Players are playing really fast. So I don't know.
Still theory.
Let me see if there's any when the last game happened. ED, CD, Bishop B6. A4 is the most common move. Rook E8 and Queen A7 are tied. Rook A3 has been played once. So in the one game I have in the database, Black played Queen to B7. He played Queen to A7. So this is a novelty in the chess.com database. This threatens the pawn on D4. So knight F1 was played, defending the pawn. D5. Now he played E5, and the engine goes, boo, boo. E5, too natural. The engine says knight G3, and white is slightly better. And it says ED is equal. It doesn't like E5 at all.
94.
Right. No, it says this is equal also. 94. Then normally when you play knight here, you either go to G3 or E3. Occasionally, you go to D2. H2, I should say. But he went back to D2. Bam. And he's playing too fast, so this has to be his prep.
Yeah, he's still in. I was just going to say, that the reason Nakamura is playing so quickly is only because he's prepared this.
Mm-hmm.
But this looks like that other line in the Italian where white plays C3, D4 immediately.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And then they take on C6 and everything in 94. So,
Mm-hmm.
but if you compare this to that line, I don't know. I mean, Rook E8's a useless move, I guess. But white also wasted time with his Queen's Knight.
The engine says every move is equal.
Yeah.
It plays Rook A D8 pawn sack. Then after takes, Rook takes C5 is equal. Or it plays Bishop
I like
F5,
C5
not
now.
sacking a pawn, which is also equal.
Normal, right? Normal move.
Then it just says Rook A D8, Papa John's.
I also don't like that black has the move H6 and...
That's good for black or bad for black?
Bad for black, because you want to play F6.
Never play F6.
But now you'll never... I mean, you might, but...
Yeah, but
it's worse,
probably not. Yeah.
So there's a lot of delicate points here. Maybe Hikaru has a lot of understanding of this position, since he's so well prepared.
But the position's fine for black.
Yeah.
The people who are preparing openings aren't getting advantages. They're just trying to get positions they know their opponent doesn't. Like, if Nakamura studied this position for 4 hours and Ding's never seen it, advantage Naka. And then back to the Battle of the Yawns. Duda hasn't moved yet. Duda can sense this is a key position.
Yeah.
That every move he makes is different than other moves.
Yeah.
This changes the character of the game. Knight takes. The bishop moves are a little bit different. What am I going to do against F4, G4, etc.? And it could be that over the next 5 moves, black is forced to sack a piece, whether he wants to or not. That's nothing to sneeze at. Piece sack could be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's disrespectful to play the King's Indian attack. In fact, it might even be the opposite.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, like he respects his opening preparation so much that he's like, let's just start playing for move 5.
A lot of times the gawking rabble in the chat say, like, why isn't he offering a draw? That's disrespectful. Why isn't he resigning? That's disrespectful.
He didn't mean
why
really.
Did he...
But...
Yeah, but people in the chat are always like, why are the players doing this? Don't they understand blah, 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 blah? And the answer is they don't.
Yeah, somebody doesn't.
Why is the guy playing chess? He should be resigning and offering a draw. Rawr.
I don't even understand.
Kingpin said, why isn't he offering a draw?
Yeah.
So what was the comment you were responding to? And I didn't really understand your response. But maybe.
Oh, you mean, it says Nepo playing King's Indian attack versus Duda is a bit disrespectful.
Right.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
But
They didn't mean literally. They just meant, like, come on. How could you play such an opening?
So is that because you said the King's Indian?
Attack.
Mm-hmm.
Attack, okay.
So white's playing it.
So is that not considered a good opening, or?
Well, I mean, it's not it's not a mainstream opening. It's a hipster opening, It's not mainstream.
Yeah, but Jan cut off his man bun, so he's not a hipster. $10. Thanks, Charles 3. Bust a rap for me about chess. Then what does it say after that? But has to be for 1 second or 1 hour.
I didn't see it.
I can read it over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, it has to be for 1K. Oh, it has to be fire for 1K. What? I mean, I'm not one of the top 5 rappers of all time,
Right.
so I can't spit hot fire like Dylon can.
Right. Good old Dylon.
Magnus made fun of Jan. I didn't see it. What did he say?
Yeah, Magnus has been trolling everybody, mainly Jan and Hikaru.
Right, right.
You know, you got to troll somebody. Those are the top 2 guys to troll.
Yeah.
Okay, back to some other game where moves are made. Not this
No.
one.
Rajabov will think forever.
And Fabi played
Nice.
knight c6. There's a move.
I thought he would take and play e5, like DC and e5.
In this position, DC, Queen C, E5. The engine agrees.
Nice. And then knight c6, bishop e6 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe knight c6 hangs the pawn, but I don't care.
Right. No, that would be fine for black.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Yeah, I could play like rook b8, bishop b7, or bishop h3. And
You can even intermezzo bishop e6, right?
That I don't know. Scared.
Right, that's a little
Yeah, bishop
scary.
e6 is best.
Dang, look at me understanding the position. These classical openings, I can understand them. Not the rapport game. Yeah, active play and ahead in development, you know.
But he played knight c6. Also good.
Right. He
Yeah,
probably thought about that, but
Queen
thought
seems
this was
funny
good.
on d3.
Right, yeah, DC is kind of like as if he played a normal queen move like queen
Right.
c2.
Right, or queen b3.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that seems weird. So, do you like D take C just so that the pawn doesn't get isolated?
Well, I want to play e5, but my d pawn would be weak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also, if you take now, I don't have to isolate my pawn.
Right.
I have a tricky move. Knight b4.
Well,
attacking the queen,
You can
and
also
then...
just take on d5 normal. What
Right,
about
but
the knight?
but the engine says this move is also good.
yeah,
And
that's
then,
good, yeah.
are you ready for this? Are you sitting down? After here, e5, Spencer.
Damn. Yeah,
Because the knight doesn't have a great square. Then it says knight c2's best, knight takes, equal.
Papa John's, you know.
Hmm. I'd be afraid with black here, because rook d1. Maybe I scare too easy.
Yeah.
The engine doesn't play rook d1. Bishop e6, I'd be afraid of like e4 and knight c3.
Yeah,
And queen takes b7.
Yep.
And the engine says no. Black's doing great. This does look pretty for black.
I like
and this
it, yeah.
looks a little suspicious.
And knight's even
But
knight c2.
I'd be afraid if I was black because I'm all pinned up and
Well,
attacked.
what would the response be to
To-
E4?
Knight trick.
Knight b4 exclam, white resigns.
The queen's hanging for both sides.
Yeah, the queen's attacked, and then
Oh,
knight
okay.
c2's happening.
I didn't
This
see-
actually says white resigns.
I didn't see
Here's
this
why
one.
white
Rook
resigns.
d1 check.
No, here.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
after rook takes, you don't take the queen.
Oh, right.
you
rook
just
check,
you just take
right.
this.
Rook d1 check. Yeah, yeah.
Right, and then if the queen moves, like that's a safe square. Actually, we go here, knight c2. Wow,
Right.
man. Okay, this is a safe square.
Check knight e1, knight d3. I mean,
Queen e1's the best move. After bishop c f1,
Bishop
the best
h3.
move is rook c8. Man, look at this initiative black has for a queen.
oh, hold up. I mean, you wouldn't play rook after bishop f1. Rook takes c1.
No, this is better.
Oh, okay. Bishop h3 is the next.
Now
move.
it says knight ba3
Oh,
equal.
I didn't see the rook was defended. I
that's-
thought I was pinning. You know?
That's equal.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't see the rook is defended
Right.
there. And that defended the knight too. What a move.
What do you do on here? Rook knight d2?
Knight e3.
Oh, knight e3 resigns.
Yeah.
Damn.
I saw that one coming.
Rook c.
That's
we-
actually one reason I wanted to play
we,
rook c1.
we
Bishop
guarantee
h3 's
this will
killer.
happen, right?
Yeah, except for one. Already can't happen, maybe. I don't know.
Fantasy.
All right, who even knows what the position
No,
is?
that was after CD
Yeah,
knight.
okay.
That,
Yeah,
that could happen.
Yeah, that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Farouche's going to allow all that.
Farouja says you have to either take this or take that. Or Farouja says, the engine
Yeah.
says.
I would take c6 probably. This is why he played knight c6. That's a good move.
This knight c6 BC pawn structure reminds me of c6 and the queen c2 Nimzo.
I thought you were going to say the rapport game right there. He has a black
Yeah,
knight
and the
c6.
queen c2 Nimzo, Morazevich and Morozovic invented this move.
Ditto.
Yay,
Yeah.
thank you,
I don't know if you know this,
Diderot.
Spence.
Depot will win the whole thing, he says.
So I've had this position a million times, and I play g3, and c6 is an invention by Morozevich. Then bc, then just play chess, and supposedly he thinks that helps him. So I don't know. I looked at the games and I'm not convinced. Yeah, so knight c6, bc, changing the pawn structure for the better. But for whom and for why? Next game. Okay, so Ding did play bishop f5, the solid move. And Naka immediately played rook e2. Bam. Pre-defending his pawn on f2.
Yeah.
Rook e2 is one of the engine moves.
So I guess the point is that if bishop d4, knight takes e4 wins the piece now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about f2 at all.
Bishop d4, knight e4, double exclam.
Because the f2 is defended really nicely all the time, no matter
And
what.
then you win this, and white wins.
Solid.
But he's obviously still in his prep because he's been playing very quickly.
Good prep by Naka, even
Yeah,
though
move,
it's 0.00.
move 19. Yeah.
But spending 0 seconds for 19 moves is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Although I actually had 22 moves prep against Andrew Zhang.
Yeah.
I played 22 moves, and then like on move 23 or 24, I was winning. Then I lost.
No.
Anyway,
No.
I know.
So
Darn.
in 1988, I'm sorry, 1990, I apologize. I was the Belgian women's team captain at the Olympiad. And our board 4, who was rated about 1800, she said, I looked in the database and my opponent plays c3 against the Sicilian. What should I do? And I said, what do you normally do? And she said, I don't know anything after c3. On move 2. So I was like, all right.
That's good.
So we looked at some lines, and then she played the game, and on move 19, she was still in our prep.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Much
and
like a card.
and it said equal. Then on move 20, she hung a knight and resigned. She hung a knight, the person took her knight, and she resigned.
Aw.
So
Dang.
It's pretty good. Learned it pretty quickly.
I thought we did good prep, but then I couldn't. I needed to prep her one more move at least. At least.
Right.
What do you do against c3 normally? No, that's
I
it.
normally hang a knight.
I move 2. I'm confused already. Yeah, it's good to play the Sicilian if you don't know what to do on move 2. That helps. Doesn't help you. Okay. All right. So we did have this knight takes knight e4 line. Bam! You were suggesting knight e4, and the engine said knight d2 is good for white, and he played knight d2 very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like white's pawns all going up. I mean, it doesn't like it for black.
Right.
So we're threatening to win a pawn with knight e4. After knight takes, bishop takes. White is just going to push his pawns
you
on
just
the
have
king's side.
You have less space for nothing.
If black is sacrificing a piece there, there's no pieces to attack with because we've traded all the knights. The second best move is f5, but I'm predicting he'll play knight takes d2. Opening prep here worked for Jan, but not for Jan.
Right. I don't know. I think he might play f5. Because his bishop's going to get trapped. He doesn't like that. Maybe is it g4?
After f5, it just plays knight takes knight, bishop e3, and says white's better.
It's a little surprising. Like knight takes, f takes. I wouldn't mind that too much with black.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably some queen b3. I don't really know.
Yeah. Queen b3 is correct. That's why bishop e3 first.
To stop queen b6, right?
Wait, now what about his bishop getting trapped?
We're worried that this bishop's going to get trapped when these pawns move
that
up.
Bishop. I thought
So
you
he
meant
thought
white.
he thought after f5 the bishop would never get trapped, which is correct. Anyway, good prep by Jan.
see
He
that.
has a nice position and a big time advantage.
I had the wrong bishop.
But by white, because I guess they're both Jan.
Right.
Ben did not get chosen for jury duty. That's why he's back.
From outer space.
It's explaining the e takes f6 on
I
percent.
saw that, yeah.
So king
exclam.
d7, Rajabov's been thinking half an hour.
Yep.
Didn't see that one. And then Faruja played cd.
Oh, okay.
So do you think Fabi will just simply recapture or play here? And also, by the way, knight takes d4 is the move. It doesn't. It's top 2 moves. This isn't one of
I
them.
don't like knight takes d4.
Knight d4,
I'll
queen
just
d4,
take it.
knight d5.
I'll take the knight.
Nah, that's
Well,
nothing.
maybe not.
Nah, bishop f6 exclam. Better for black.
Oh snap! Yeah,
It's
you're right.
it's always playing these. Yeah, this is. nothing.
Anyways, I'll have the isolated pawn with the bishop parry. I
Yeah.
don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So all right, but
Knight
I think he'll play
C3,
knight b4 though
Bishop
instead of this.
f6. Bishop takes c3. Say what? Wow.
And then a bishop d7, rook.
Yeah, and then bishop d7,
Rook c8.
and bishop c6, and rook c8, and draw.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff.
What happens on here? Do I still play rook c8? Is it always
Always.
Is it all? It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c8.
Every time.
Yep.
Got intermezzo. Anyways, even if black's a pawn down here, it's not losing. Right?
Mm-mm.
Which seems like he is a pawn down. But
Yeah, this says all zeros.
yeah, it's no problem. It's a lot of initiative
Yeah,
and
that's
opposite
nice.
color bishop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helps the initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, king is kind of
Pawn's attacked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good, good. So he could play knight b4. Thanks, Adam Wallace, for the 20 subs.
Thank you.
Also,
Adam
I saw you
Wallace.
subbed yesterday.
He did.
I was at
Yay.
jury duty, and it said Adam Wallace is subscribed.
Thank you, Adam.
Yay, Adam. Knight b4, knight takes d4, and ed.
It was weird because Adam Wallace was the one on trial, right?
Right. Been a long time going old school. Go, Adam.
I see a little bit of Adam on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
His wife.
It's
is
hard
so
to see just a
cute.
little bit of Adam. You either see a lot of Adam or no Adam. Go, Adam. Teach you to give 20 subs. Actually, a few months ago, possibly more than a few months ago, Adam had shaved. So instead of his beard like being down to here, it was like a normal beard.
I saw it.
Yeah, that was crazy, like Fox News.
Shave it in the right word. I mean, trimmed it.
Trimmed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he got a haircut. He never gets a haircut. Yeah. It's short right now. Wow.
Well, this is the right time to have a short beard.
Had a mishap.
Super hot
Uh-oh.
out.
Don't have mishaps.
A beard mishap?
You can have hap, but not mishap.
A beard-related mishap?
I didn't.
Hey, he moved. He played
Think it
bishop g5, not an engine move. It says everything is equal.
pretty normal move,
Every move
though.
is equal. Rook f8, which is normal. a5 to play bishop a6 check.
Man, I really hope Rapport wins this.
Because you don't like Radjabov, or you like rapport, or you like king d7?
Both, yeah, all of that. Yeah, king d7.
Oh, just because, like, yeah, you like rapport.
Yeah, Rapport's cool. And it would be great if he won this one.
If he wins the tournament, is that good?
Yeah.
Then Romania has somebody in the world championship. Bam.
Yeah, and then next it'll be Robonia.
Yeah, that's right. The country you didn't make up. Thanks, Adam, for the 20 subs.
Yay.
4 1 bit per draw today. 5 because 9. Thank you.
That makes sense.
I like rapport. Is
Everybody likes rapport.
Link?
Yeah.
I think he's a general likable
Mm-hmm.
human. Generally.
I like the
does
cut
have-
of his jib.
He does have longer hair.
Bishop g5 seems like a pretty normal move.
Yeah. Develop that bishop.
Got that g5 square. Might as well use it.
Yeah, use it or lose
Speaking of Adam Wallace, he's got g5. He knows how to use it. He never bet.
Rapport and I have a similar hairstyle, so of course I feel
Who has more hair, you or
connected to
Rapport?
him. I'm sure he does.
Who thinks Rapport looks like Kurt Cobain? Nobody?
Well, I mean, the hair. Yeah, the hair.
You know who does look a
That's
little bit
really what it
like
is.
Kurt Cobain, in my view, is XQC, like a poor man's Kurt Cobain.
Wow. Talk about opposite people.
I know, but if their style and facial features are similar.
I don't see a hole in his head. Good one, good one. Kobe. That's a good one. Yeah, actually, they figured out the exact reason why Kurt Cobain did himself in, because he didn't have Ben and Jerry's.
What?
Family Guy. Yeah, Stewie went back in time and he gave Kurt Cobain Ben and Jerry's when he was sad. So he was eating ice cream. And then he didn't kill himself, and then later he was really fat. So I saw a documentary which was called, like, I don't know what it's called, but the idea of the documentary was Courtney Love murdered Kurt Cobain. So the whole documentary goes, and at the end they're like, yeah, she didn't do it. She didn't do it.
No, she didn't do
But
it.
like it's a documentary about her doing it. Then at the end they're like, yeah, she didn't do anything.
That's funny.
Well, they're objective.
Yeah, that's right. Like, yeah, she's innocent.
And she didn't do it.
Yeah. I saw that many years ago. Many. Last night I got high as balls and started watching Rick and Morty for the first time. Ooh, that is a good idea. The higher you are, the more you should watch Adventure Time, right?
Anyways, balls are like,
Yeah, that's when you're tripping, right? No, but
relatively.
no, but he should watch Adventure Time when he's tripping, right?
I can't speak to that.
What? But you're an Adventure Time connoisseur.
Hey, what's with that emote, Karen Chess?
Yeah, I got
It's
She had
fire.
Ben 420.
I got her to add it.
I didn't know about that. Crazy. That's really good. I
Isn't
love
it good?
the color scheme.
Yeah, it's a great
the
one.
red blending into the green there.
Yeah, I asked,
Really nice.
Turtle said high as giraffe balls.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I asked her to add a
Fire.
420 email.
Adventure Time makes you feel like you're high when you're not. I agree. Yeah. Okay, Fabi hasn't moved yet. Hey, we have a lot of stuff in
Yeah.
Ding's game. Like, a lot. Look at, like,
Fish
5
about
moves.
Oh yeah.
How's Ding playing so
42.
fast?
He thought for a while on this.
Played
move.
Rook AD8. That's fine. Knight B3. By the way, if you don't play Knight B3, like, you're losing.
Because C5 is just too good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, C5's crushing.
Super strong. Yeah.
Then
Still.
C5.
Still. Right, but now at least you trade a thing.
Now, if you
right?
don't play DC, you resign. Why is Knight C5 worse than DC? I don't understand. Oh, I guess after DC Knight C5, you play Knight D4.
So
It
that's
says
a
like
nice
White's
thing.
losing after Knight takes C5, like +3 for Black. What? So this is forced. Now it says Bishop takes is better than Knight takes. Man, Ding's good.
Yeah. But the knight on E4 is really good.
And then Knight to D4.
Yeah.
I mean, Ding's been thinking forever, but he just plays perfect every move.
Yeah.
Yeah, that knight on E4 is
Now,
very annoying.
surprisingly, and Spencer will now explain me why it's not surprising, Bishop D7 is better than Bishop G6.
I guess control that B5 square.
Yeah, also, maybe Bishop G6, he's worried about F4, F5 later, but Bishop
Oh,
D7,
yeah.
you're not worried about it.
Like Duda's worried about that.
Yeah. It says Bishop G6 is bad. The White has a
What's
nice
the move?
advantage.
What's the move?
Rook C2, and then just develop Bishop E3. It doesn't like the Bishop on G6.
Not
It likes
really
it on D7.
concrete, but it's weird that if I played Bishop G6, it would be like to dissuade Rook C2.
Right.
But it does it anyway.
No, I mean, I'm playing Bishop G6 all day in a blitz game here. I'm never playing Bishop D7. That just looks weird. I just played Rook A8.
Yeah.
But also, when I play Rook C2, then I could play Rook C6 or Knight C6 later. Probably Knight C6.
Yeah.
Bishop D7 stops all
Covers
that.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we'll
Hey,
see
you
how
know,
we'll see
Hikaru
how good
likes Knight C6.
see how good Ding is if he plays Bishop D7. Kakara's still in prep, by the way. He's used 6 minutes for 23 moves.
Yep.
He would think like 20 minutes if there was a move made he didn't know.
Right. I mean, 6 minutes is enough. He was walking away from the board and came
Right.
back sometimes, and he lost a little bit of time here and there.
Good prep this tournament. Who would have thought the players would prep really well for the candidates? Oh, wait a minute. Ding is very predictable for Hikaru, possibly. Okay, so Judah did trade on D2, did not play F5. Bishop D2. And I think Jan is still in his prep, but not Jan. I think only White is in his prep. Yeah, I'm always scared in these positions with Black because I have similar positions, and I'm always worried my bishop's going to get trapped. Yeah, I mean, White's just going to push his pawns over here and try to trap the bishop and gain space. So the engine says bishop c5, preventing f4, king h2, and then the pawns start rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rawhide, rawhide. I like Blues Brothers. Come for the chess, stay for the NordVPN. Did you guys do a NordVPN yesterday?
No, we didn't.
No.
Wait a
We
minute.
had. We didn't do one yesterday. We had so many technical problems, and we
Yeah.
just didn't end up doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But we should, do it towards the end of the
Yeah, you
stream.
guys did a NordVPN when I was. What was I
Right,
doing?
We did once, but it wasn't
You did once
yesterday,
when I
yeah.
was- when I
remember
wasn't
hearing
sitting
you read
here.
It. I remember.
You went upstairs,
Yeah.
and we did one.
You just did one when I went. Oh, I
Must
went
have
upstairs to take a
been.
nap. It was one of my naps.
Nap
Yes,
time.
I forgot I took naps during the coverage.
Yeah, we should do one later.
I was sleeping. Yay, that sounds like me. All right, so Fabi just played Knight Takes. Oh no, he played Knight Takes D4. I apologize. Knight Takes D4, Knight D4, Knight D5. Yeah, this seems like Black is completely equalized because even though the bishop's on C8, which is White's only advantage basically, White hasn't developed any of his pieces yet. So, I'm thinking since Bishop F6 gains a tempo, since I don't worry if I lose my D pawn because I have all the white squares, it seems like this is just perfectly cromulent for White. Yeah, I think White has nothing this opening. Good defense by Fabi. Back to the drawing board for Ali Reza. Back to the lock with you, Nessie. But at least it's a game where E4, E5 wasn't played.
All right.
We only have one E4, E5 today. We have Knight F3 on move 1. We have this game, and we have a Sicilian. Yeah, Report's playing the Sicilian. He's not playing Berlin and Petrov. Grungewort subscribed. Hooray!
Yay.
Go Grungewort. But stay there.
Go
Jury
Grunge.
duty was very, 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 very ... Very, very, very boring. Nothing ever happens ever. And then it was like 5:30. They said, okay, you don't have to come back tomorrow. So we didn't do anything. So it's a terrible experience. It is. It's a terrible experience.
I know.
It's like really unpleasant.
I've been through it more than once.
Yeah.
It's horrible. In summary,
I mean, if I was on the jury, I'd have to cancel my chess.com recordings on Friday. Terrible. I'd miss Thursdays.
you
I'd
might
miss
not
today.
get to go to World Open.
No, I get to go to the World Open. They said it'll be over Friday, the trial.
Oh, okay.
Like Friday by 6, they said the trial will be over. Yeah, the lawyers all said this is a 2-day trial. Okay, so Bishop G5 report hasn't moved yet. Wow, Dingler in played Bishop D7, Spence. He's good.
Yeah,
and
he
Naka
understood.
immediately played Bishop F4. Still in his prep.
Yeah, he's trying to get some on the C file and C7 attacked there.
Mm-hmm.
With the bishop and rook. Yeah, get on all that C file.
It says Queen B6, Queen E7 are both equal.
It's a weak C file for black,
By the way, here's one of the engine lines, just to make people mad.
Okay.
Queen here, rook here, and then this. This is an actual engine line.
Because A4 is hanging. But you don't have to play rook D3.
Right.
But it likes rook D3 to
But
protect
that's one of
knight.
the equal lines. Another way to play, which the engine says is equal, is Queen E7, Knight B5, takes, and then Queen C7, I'm sorry, Queen D7, Queen C5, and Rook D7 are all equal. Everything's equal. This is an interesting move. Queen here threatening the pawn. Rook takes, winning a pawn, defending it. Queen F5. And then after Queen C1, G5. Rawr! Knight C5. Isn't the knight hanging? Wow! Look at this. Queen takes knight, Queen B1.
Yeah, I saw that.
G4 exclam. Queen D3.
Yeah.
Rook E3, Queen C4.
Protecting the knight finally, yeah.
Why can't I play Rook C3? Oh, Queen B4 threatens the rook?
Looks right. Also,
Yeah.
knight B3 is okay even.
No, I could take
Oh,
and take back.
take,
Yeah.
yeah.
So queen takes, pawn takes. And supposedly this is equal, but if I was black, I'd be really worried because I'm down a pawn,
And
and
rook
these pawns
C3
are weak.
still even.
Rook c3 is correct. Then rook d4.
Oh, that's.
Haha,
good.
your bishop sucks.
Yeah, my bishop's terrible. I
Yeah.
might even play some e6. You know.
Yeah, terrible.
I might even play. Some
Yeah,
E6.
after king here, rook here, it says e6 is the best move.
C7's attacked. I mean, so
Knight
you gotta play knight
e6.
takes.
Yep. Rook f3. Draw.
Wow, rook f3.
Draw.
Didn't expect that.
Draw.
But no, that's good because rook f6. What do you do about rook f6? I mean, if I play rook f6.
Oh, you want to take this and go here?
No, I just want to take your h.
Well, I go here.
Bishop e5.
Bam!
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's nothing to sneeze at. By the way, my move is great after king g7. Rook e6. That moves
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It says h5 x clam. Only move.
yeah, that makes sense because Rook
Gh.
f6 is
Rook
toothless.
d5 x clam.
wow, every move I wouldn't expect.
Yep. That's why I'm giving him x clams.
At least both sides have the best pawn structure possible, pretty much.
I like playing the engine line. Knight g7. Man. Knight f4 is also a draw. Draw.
There it is, perfect pawn structure here.
Man. So we guarantee this will not happen. So that was queen e7, queen b6. Both moves are equal. We're just trying to stop rook c2 with tempo and pressure everywhere. And I believe Hikaru's still in his prep. Well, his prep's probably ending around now. Ding definitely not in his prep, thinking forever every move, but still playing well.
Right.
Let's
He's
see how the
pretty good.
Jans are doing. Yeah, Duda's not
just
moving.
traded,
Duda
yeah.
down 40 minutes on the clock.
A nice chill in there.
And probably Neponishi's in his prep. Rook d1 was played by Faruja.
Solid move, huh?
Now it says bishop d7 is equal and bishop f6 is equal. And it says they transpose. Because we're going to play both of them.
Yeah.
So this is an engine line, and I'm not kidding. And then this. Draw.
Yeah. See, that's the line that could happen.
Yeah, look.
Definitely.
Draw.
But, Ferrugia will keep playing. He wants to win.
Right. Man, the engine knows how to draw better than the players do. Okay, Fabi played bishop f6. Queen c5 and queen g4 are both possible. Queen g4 is weird. Queen c5 is also a little weird. He keeps moving his queen. Queen d3, queen d4. This is the round of moving your queen. Everybody's
save
moving
the
their queen
queen.
a lot.
Where do you think he's gonna put it?
c5. Keep pressure here.
I don't know. He could go to on the d file.
Oh, just go back?
Yeah.
Never going back.
I don't really like either move that much though, because at some point there'll be knight b4 or queen d2. I can't play b3 after that.
You could go queen d2, bishop d7, e4, knight f6, knight b6. This isn't one of the engine lines also.
Queen move, I guess.
Queen e1.
Yeah, queen e1. I like it.
Queen c8 exclam. Better than queen c7 because no bishop f4 with tempo.
I don't know. I would like white here maybe.
Knight c3, bishop
Knight e4,
c6.
d6.
Queen c7. Threatening this.
I don't know. What is it? Yeah, knight or bishop f4 maybe.
This
but-
says knight d6 is bad.
Right. Anyways, bishop f4. There's knight d5. So
By the way, bishop f4 is the best move here.
yeah, you got to defend your knight by X-ray.
Yeah, it likes black here.
I feel like if I ever allow my opponent to get their knight to d6 like this, it's really difficult. But black's pieces are pretty solid. He has pressure there
Queen c2 exclam.
and counterplay here even.
I usually go to f5 later after you take this.
Wow.
Why can't I play rook d2? Because the engine's... Oh, yeah, I can play rook d2.
Yeah.
Threatening... That's a threat. Finally, a real threat.
Pretty big threat. Really big threat.
Rook d4. Yeah, it says black is much better.
Yeah. I mean, I guess knight d6 is not helping right now.
Wow, after it takes, it says rook b8. I forgot about that one. Didn't see that one. Yeah, better for black. This is like the last game Ding played with black. Except this isn't Ding, where he had like all this pressure against the white king and then he messed it up. Yesterday against Radjabov. Now, in your opinions, several times this tournament, people have had big advantages, like +1, +2, and the games end +3, and the games end in a draw. Is that because bad technique or brilliant defense by the opponent?
Well, I would say it's definitely the defense. Like, twice those losing games were Nepomniachtchi, and he would, like, just always play the best move.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very difficult to see how to win. So much so that Fabi was winning when he repeated.
Right. And also, like yesterday, Radjabov was losing against Ding, I think.
Yeah.
And also, Duda was winning against Report.
Right, that was bad technique, though.
So that you blame on Duda more
Yeah,
than
yeah,
Report
yeah.
defending well.
I mean, Report did what he could.
And Ding was beating Report also. Ding
I
played
don't
King
remember
F1,
that.
Exclaim.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, he missed like several.
Queen G5.
That game
missed
seemed
that
like
Queen
again that
G5.
was Ding's fault.
Well, still, Rapport made him find that good idea, but
It seems like it's a mix. Like the technique's not great and the defense is great.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of draws as a consequence. All right, this game's equal. He did play Rook F8. Still looks like a scholastic game. So the engine's claiming white plays C3 and equalizes, otherwise white's worse. I mean, black does have two center pawns to 0, so eventually E5, E4 is going to be good, or C5, bishop B7, or A5, bishop A6. I mean, black's really active here. And these bishops are sort of strange. And we got the half-open F-file against the king. So C3 is supposedly the best move. Try to open up the D file against this.
Yeah, I don't like white's position too much. Rook F8 looks great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who would leave their queen to sit in there? I wouldn't.
Here?
Well, you could always trade at a drop of a hat.
That's
a
true with
check,
the other
you know.
queen. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. And they don't have a check with the knight.
One negative of trading queens for black is, well, the king is safe then, but then we have the open G file for the rook. And the pawn on F3 is defending the key squares the knight can try to go to later. Then we could just develop our knight and play knight E4, knight C4. But it's weird to like let the guy mess your pawns up like that. It's Firouzja versus the empty chair. Is that Firouzja?
I can't tell.
I think it
It's
is.
so little.
Is that Fabi's coat? That looks like Firouzja. He played Queen G4. Confusing the audience. Yeah, I think Fabi will play Bishop D7 with the idea of Bishop C6 and so forth. Also, after Bishop D7, yes?
I was just going to put the OBS on the front.
Oh, yeah. Also, one good point after Bishop D7 is the knight's not pinned anymore. So if knight C3, we can take it and mess up the pawn structure. And then we don't lose our queen.
We are going to take it.
We aren't gonna take it.
Yes.
Except we will.
We are going to take
Yeah,
it.
Fabi's back at the board. Man, that chair is just crushing Fabi. That chair is much bigger than Fabi. I bet on the chair.
Little Fabi.
Did you see the joke on Twitter 2 days ago? Fabi had an empty chair, and they called it Chair-Uwana
No, I didn't
instead
see
of
it.
Caruana. No internet. No.
What about for you?
I seem like I'm fine. Oh, that's because I'm hardwired maybe, and you're not. Yeah, your internet's off. I can tell on the bottom there.
Yeah.
It says you have no internet.
I think I'm going to just reboot it for and
Mm-hmm. Yay, go hardwire.
I think we still crashed yesterday after we got the hardware. but
No.
Maybe only once, so it's unclear. I just reboot it.
Ding is still thinking after Bishop F4. The engine says almost
his
every
queen.
queen move is reasonable, getting off of
Off
Rook C2.
Get out of there.
And he did play Bishop C5, trying to prevent F4 from happening. And Jan is finally out of his prep because he thought about
Right.
8 minutes about Rook C1.
But the engine seems to like it.
Yeah, Rook C1's good. Protect the bishop. Maybe you won't see it. Wow, the second engine move is Bishop
Yeah.
E7, a move I would never consider. I would either play bishop b6 or queen e7. I wouldn't even think of it. I wonder after bishop b6 if I play bishop b4 so you can't castle. Let me play it and find out. Yes, I was right for once. Bishop b4. Yeah, this says it's terrible for black. Frankly, terrible. Yeah, because queen c7 runs into bishop d6. Now I just play king h1 or king h2 and then start pushing my pawns. And your king has to sit on e8. You don't want to castle queenside. Don't want your king on e8. Yeah, this is just really bad for black. That's why he played rook c1 to put... Black has to play queen e7 now. So I think in the long run, black is going to lose a pawn. And what's going to happen is white's going to move his king so he can do all this stuff. And this is like an engine line just to show you. And then bishop e4. And then after I trade, probably in the long run, you're going to lose this pawn. And, he's still not necessarily winning, but it seems like it's hard to defend that pawn. Anyway, the engine likes white a lot here. Although it looks like it's somewhat double-edged.
Is it white's turn?
White's turn, yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm
It says bishop c3
concerned
or
about,
queen
like,
here.
queen h. Queen h.
Queen H, yeah, I play king g2.
Then h again?
G5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like and then bishop e1, Papa John's.
Yeah, kick me out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this wins the queen, so you got to watch it after
After
h5, g5.
yeah.
Watch it. Yeah.
Trapped queen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't like black in this position. I mean, if you lose this pawn, you're just going to lose. I got 5-3 on the king side. But something like that's going to happen because he doesn't want to lose his bishop. I mean, he has to play queen e7. If he plays bishop b6, bishop b4, I think he's just lost.
Hi, Born and Oz.
Hey, Born in Oz, how's it going?
That was funny. I said the hardwire, and you said I did the hardwire yesterday. That was we think alike. Yeah.
Unclear if it's helping, but
It helped just now.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, that's true.
All right, so it's the time of the round when nobody ever
he
moves.
played a move.
Radchabov did play c3.
Good move.
The engine says the bishop can go to either place. It seems weird to sacrifice this pawn. Bishop d6, I can trade queens and then take on d4. And the engine says that pawn down ending for black is equal. But it seems more likely to me he'll play bishop c5. Doesn't want to take and develop white's piece and, let him play rook d1 and...
Well, I mean, in that queen trade line, I guess black will play some knight g4 coming up.
CD. This looks like a French now. So, Karen, you should discuss what black should do. Yeah.
But knight g4 is not that good.
This says rook b8 exclam.
Yeah, because knight g4, f3
b3,
is okay.
rook b4 exclam.
Yep.
Now if bishop e3,
Knight G4.
now and only now knight
crush
g4
it.
resigns.
It's terrible. Rook h3. Maybe.
If king e2, are you ready for this move, Spence?
Rook f2.
Are you ready?
Yeah, no,
a5.
Yeah. Oh, bishop a6.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's nice. Classic idea. Probably bishop d3, I guess.
Always retreat. e5 winning. Wow.
Dang, just like the games I show Karen.
Yeah, e5. Okay, you have to take, although the engine, take bishop takes. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, e4.
Well, you could take and play a3, but then b3 is hanging. So.
Now knight takes is even better.
Yeah.
Oh, knight takes e3.
Hmm.
That's what they meant. This is +3 for black. Yeah, because if you play fe and I play bishop takes, you play a3, I have rook g4.
Not rook takes b3?
I didn't see that. But I like rook g4 better.
That's better, yeah.
Maybe.
That looks good. Yeah, but anyways, white is under too much initiative here. Black's not even down material.
Right.
And he's threatening everything. That's not right.
Yeah, so that was bishop d6. Bishop
I like
c5
that.
and bishop d6 are both okay. Yeah, I think white's the one playing for equality here.
Yep.
Because this is really nice.
Yeah.
The rook on f8
I
against
love
this
rook
queen
F8,
and rook.
yeah.
This rook's trapped on h1. This rook's trapped on a1, etc. And yeah, all these center pawns. This isn't the center, but it's close enough. Having more center pawns than your opponent, very good strategically. I mean, the side pawns just aren't as good in the middle game.
Agreed to
And
agree.
and as we said earlier, Rapport likes these kinds of positions. Radjabov likes a more solid, stable advantage.
Pardon me, I'm just gonna plug it in.
Oh, okay, sure.
Don't mind me.
Okay, so after bishop f4, Ding did move. He played queen e7. That is the engine move. Naka very quickly played knight b5.
Do you want to try to drag, put the cord under here?
No, no, no.
I think he's still in prep.
Yeah, 152.
The engine says queen h4, c6, and bishop takes b5 are all equal. So we can't predict his move.
Okay, but let's talk about the most controversial thing in this tournament.
Yes.
Why are the DGT clocks so accurate?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
Like, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
they're
it
pretty
some
accurate.
witchcraft?
Yeah, witchcraft.
Must be witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
Let's throw them off a cliff and see if they fly.
Like theoretically, but never practically. But theoretically, the DGT clocks are connected electronically like the boards are, so they should always be 100% accurate, but they never are.
First time in my life. I've
Right,
seen it.
never. But they should be because they're electronic just like the moves. Thanks, Tuesday's green.
Tuesday's green. Mm-hmm. So what's the move here? This looks tough.
It says every move is equal.
If you
C6
push
is
the
equal,
C-pawn,
bishop takes b5, and queen h4.
Right. If C6, you can't play knight D6 because the E2 rook is hanging
Mm-hmm.
at the end. But you could sack the
Yeah,
exchange.
you're supposed to sack the exchange.
Yeah,
You're supposed
that
to.
looks right.
Yeah.
Knight D6 is great.
Yeah, rook takes e4 best.
I was
If I
thinking
take
they
this,
could,
can you play
queen
queen
D5.
takes d5, bishop f5?
Yeah, it looks terrible. Can't be right.
Oh, after it takes, this is good for white. Because the engine says
Just
so.
do it without, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you take, knight d6,
No discovered attack on the queen. Yeah.
queen h4 x-clam.
Always sack the exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop G3, I guess.
It's just playing knight takes e8.
Oh, but I thought I'd take the bishop then.
Bishop here. I would, yeah.
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 So now I can't take the
You
bishop.
can, says this is a draw.
No, I'm just
opposite
saying
bishops.
that black can't take the bishop. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, queen takes bishop is correct.
Right.
But bishop takes e8's fine. They're both fine.
Mhm.
e6 x-clam.
Ooh. Okay.
I knew you'd
FE
like that.
FE though.
Rook g3 x-clam.
I
Wow,
kinda-
rook
kinda
g3.
saw that coming. Yeah.
Wow, rook g3.
You can't take anything. Yeah.
So g5 is the number one move.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna like the number two move a lot.
I don't
No,
know,
no, no. When I tell you the number two move, you fall out of your chair,
King F7. Oh, E3. It's sort of like E6. Yeah.
totally ignoring this.
Wow.
Didn't see that one. Rook takes e3 x-clam. Rook takes e8. Queen takes
Right.
b7.
That's just calming it
Rook,
down.
rook
there.
f8. Queen e6 check. King h8. So we're down a pawn, but we're threatening this and this.
Rook F3, Queen B8, I guess. Oh, Queen C1 check. Yeah.
hmm The engine says this is all zeros.
Oh yeah. Should just be.
This isn't better for white. I guess not.
Just take all your pawns.
Yeah, I guess because the f pawn's hanging with check, so you don't have time to do anything. Draw.
Big draw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big old draw. Queen C3 protects everything.
Now, let's say Ding plays really well and draws,
Yeah.
and then Hikaru's like prepped the whole game. Is he like, damn, I can't believe Ding drew. I prepped the whole game. Or he's like, yeah, that happens.
Guy's 2,800. You figure.
Yeah, but if I'm white and I prepped the whole game, I would be like, I can't win. I'm white. I prepped the whole game. Come on. But yeah, like everything is equal. This prep is just like I know the position and you don't. It's not like I'm winning. It's like Ali Reza prep. That's the way prep is now. Prep, you get a position you've studied for hours and your opponent's never seen before. Not that it's advantageous, but technically you should play better because you know it better. Also, you get a big time advantage. Hikaru's an hour ahead on the clock. That doesn't hurt. But Ding's not in time trouble by any stretch of the imagination. Move 25 and he has almost an hour left. So. But really interesting game. He did play Queen E7. Agreed. King H2. And here comes...
He's gonna push it real good.
Here comes Daddy.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, if I had black, I'd want to play some... Wait. So, yeah, I mean, I'd want to play some f6, I guess, but...
You could play f6 here, or you could
timing is
castle and play f6. Yeah, you have to figure out when to play it.
a little bit risky, because f6, he could play e6, maybe.
And this is a 40-minute time advantage for Jan. Jan's out of his prep, because he's been thinking the last couple of moves, rook c1, king h2. But this just seems really good for white. For those of you at home, you can't take on e5 for two reasons. The main reason is rook takes e5. The other reason is I can attack your queen, attack your bishop, and probably win your bishop that way. But okay, the queen... But okay. The queen's defending c5, so we don't have time to take that. If you had time to take, you still probably wouldn't take it, because you're going to get your bishop crushed here on g6. Yeah, these are very tough positions for black. I know, because I have black in these positions, and I'm always like, did my bishop get trapped? Am I going to lose right away? And then if it doesn't get trapped, eventually I'm equal. So, like, there's no upside. It's like, bishop gets trapped, you lose. Bishop doesn't get trapped, you're equal on move 40. Terrible. Really nice prep by Nepomniachtchi. From a quote-unquote innocuous opening. Mm-hmm. Close quote.
Yeah, and you know, for comparison, Hikaru's playing a mainstream opening, like he always does.
Tons of prep.
And it's 0.00.
Yeah.
So maybe it's worth it to play an obscure
Being
opening.
creative sometimes has benefits. Okay, he did play bishop d7. Yeah, and this is the same as Hikaru's game. Ali Reza prepared queen d3. He has he had a time advantage. He had one. Ali Reza always gives it back. And he's got nothing. He has none of his pieces out.
Yeah.
So the engine says all zeros no matter what happens.
Bishop c6 is going to be so solid. Yeah. Well, unless e4 wins, but you know, other than that. Or probably it won't, though, because knight e3, exclam... Oh, no, the rook's defended after
Double
e4.
exclam.
The rook's just defended after e4, though. So, yeah, I don't know. So, what was the move you said?
I'm gonna play queen e7
first,
next move.
Yeah.
And then when I play bishop c6, I'm probably better.
Right, and I can't play b3 right now, either. Which I'd like to play bishop
The
a3.
engine puts the knight either here or here. And says they're both equal. Even after knight c3, I can just play queen e7.
Instead of winning the pawn, sacking the pawn.
Yeah, now
right.
now it's
Well,
like
the
94 is probably
hanging,
the best move.
Mm-hmm.
Take, bam.
Right.
Two bishops, what else? Both sides have the two bishops.
Quad bishops.
Yeah, this bishop is a lot better than this bishop. Truth hurts.
Agreed. And usually it's the other way around, where the g2 bishop's better than the c8 bishop. You know?
But yeah, there's
f6.
absolutely nothing wrong with taking and playing queen c7.
Bishop c6 next, yeah.
Yeah.
So solid, yeah.
I assume I can play queen c8 here too. Yeah, queen c8.
Yeah, because queen c7, bishop f4, I was thinking.
Then I was playing queen c8 and saying, so what? But yeah, I would have let him do it for free. Yeah, bishop c6 is coming. There's just nothing for white.
Plenty of it. He played bishop d6,
did play
the
bishop
more
d6.
aggressive move. Hanging a pawn on purpose.
Yeah, he literally doesn't care about this line.
Yeah. Plus, I like how his king is surrounded by all of his pieces there. Like, it looks pretty safe, really.
Yeah. No, but I think like both kings can't castle, but this king is annoying this rook on h1, and the king can't go to h2. We can't just go here. So this rook is bad. These rooks are fine. Those rooks on the right square. This rook's going to the right square next. There's no problem for black.
Looking good.
Yeah, having all those center pawns helps. Yeah, this is a good play by Report. Proving you don't have to play e5 on move 1. You can play c5. Just be careful.
Yeah.
They need to make a Karen bot that really nice at first, then occasionally busts out the F-bombs. That would be good.
That would be good and accurate.
So now why does he not care about the d4 pawn? Is it...
Well, the d4 pawn's protected right now. The way to win it is to take the queen, so it's not protected.
Right.
Right. Then white has some issues, like this pawn and this pawn. And white has another issue. Knight g4 is coming.
Okay.
So white has a lot of... White's, not so good.
He's getting a lot of initiative as black.
Yeah, black's rooks are great. Black's knight is great. This bishop is good. And I can play a5, bishop a6 check. And this rook's no good. This rook's no
And
good.
even a5, a4.
Yeah, so we have a lot of play for a pawn, and we probably win our pawn back. It's like a French defense, except black's really active.
It is like a French, really.
Yeah, it looks like a French defense.
I would have thought this was a French.
Yeah.
If it just showed up at that
But that
position.
might happen. Then we'll find out.
Yeah, that could
I mean,
happen.
he could take this.
Free
But
pawn.
he might think that black has too much play, because that's what report
What's
thinks.
the move the engine wants?
That's one line, taking and taking. The other line is to move queen e2. And then it plays a5 to play bishop here.
Queen e2.
Yeah.
Seems scary.
He's not going to do that.
Not going to play queen e2?
No.
All right.
No way. Yeah, a5 is good.
What happens if I take...
Oh.
Well, he just did... I was saying, what happens if I take? And he took...
Yeah.
Because that wasn't an engine move.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, I thought like queen takes, black has a bad pawn structure. That's exactly what the engine does.
Yeah, but also knight c3, rook d1 is a good idea.
Knight g4 resigns.
Oh,
God.
f2 is too weak.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm not in time with rook d1 yet.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Also, I could try rook d1.
Rook d1, queen
Queen
f2,
takes F.
exclam resigns. Because knight takes
Queen
f2.
takes f, yeah. Nice. Nice.
King e2, best to move. Second best move, king e1. Didn't see that one.
Well, yeah.
King e1, wow. Just giving the rook away. And then you don't take the rook, you take this one.
Because knight e4.
Right, after king e2, you do take this one. But after king e1, you take this one.
Because knight e4, knight g3 check.
That's correct. Yep, get the knight off of
Figured
e4.
it
Yeah.
out.
Two bishops, what else?
Oh, wait, because of what?
If the king's on e2 and you play that when he plays knight e4, you got a check to get rid of the knight.
It actually wants to go here right now.
Oh, okay.
Then rook takes h1.
So now if rook d6, knight g3 check.
Correct, yes. You take with the knight if you want to take it. Yeah, this is just an exchange up and a pawn. So there's like no compensation. Yeah, e5, stopping bishop f4. Bishop can get out. It's just black sets up a lot of material
Okay,
here.
yeah, I see.
Complicated stuff.
Well, I mean, he's not going to allow knight g4.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyways,
This is
so
if he
it
takes
queen
this.
takes, and
Yeah,
there's
so after
no
queen takes,
problem.
we have to stop this.
Right, what is he going to do?
Queen c3 is the only move, otherwise he resigns. It says here or resigns.
That looks like a risky move.
Yeah, but it says there's no other move.
Can I sack the queen or something?
It says here.
I mean, can't black sack the queen? But not really.
After queen e2, I play knight g4. That's the second best move.
Yeah.
f3, a5 with bishop a6 ideas.
Horrible.
Oh, terrible.
Horrible,
Yeah, this every black piece looks like it's on the right square, and every white piece looks like it's on the wrong square.
Yeah.
Too active. So let's look at queen c3 because this will probably happen. He had to see queen c3
Yeah.
when he played because otherwise he's losing. Bishop c5 or bishop e5. Threatening mate. I like bishop c5
Yeah.
as a threatens mate.
That's what I thought.
This is forced. This is
And knight
forced.
g4 is still coming in, and bishop
Knight
b2 is
knight
hanging.
g4, bishop b2 or the This is almost a threat, but it's not.
So knight c3 and then
This is
knight
a5.
move. f3 is okay, I guess.
a5 to play bishop a6 check.
Can I castle very long?
I tried.
Dang it.
Hanging
That
in the
would be
f
a great
pawn.
move.
Yeah,
But
that would be good.
pinning- no,
Pinning,
pin's
I
the
know.
bishop.
Yeah, that'd be good. What if I pin the bishop now?
Yeah, just pin it legally.
e5 exclam.
Well, expected that.
Darn. I mean, this rook is so bad the whole game. I wish I could play rook h3. I could play rook h3.
Yeah, why not? You could even play it instead of rook d1, so there's no, bishop attacking it later.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
eventually.
what if I go here? Because the engine says that's terrible. Wow, king c7 and says I have to go back here. Damn.
Yeah.
All these squares are bad.
Well, rook f3, bishop g4,
Mm-hmm.
and rook g3. It seems like okay. Bishop f2. Ah, dang it. I thought it was bishop f2 and knight double check.
Check first.
Right, and then knight double check, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the rook. Just wins material, yeah.
Yep. It's just good for black.
All right. So
it's funny because the king's on
he did play queen
d7.
takes.
It's funny the king's on d7, but this king is less safe
Totally.
because we got this rook here, and we got the bishop coming, and we have the knight coming,
Yeah.
and we have the queen on d4 already. And this king, as you said earlier, is surrounded by pieces. Yeah, this is queen c3 is absolutely forced. There's no other move. See if he plays it. Fallujah hasn't moved after bishop d7. Typical Fallujah. And we have some moves here.
Okay.
Knight b5 he took. That's one of the engine moves. Now it says queen b4 and queen c5 are both equal. And he played knight g5. Also good. He wants the knight to go to e6. Good.
Oh, yeah.
So black's going to be a pawn down, but white's pawn structure is pretty suspicious.
And his bishop will be a little bit bad, too.
Right, the knight's going to be fantastic on e6, and we have a passed pawn.
Not the worst bishop, but not great.
By the way, I'm not kidding. Because when I show you the line, it looks like I'm kidding. After rook g3, it says knight e4, because I guess knight e6 loses this. And then it actually wants to go back here.
I understand everything, though.
What?
Because if we go back to the other position when the rook was already on a3, if you take on a5,
yeah,
it'll be queen b4.
It
No,
just
then
wants to
rook
play knight e6.
Rook a4.
It just says knight here.
Well, I thought queen b4 was forking, but rook a4.
Why bishop d2?
Oh, yeah. Also
Yeah,
that.
you can't take this because of this. Yeah.
This
is actually fine. There's nothing wrong with
bishop
it. Queen
d2,
d2
queen
exclam.
Oh, man, everything defended. Even queen a4 defended, really. Yeah, there are 100 moves there.
Queen a4, rook a4, knight e6,
Yeah,
draw.
yeah, not
Draw.
that bad.
Draw.
Lost a pawn, but whatever.
Draw. Yeah, it says black's not worse here.
Yeah.
That pass pawn.
But I thought that was the point, because after knight e4, there's no fork, but it just doesn't
Anyway,
work.
Ding has had no trouble with what Naka's doing because several different ways equalize, and he's playing one of them.
Yeah.
So he's not having a problem. Naka's out of his prep now. He doesn't know this position anymore, so time for a long thing.
Right, knight g5 was not the engine move, I guess.
But it's fine because the knight's really good on e6.
Yeah. This is actually a common maneuver in that Italian line where it's c3, d4 immediately.
Somebody pointed out about 5 years ago that when Chinese players play in Europe, it says, look at the first 3 rounds, then look at the last 4 rounds of any tournament. The Chinese do better at the end because they're jet lagged the first 3 rounds. So they're flying from China to Europe. The Europeans are just in Europe. And then the first few rounds, they're like, because it's like a 9-hour time difference or something. And then at the end of the tournament, they're acclimated and they play better. And this is actually happening to Ding. Ding's playing fine this game. Ding played really well yesterday and was winning, but didn't win. Then the first round, he played like a baby. Like, he played horrible against Nippon in the first game. Mm-hmm. Like, horrible.
Agreed.
And now he's playing like Ding again. Like, he's black, no trouble, better position last game. He could even win this game. He's not winning. He's not even better. But there's no reason to think that he's going to lose this game. It is a perfectly cromulent position. I could actually see black winning. Black could play knight e6, d4, d3, double rooks. These pawn structures terrible. My knight's fantastic on e6. I'd rather have black here. I have spoken.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I don't like this
pawn.
pawn.
Up a pawn, like gonna be up a pawn.
Yeah, but this, and I have a pass pawn. You don't. Bishop's no good. Knight's good. Pass pawn. Papa John's. Doubled isolated pawn. Don't care about that. No, I really like black here. I think black has the better part of the equality. Okay, here we go.
Happened, yeah.
Here comes one of the yawns.
Here comes Utah.
G4. Let's see now. What does the engine say? It says A3 or G4. A3? There's a move I'm not
Rook
playing.
takes C5. Bam.
Yeah, but
Just trade everything.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, so I like this. I like bishop G6. I like F4. H6 is forced.
Right, because F6, E6.
Yeah. Or I could play F5 of Queen E5, Bishop F4.
Oh. That's a good point.
Yeah, so H6 he did play. And as Boris Gloko would say 30 years ago, white has pleasure position.
Oh, he didn't put that in his book.
No.
Wait, but you could, I guess theoretically, you could still play f5 here, right?
This says black is okay. f5, bishop h7, bishop f4 is one of the main lines. Queen a4 is the other line. See, it's funny. When Jan played king h2, the engine wanted us to play king h1. Yeah. And I didn't know why, and now I know why. Because the king on h2 is going to be exposed once you play f5. And there's engine lines now where white's playing king h1 in the middle of the line. And Kamsky always has this problem. Whenever Kamsky moves his king to the h file, he later thinks it was the wrong square. He always thinks like I did it wrong. But monster time advantage for Jan, not that it matters. Let's move 16, so it could matter. Judah could get in time trouble. The engine's only saying 0.3 for white.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. When you don't lose your bishop and somehow you're okay, you're still like, I'd rather have white.
Yeah.
Tough opening. h6 is a brilliant move.
Yeah, but I do wish his king was on h1. I could play f5, king, bishop, and then f6.
Never play f6.
No, I mean, I guess I could do that still, but don't like it.
Queen e5, Papa John.
Check, good old check.
Yeah, the engine is saying this is getting closer to equality now the more it thinks about it. It literally doesn't care about this.
Maybe G4 was inaccurate, maybe.
It was inelegant. Yeah, but I mean, that's White's plan. And he's Jan, so he has to do it fast.
Yeah, he could
like a shark.
Somehow.
When
this guy a shark or what?
Right. When Magnus was saying like you have to be a shark, I was thinking of that. I was thinking of the Futurama. Yeah. And so forth.
Hey, Man Moth.
It's Man Moth.
So I heard from Eric Rosen. So I got the file link now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hooray.
Yeah, he's had COVID.
But you can't both put the file on. You have to figure out what to do. You have to do some arrangement.
I've already talked to the editor about it, and she will be I told her she has to edit it so that it's not, probably integrate it somehow with the footage that we already have that's grainy, because it's got to be different than his.
Right.
But he knows all that. I already told him all that.
Yeah, Eric Rosen had COVID for the last few days, and he was exhausted. So he's never been so tired. It was sort of like a normal day for me. And then he's recovering now. So
yeah, he tweeted about it today. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from him, because I'm trying to get a file from him. Like, where's Eric? I feel kind of demanding now. But I didn't know he was sick.
All I know is I've never gotten, I may have gotten COVID, but as far as we know, my mom never got COVID, my brother never got it, my son never got it, my daughter never got it, and I never got it. So either some Finegold thing stops COVID, or it's a Finegold thing that you get COVID and don't know that there's no symptoms, right? You've never thought you had COVID, did you?
Correct.
Right. How can 5 people in the family who live in different places not get COVID when everybody got COVID? Like Peter got it twice.
And I had COVID.
Right. And your whole family got COVID. Like your brother, his wife, your other brother, his wife,
but
the
you
kids.
And Spencer and my kids, I was around all
That's right.
you
Your
guys.
kids never got COVID.
You and I didn't sleep in the same bed.
Yeah.
Nobody got COVID from me.
No, but it could be I've gotten COVID like 4 times, but like I don't have any symptoms. Could be.
Right.
I don't really take any precautions.
Like my normal
Daddy.
Right. When
Depression.
she got COVID, we did nothing.
I go to karaoke.
We didn't behave differently. It wasn't like I was distancing from
Living
her.
my life.
Nothing changed.
I was wearing masks like on planes and some places, but I'm just saying, like, early on I was very, very cautious, but as time went past,
I thought if I got COVID, I would just die. And so when you got COVID, I didn't do anything. I just like, oh well.
Well, I had Omicron.
Percy, I ate.
So it wasn't as bad as Delta or one of the other variants.
Yeah, but we're flying Delta next week.
Yeah.
Unless our flight's canceled. I'm worried our flight's going to get canceled, one of them. Which is worse? Which flight being canceled is worse? We can't go home? That's not good.
The one going there.
What if we can't go home?
Oh, get home.
If we can't, by the way, I have a plan which you're not going to agree to.
Okay.
Our flight's canceled the night before.
Yeah.
So now what do? We can't get another flight.
Well, we'll get another flight.
No, but we can't because they're canceled and they're already booked. No. Getting another flight is number one, but we can't. I'm just saying that's what happened. I'm saying we can't get another flight. There's no other flights.
Well, we can.
No, but we can't because they're full. I'm just
okay.
saying that we can't because that's.
So what? You want to know whether we drive or cancel?
Drive, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to drive.
You'd rather not go?
No, I mean we'll get a flight.
No, I agree.
We can
that's the number one.
Get on a different airline, I guess.
Not coming home would be funny. We can't come home.
As long as it's not that airline that the landing gear collects.
That's right. Did you see this story yesterday?
No.
So if an airline nobody's ever heard of, it's like a Dominican Republic airline.
Yeah.
They took a plane that's been out of commission for 8 years. It hasn't flown. It's been like hiding.
Yeah.
Like it's not supposed to fly.
Retired.
And the plane's like 40 years old.
Okay.
And it was landing in Miami, and the gear just didn't work. So there was a fire.
Wow.
Like they haven't there's a video of it. But
Well,
like
casualties
it's like
or
joke.
what?
It's like
Nobody
3 people went to the
died.
hospital, but they're fine.
Oh, okay.
But it's like
That's
joke
good.
airlines, and then the plane's a joke.
Right.
But it's landing in Miami. It's like a
Even
it's like
still,
a passenger.
Nobody died.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, the plane was on fire.
Wow.
It looks
Yeah.
scary. I don't know that they're all right. That they're not.
They're in the
gonna
hospital. 3
die.
people in the hospital.
I mean, they might have.
Yeah,
some
they had to
trauma.
exit the plane like on the slide thing on the tarmac.
So,
and
not
while
as
they were
dangerous
exiting
as
the
an
plane,
insurrection.
the
example.
plane, it was on fire, and they're putting the fire out while people are getting off the plane. There's these trucks there. Yeah.
And one guy said he evacuated with his 4-month-old.
Can you imagine you're getting off the plane in
scary.
the slide thing on the tarmac, and you see the plane on fire?
I can't even imagine sliding down the thing.
I can imagine it, but if the plane was on fire, I'd be a little like perturbed.
You just
And so
don't
forth.
look because you're too cool, for that.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that movie's called
I walk away
Alive.
slowly.
Man Moth, that movie's called Alive. I didn't see the movie, but I read the book.
I didn't see the movie or read the book. However, I will still commentate.
It was in the Andes mountains.
You know what I thought of that movie? Or book? I didn't see either one.
Yeah.
Frankly, delicious.
Yeah, I read that book.
They made fun of it on either Family Guy or Simpsons. Spencer knows. And then you don't see it. You hear them, and the guy's like, hey, pass me some of the co-pilot. That's
Yeah, that was Simpsons.
pass me,
Yeah,
pass
they
me
had-
some more
they
She was
had
co-pilot.
to-
watching him to not be afraid of flying, She was watching movies like
No,
that.
no. Age your parents. No. Well, I mean, yeah, that was a good read. I mean, they finally had to hike out of there and go get some help.
Frankly, delicious.
I think-
Was it based on a true story?
Yeah.
They had to hike out, but they were so full.
Yeah. Oh, man.
A little bit of a break.
Yeah, they had to eat the other passengers.
On Family Guy, they did Mount Everest, and then it was freezing, and then one of the people died from not Family Guy, but like another character.
Yeah.
And so they ate him pretty quickly. They're like, "Well, we're hungry," and he's dead. So they immediately ate him, and then later in the episode, the parents are looking for the kid, and as the episode ends, he goes, "We ate your son," and then the helicopter flies away with him. We ate your son. Frankly, delicious.
Yeah, no, he knows it's a real story.
Man, what would I do because I'm a vegan? Yeah, it'd be tough.
That's what Declan already asking that question. Does cannibalism break veganism? I think, you have to do what you have to do to survive in that situation.
Yeah, see, like, being a vegan means I don't want them to kill animals so they can feed them to me. That's the point of being a vegan. Like, don't kill that animal so I can eat it. Let that animal live. However, if the animal's already dead, like a human, and we're like, well, we can eat the dead human or not eat it, that's not related to veganism to me. The human's already dead. I didn't kill him. Now, in Alive, I don't know anything about it. Did they kill people and eat them, or they're already dead?
Already dead.
No, that's like nothing.
Yeah.
That's,
I mean, I read it when I was in elementary school.
I mean, if they had to kill them and then eat them, that's different.
Yeah, there were plenty of dead people.
Wow, he still hasn't moved? Okay, so I'm confused, Spence.
Yes.
He played this, and then after the most obvious move ever, he's not playing this right away, which is the only move. So his thought process with this was quite bad.
Maybe he
I mean, it's another move.
was banking on another move, is all.
Instead of this? Or you mean he was
White,
thinking another move?
Or that he sees queen c3, but there might be a problem for him.
Yeah, because knight g4 is coming.
Right.
And hell's coming with it. Hell's coming with it.
So maybe he's getting a little cold feet here, but his initial impression was okay. He's fine here, but he has to play queen c3. Yeah.
How long's he been thinking on this move?
A long time.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't play CD, queen e4, then think 20 minutes. You have to have seen queen c3 before, otherwise you're losing. So very poor from Radjabov. Boo, boo. That's good for Duda, though, for Port wins. Because then Duda has to win, because they're the same person. Most dissimilar styles ever, but still the same person. Firouzja hasn't moved in 20 minutes after bishop d7. He's like, where's my advantage? And the answer is you don't have one. Yeah, this is a Fabi position, by the way. I don't even know what I'm talking about, but this is a Fabi position. Like, Fabi wants to have black here. Like, I can imagine Fabi analyzing after the game, like, bishop d7, I have no problem.
Yeah, I do hear the fan. Which computer's making the fan noise?
It's always mine, right? It's always mine.
Okay.
Mine's always guilty.
Yeah, it's running Stockfish, so.
Yeah, we got this going. Stockfish, depth 47. That's pretty quiet for depth 47.
Oh, he said he meant his own fan.
Oh,
your own fan. We have a little
you
bit
know,
of-
computers have fans. They use them to cool off. Sorry. That's the way life is.
He's talking about his.
I know, but that's the way life is.
Yeah, our fan gets loud here.
That's the way it is.
It's making a little bit of noise. You have 2 fans on constantly.
What else? 2 fans, what else?
Oh, you have 0 fans.
You don't have a fan in your laptop that's running? What? Oh, maybe you're using a phone.
Oh, 2 computers with fans, and then your room fans.
Yeah.
I get it. If you don't.
Hey, by the way, we can have a train
wait,
if you guys want. I'm not saying you do, but if you want. And the reason I'm saying that is we have almost 1,200 subs. We only need 7 subs for 1,200. And we had 934 subs 6 days ago. So we're really doing well with the subs.
Thank you.
I
for
heard
200
that, but
bits.
barely.
I heard it. I was talking really loud. Yeah, I'm loud.
I'm just saying yesterday it wasn't making
Right.
noises.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my point. Not that you're... Yeah, I like that, Mr. Intimidation.
Oh,
Yay, thanks,
72.
Speedy. We're getting to a hype train speedily.
Nice.
Only fans. Jokes about ventilators.
What if white plays bishop f5 illegal?
Oh, today in Atlanta it's supposed to be 98, and the record for that day is 99. Oh, you know where it's hot? You know what city in Georgia is the hottest right now? This isn't a joke. It's every day it's like breaking a record for the hottest day.
Coming?
Macon.
Oh, Macon?
Yeah, but it wasn't a joke.
I know.
In Macon yesterday, are you sitting down? It was 105.
Wow.
And the record
It's like
was
Vegas.
101. Thanks, Southern Chris.
Yay. Hey, Southern
I mean, that's
Lifting us
crushing
up.
the record from like 1925. Crushing.
Oh, and Little St. James.
Oh,
and look
thanks,
at
Neuronona.
Nerd.
By the way,
Thank you guys.
in Mobile, Alabama yesterday, it was the hottest day in the history of Mobile, Alabama, ever, on any day. Thanks, Judd White. 1,000 centidues.
Hikaru in the tank.
It shouldn't be that bad when we're in Philly. It might just be 80s. It should be okay. What's 101 in Celsius? Give me a second.
What am I, Google? Come on, how am I supposed to figure that out?
It's around 39, I would say. I'm going to say 39. Hey, Siri, what is in Celsius 101 Fahrenheit?
Okay, I found this on the web for what is in Celsius.
Yes, it's
101
38.33, and I said 39. I did that
Yeah.
quick calculation in my head. So 39. So it's like
39.
between 36 and 40 in a lot of the deep south. And it's records because it's getting hot. We were in Vegas. It was 100 every day, but that's normal in the summer in Vegas. But it's not normal for Atlanta and Macon and Mobile and Birmingham. Ridiculous. If only C.L. Smith was here to tell us how hot it is.
Water becomes...
Who
steam
uses
at 100
Fahrenheit?
degrees
The United States.
Yeah, that's so random. It should be 212 degrees.
Yeah,
Makes
negative
sense, Steve.
40 is your answer, Scourge. You're the scourge of everything.
C.L. Smith is in northern Alabama.
Porch noise glasses.
Yay.
Hey, can somebody do exclaim stats so we can see if we have 1,300 subs yet? Mm-hmm. Or is it 1,200?
I
There
knew
it
that
is.
somebody was
1,200.
going to be
We're
faster
close.
than me.
We're close.
Yay.
We need 2 more subs.
Ten
Thanks for
people did it.
everybody. And of course, Adam Wallace gave us a little boost today, too.
Yay, go Adam.
The return of Adam.
Right. Freedom units. That's the way to do it.
Okay, so he did take on A5. Knight E6, obviously, frankly. Bishop D2 is the best move. And then D4. Man, Ding plays good, because Ding didn't know anything, and he's playing like perfect every move.
He played D4.
Yeah.
96 D4, yeah. That's a good idea.
Man, Hikaru has a lot more time.
Rook D5 and Queen C5.
No, strategically, this is really good for black. The only saving grace for white is white has an extra pawn. Thanks, Ajanov.
Yay.
5 subs. Yay, we broke 1,200 subs.
Yay,
We're the
thank
best.
you, Ajanov. Got us over the top. Now let's get.
I'm an hour
1,500.
from Mobile.
Like a
It's
pole
absurdly hot here. Yeah. By the way, you know how
Dr.
like
DD.
you guys can back me up. Okay, every inch in our neighborhood is a tree. Right? We have more trees than atoms in the universe in our neighborhood. When I'm in our neighborhood and I'm driving, my car always says it's between 90 and 93. When I was driving home from jury duty in the middle of Atlanta on the highway with no trees, it said 101 on my car.
Yeah, might have gotten hot from just sitting.
No. It went up and up and up as I was driving.
Oh,
I
as
think
you're
I think because we have all these trees. I think it's 7 degrees cooler here because of the trees than if we were just out in the sun like baking.
Yeah.
The trees are supposed to make it cooler.
I wonder
and
how hot it
asphalt
is.
makes it
We
hotter,
we
too.
have a lot of trees here, like more than a normal amount of trees.
Yeah.
Not by 7 degrees. I think 7 degrees is about right when it's 100.
I wonder how hot it is in Dothan.
Yeah, and the
You have
asphalt
to understand, we have a
makes
lot
it
of
way
trees.
hotter.
We have a lot of trees.
You know, that's why I'm always against asphalt. Although I do like driving on that new asphalt on near Publix, you know? It's
In our-
so smooth.
I didn't
Yeah,
notice it.
they
Yeah,
repainted the
it's
parking
so
lot.
smooth.
Karen, in our backyard and front yard, if you add them all up, you can answer this too. How many trees do we have?
I'm not good with
Backyard
that kind of
and
thing.
front yard.
Yeah, a lot. We have a lot. We have a lot of trees. Like many trees.
I want to see how
The
hot
whole
it is.
neighborhood is just trees. There's no houses. There's no
Dothan.
people. There's just trees.
Let's see. It's 91 right now in Dothan, but it's early in the morning. Let's see. It's going to be 100 there today. Yeah.
Trees are good. My first tattoo was of a tree.
Mhm.
Jewish space lasers. Yay. I like those. Those are my favorite kind.
That is what we learn about in the state, you know?
I like all the trees, but I worry that the trees are going to fall on the house during a storm, and it does happen
Yeah,
every time
yeah.
there's a storm in our neighborhood. There are a bunch of houses in the neighborhood, like 2,000 homes, I think. But there's at least one home.
After D4, Haruki played Rook A3. Always retreat.
Yeah. I was thinking that.
I mean, this is just better for black. I don't care what the engine says.
Yeah, you
this
can
is
play
better
like
for black.
Rook D5, Queen C5.
Nobody's taking white here. If you talk up to super GMs, they're all taking black. They don't care about this extra doubled pawn. They care about this knight being god. They care about this passed pawn. They care about these pawns sucking. They care about the bishop sucking. Now, the engine says equal because white's a pawn up and black has a pawn's worth of compensation, but the pawn's useless. There's not really a good winning plan for white unless white goes crazy on the king side and decides to lose.
Finegold.
F5 and rook G3. And
Subscribing with my favorite type
Yeah.
of food there. Lamb corn.
that's why he played rook A3. He wants to swing his rook over here and play like a maniac on the king side. I wouldn't be surprised if Ding wins this game. The engine says all zeros, but I don't like white's position. I don't like it. I have spoken. I'm speaking out against the engine, so I'm probably right.
Yeah, probably. You have to speak truth to power, you know?
Yeah.
You kind of like that bishop?
But what I'm saying is, if you talk to super GMs and tell them it's equal, which side do you want? They're going to take black. I mean, I got this passed pawn. You got nothing. Mm-hmm. Passed pawn's good. I mean, these rooks are silly. They're shallow and pedantic. Now, if white can cheat and play rook g3, f4, f5, f6, then I'll take white.
Yeah, it's true. Hikaru does have a pretty serious time advantage, but 40 moves
move
for
29.
Yeah, 40 minutes for 11 moves.
Yeah, he has extra time he doesn't need.
Is definitely doable. I mean, easy.
Yeah, that pawn's pretty scary.
Queen c5, that's one of the engine moves.
That's a good looking move. Then rook d5.
That's a funny looking
Attack
strike.
all the pawns.
Yeah. Yeah, now the engine's saying negative, like black is very, 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 very slightly better.
Notice how he moved his queen back from c5 to e7 because of rook c2 and rook c3, but now you can't play either.
Right. And also the knight's on e6, I don't care.
Right.
Like now you can't
c7.
now you can't do anything.
Yeah, knight on e6 is so good.
Yeah, Ding's
Protects
good.
the pawns, can't be
no
attacked.
no more jet lag for Ding. Ding's good now. Yeah, the engine says all zeros. All right, let's see what's going on here. Wow, Jan hasn't moved in forever. Jan's been thinking forever in this position. Unusual for him. Where's Fabi to troll Fabi? Where's Magnus to troll him? Playing fast and bad like he usually does. Yeah, truth hurts. And then let's see. Okay, he did play Queen C3. He didn't get in the candidates by luck. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, he did. Oh, snap. Radjabov played the only move. It cost him a lot of time, but definitely the only move.
Figured it out. It's a time well spent. Then it's bishop c5 we looked at.
Yeah, he can go either way because they're gonna take on d4 in either case and in either case. Yeah, the engine just says equal, but I think I'd rather want to have black. Until this rook gets out, then I'll take white. But when the rook's on h1, I'm taking black.
Yeah.
So this rook's here.
I'd have to agree with that. I liked black the whole time.
I was the first one that liked black.
Right. Queen e7 was played. Knight d2.
Oh, he played knight d2? Okay. Queen e7. Queen c7 also good.
Yeah, but you'd go to e7 if you could.
Mm-hmm.
You'd only go to c7 because you couldn't go to the other one.
This is funny. After knight e4, bishop e5, the engine move is knight c3. I guess because f5's a threat. Man, you don't want to play knight here, knight back to c3. You could play knight c3 in one move. No, I think he has to play e4 if he wants to win. Knight e4 is going to be a draw. But if he plays e4, then he can win and lose. The engine says it's equal, but that's, e4 is how you play for a win. You'll play for a win by going here, and trading everything. Yeah, so Fabi equalized pretty easily. Report equalized pretty easily. Ding equalized, and Duda's the one who hasn't equalized. Queen c5, Naka's thinking a long time. And after h6, Jan is thinking forever. He's giving most of his time advantage back. He was up 40 minutes. But he's going to think 20 minutes on this move. Yeah, Black's defended pretty well in all 4 games. Even this game where, Duda looked like he might get in trouble. Looks like he escaped. His position looks tenable now. I forgot about the hype train. We're dying on level 5. Wait, level 5's good. Thanks for all the donations and subs and bits, people. You guys are the best.
We did it.
We're the best.
Good enough.
I saw Mr. Dodgy predicting Black would win all 4 games, but he's probably kidding.
That's a pretty dodgy prediction.
Yeah. Thanks, Hardlow Afton. You only 13 subs. What else? Man, this is like jury duty, except it's not boring.
All right, at least it's not boring. Choo-choo.
By the way, for everybody watching, there's a rest day tomorrow. No game tomorrow. Friday's a rest day. Then we do coverage on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we're off to Philly. Is that Hess? Is Hess back? That looks like Hess in the middle.
Yeah, he was back yesterday.
Oh, okay. Yay, Hess is alive.
Goo Philly. Okay, I guess.
We're playing in the World Open in Philadelphia, and Karen's also playing in the Women's World Open.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Ilya Smirin?
Yes. I've played Ilya Smirin twice. He beat me once, and we drew once.
Drew?
Wait, now I'm thinking he beat me twice.
Friday is a rest day. Back to jury duty. That's
I think
That's how it is.
I think he just beat me one. Oh, I didn't tell Spencer this or the chat. I'm driving because I drive like this. I'm driving back from jury duty yesterday. Mm-hmm. Mark texts me, and he texts me a picture. He got jury duty.
Whoa.
Didn't see that one. He hasn't had jury duty since 2007. What I didn't tell you is he got jury duty from when he lived in Ann Arbor. They don't know he doesn't live in Ann Arbor, so it's no good. He's gonna say I don't live in that county.
That's good.
So he's not gonna have to go to the jury.
Queen
But yeah,
One was played.
I'm driving back from jury duty as you send me a jury duty notice. Queen E1, didn't see that one.
Going over to the king side. And also rook takes c5.
Yeah, the engine wants to play B4 for some reason.
Yeah, b4, b5. Pawn break.
Always break.
Yeah.
Okay, Ahmad.
The engine says bishop H7 equal.
Yeah, they're playing in a tournament.
Sometimes we have time, Atticus, to go to the parade or do things, but not a whole lot of stuff. I'm gonna maybe take some buys actually, since Holden's gonna be with us.
Yeah, we got the whole family. Holden, Archer, Karen and I, etc. There's a Karen and me. I said etc.
Mainly, etc.
Probably me. Well, mainly etc. will be I. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we have this queen trade. But differently. He played queen D1 check. Queen E1. Queen E1. Only move. King E1. Now white can castle again. Rook B8. Wow, this is crazy. The engine says by far the best move is knight D2.
Hanging the pawn.
Well, you can't play B3 because bishop here. Bishop C1? What else? I guess after bishop C1... Well, bishop E5 I can play knight C3. I guess undeveloping is just terrible.
Yeah, I wouldn't play bishop c1.
Bishop C1, that's how I do it. Let's see why that's terrible.
Knight d2, c4.
It says A5 exclam.
Stopping knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop's coming to A6, bishop's coming to B4, knight's coming to G4, D5. And then I could play bishop D3, always play bishop F1.
He did play knight D2, I think.
Yes. Now you can castle either way. Oh, snap. Yeah, if the knight wasn't here after rook takes, he could castle pitting the bishop. Half the chat thinks he can castle. They're not paying attention. Where can you get this t-shirt from? I bought it off the internet. So go to the internet and type in vegan t-shirts. And
like the beta soy boy, department.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The your local dump, etc. B3, it was bishop E5 trapping the rook because the knight was on B1.
You can get a t-shirt even if you're not vegan. You can do it. Is Spencer vegan? What's the opposite of vegan? Not vegan?
I'm an omnivore.
The t-shirt is vegan. Savage. That's the opposite. Yeah.
I think they meant my roasting of the shirt was savage.
Yeah, actually, greatest Tay Dave. We were talking. I was talking to Naroditsky about who's the best at various time controls, and he said Andrew Tang is the best at 10-second.
By far.
He said he just plays normal chess in 10-second, plays strategical. Like I just check my opponent and say go on pieces away. He just plays normal chess.
So it's better not to worry. Better to get your knight active and not try to save your.
Well, the only way to save it is bishop c1. Blah.
What happens if you go b3?
Bishop e5.
Yeah, that's what the chat
Oh yeah,
suggested.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's trapped. It's trapped. Or I figured there was.
Yeah, the engine says rook takes b2 and a5 are equivalently good. Rook takes, knight here, bishop b4 check, king f1 is the engine line. Draw.
Yeah, the rook is trapped there, right?
Yes.
B2.
Yeah, here's the engine line. Knight g4.
Oh. Whoa. I like that, yeah. That's great. Always sack the exchange.
And it says all zeros.
What?
All
I would
zeros.
hate, is it rook h3? I don't know.
All zero. It says every move is all zeros. Rook c1, rook d1. In fact, it just moves back and forth. Rook check, king here, king here, draw.
Well, rook c1 is to stop bishop c5, clearly.
King d6 to play bishop c5.
Then check, I guess.
Yep, draw.
And then back, yeah. Because, well, what if I play like bishop a5 or something? I don't know, something like that.
Rook c2, draw.
Wow, this doesn't hang mate in 1 even.
Yeah, check, and then you go back to c1.
Yeah, either way, yeah, you can even check on b1 and, the other position.
If you ever take, then you're worse, because h5's hanging. Yeah, this is lost already.
Down material.
Yeah, rook h3, and this is hanging 2 bishops.
Yeah, I mean, white is barely surviving there.
Yeah.
I mean, barely.
Well, I'm barely a GM. I'm doing commentary. So
Rajabov's barely a super
he
GM.
played rook takes b2. Now, can you do something else here that's not bishop b4
Yeah, you can
check?
always move your rook away and give up the bishop.
Rook
right?
b4, knight d6. White is slightly better.
Tiny better.
Tiny little better. Man, if white could castle here, goddamn.
I know. Hey,
Kill
April Froman, how's it going?
Yeah, it says this is by far the best. I mean, if I have black here, I might think I'm winning.
Yeah, I would.
I'm like, man, bishop
Yeah.
c5, goddamn, I got 2 pawns for the exchange.
That's why I was
This
shocked
rook is
it's
trapped.
not losing.
Yeah.
Because even like rook h3, you could check and play knight f2, like bishop c5, knight f2.
You could imagine if Radjabov sees this, he still doesn't do it because he's worried he's missing something and he's going to get crushed. And then he
Yeah.
doesn't play knight c4. He could say, like, oh, no, bishop b4, knight g4 is too strong.
I mean, he might have been looking at this from when he played queen c3.
Right.
And worried about it.
If he doesn't play knight c4, he's just worse. Then he has to play rook h3.
Right,
he's
is that
just-
so bad?
he's
I mean,
just-
rook h3, d3?
Rook h3, knight g4.
Oh, yeah. No, I can't play rook d3. And also, I can't play f3. I'm
Bishop
blocked by
h5 is the only move, otherwise you resign.
All right, agreed. Yeah, that looks good. What's
Knight
the problem there?
f2, rook
Rook somewhere.
b3.
Trade the rooks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bishop g3? Oh, no.
Knight
It's never the move, I think.
King d1 instead of
Yeah.
king e2. That'll show me. I guess king e2, I got the 2 bishops.
Do bishops?
Well, black's up a pawn here. I don't see the compensation. I'm just up a pawn.
Yeah. Didn't even lose the
Yeah,
exchange.
I mean, if you go here, I have 2 bishops and extra pawn. So the engine's going here.
No, yeah, this is
I'm
good
just-
for
just
black.
up a pawn.
Yeah. It's good for black.
No, I mean, it still says it's a draw, but okay, why would white want to do this?
No, yeah.
There's no reason to play this with white.
Well, you might think that the other line loses.
Right.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, so
Go for
he's
this
the
bad
one,
position.
so Radjabov's the one fighting for a draw.
But he'll hold it.
Maybe.
Radjabov.
Maybe.
Yeah, Ben will be doing recaps later for yesterday's rounds and today's as well. So
Yeah,
they'll
this shows
come
the
out late.
importance of activity. Black's just really active. And white's trying to get his rook on h1 and a1 back into the game. For those of you who forgot or just showed up, Radjabov cannot castle either direction. He's moved his king twice.
I like that, trying to learn this funny.
That wasn't that funny.
He played knife f3. Man, talk about having nothing out of the opening. Terrible.
But I guess he wants bishop c6, knight d4.
Yeah, black just plays rook c8, rook d8, draw agreed. Yeah, this is the perfectly cromulent. And Fabi has more time because Ferrugia always outprepares his opponent and thinks forever.
What's happening in Ding's game?
Who's Ding?
Boring. I mean, right. Queen c5, Naka never moved.
Naka hasn't moved after queen c5.
Yeah.
Naka's been thinking 20 minutes in this position.
How long did he think on that long move that he thought for? It's
Naka?
yeah, 27 or so.
21 minutes and 41 seconds.
Yeah, on rook takes something.
He took the a pawn.
Oh, yeah, he took the pawn.
Yeah, this position he doesn't
thought
know.
for a long time, yeah.
So is
Yeah.
Hikaru gonna try to stop the pawn, or is he gonna do like you said and just go
He's going to do both.
ape shit on the king side?
You can't just like stop the pawn and not do anything. You have to do stuff.
do stuff too.
You can't just play passively.
right. Cause
And this
then-
pawn's hanging too.
yeah.
I mean, if I take this pawn and play c5, I'm just winning, strategically
Just
winning.
Yeah. No, he's got to try f4, f5 at some
Man,
point.
the engine says rook e1.
So
I guess
that
'cause then-
f4,
then-
d3
I guess
is
then the
avoided.
queen can get in.
No, what I said. f4, d3 check. So rook e1 prepares f4.
Ah, okay. Also lets the queen get out.
Yeah, that's true. Because then f4, f5's stronger even. Queen g4, rook g3, mainly, etc.
I like the engine line. Rook g3
Looks good.
takes.
Uh-huh. Rook e4.
Or wait, not takes. D3. Sorry, I got confused.
Still rook e4. Oh,
Rook e1. Queen takes. King h2 for no reason. Queen takes. Bishop takes h6. g6. Queen h5.
Threatening rook g6.
Queen takes f2. Rook g6 only move. Bishop g5 exclam.
It's like trying to perpetual.
Then
now.
after knight takes,
Check,
you
right?
just take.
Oh, dang it.
No, because knight h7.
Oh, right, knight h7. Yeah. That was
And black's up a
terrible.
rook, and it's black's move, and the engine says draw. Because if I play rook e4, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Well,
Taking
maybe
it,
that's a draw too.
Obviously, no, because I could just check all day.
Yeah, and if you take
Yeah.
this, I have perpetual.
Easy, you don't even have to calculate.
Yeah, those three moves. Yeah, but if I have white here, I'm never doing this, because the best I could do is draw, and I'm probably losing. Just like a coincidence, he's not losing. Like, this looks like it's... I guess queen h5 check wins the rook. Damn.
What if I play like queen f7? Yeah, you said that.
This is also a draw.
Well, yeah, but I have to give up the queen. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna have winning chances.
Yeah,
then.
you go here, but the guy perpetuals
just
you.
perp me, yeah.
Right, yeah.
There's no
It's
way.
just gonna be a perp no matter what.
Yeah. Good old perp.
Yeah, but this is white. This is white fighting for the draw. Inaka doesn't want to fight for a draw. He didn't prepare 27 moves of prep to fight for a draw with white.
Yeah, Ding's tough, huh?
Yeah, Ding's good. But yeah, I love Ding's position.
I mean, it's a very solid position.
I mean,
to
giving
play.
both of these pawns up is going all in. Then you have to just sack everything on the king's side because these pawns are winning. No, great play by Ding. Yeah, definitely want to have black here. Okay, and he still feels thinking a long time here. Firuza's always thinking a long time. Now, this is getting serious. Spencer may not agree, but Karen will. This is move 14. Okay, 41 minutes left. I mean, it's the most boring game ever, and Firuza never moves. So if we get to move like 22, 23, and Firuza has 5 minutes left, that could be serious. There's no increment. So he's going to have to speed up. He can't play this pace. Plays this pace, he's going to lose on time and move 20. So really slow play from Ali Reza, basically for no reason.
He's got to make 26 moves. I mean,
Firuza just
That's a
plays
lot
too
of
slowly.
moves.
He does a lot of prep, and then he just never moves. That's
less
all
than
of his
2
games.
minutes per move.
What is he, Ray Robson?
He's old. Yeah, he's old.
Yeah, he's never been this old. He's 100 points higher than Ray Robson, more than 100 points. But so what?
He also stacks more paper.
It's true. No, this is just too slow. This position doesn't call for a 20-minute think. This is symmetrical pawn structure, boring position, all zeros. You can't think 20 minutes and make one of the all zeros moves. You got to play faster. Because when it gets to move 22, if the game sharpens up, he's going to lose to Fabi. If he loses to Fabi, how's Magnus going to play Firuza a match for the World Championship?
Right.
All right. Jan has gone insane. Rook e8. Ensha doesn't like that very much. Queen g3. Bishop h7 exclam. h4 is the best move. Bam.
Right. So the idea is to play h5 and then g5. Nah, because then e5's hanging. So
Good, good.
I don't know what the idea is, I guess. Because if you play g5, black will play h5.
I think black wanted to play g5 last move.
What?
That's why rook e8. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why rook e8. Because we're putting pressure here. Bishop d4.
Well, but I could
And then h4 makes it less palatable.
I was thinking I could just take everything, but e2 is hanging at the end too. Like if I take g5, trade queens, take h6, rook e2's got to be good, threatening the bishops and bishop e4.
Yeah.
Coming in hot there.
By the way, the second best move according to the engine is sacking the exchange, a pure exchange sack, and then just playing f5.
Ooh.
This is all zeros for some
I
reason.
do like this for white. If I saw this, I would totally do it. What does he even play here?
d4 exclamation.
Yeah, because then the e-pawn's attack.
Bishop f4. Queen c2.
Yep, double
Man,
attack.
look at all that. Look at all that counterplay. It says this ending is equal. It says all zeros.
Even this I kind of like white.
Terrible bishop, frankly.
It can never enter. It's just paralyzed.
a5 exclam. The only move.
Play on the queen side.
Yeah, a4, rook a6, rook b6.
a5 is the only move.
Yep. I mean, otherwise it says white's much better.
Because you can't move the b or c pawns. So. Gotta move the a pawn, I guess.
He didn't do that though. He didn't sack the exchange.
Dang
He just
it.
played h4. Always sack the
You
exchange.
should have sacked the
Yeah, because Spencer's mad now. Why don't you sack the exchange?
Right.
Now bishop d4 is the best move. You still could try to play g5.
Right, I mean h4 didn't stop g5. did
After
it?
bishop here, this is the engine line. Ugh. Never play f6.
Rook e3, I guess. And d4.
Man, rook f2. Now
Yeah.
there's a move I don't understand. Rook c f3.
Trying to get rook f7
Bishop e4 exclam.
Just take back, right?
f5.
Oh, I thought take back and rook f7 was the point. To trade if you trade queen, but then rook e2 again. Yeah, e2 is always weak. That's why rook f2 in that line, like
Yeah.
it was saying, e2 is weak in every line.
Yeah.
This is winning for white.
Well,
Plus 1.5.
I'll defend this.
With
Rook
black?
f8.
I don't know. I got g5.
Yeah.
It says you resign here.
Yeah, I mean,
This
I
is
guess
plus-
I'd play
this
king
is-
h8, but
This is plus
this is looking a little
3.5.
grim.
Bishop h3. It just says you're lost.
Yeah, but I defended pretty well for 2 moves.
Wow, queen f7 is the best move, hanging a piece.
Always hang a piece.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's a lot of initiative. Because there's a lot of threats. f6, g6,
Yeah.
e5 is weak also.
Yeah, the lines that we look at are much more exciting than the actual game. Okay, he
Play
played
rook
this. It says it's a
d8.
blunder. It says rook a8 terrible.
g5.
G5 exclam, better for white. I guess that threatens f5.
With g5, so then if h5, you'll play f5? Is that what you're
Also,
telling me?
bishop f3 is good, but I don't know why.
So then
I would never even consider bishop
g5,
f3.
you can't play h5.
Oh, okay.
Because g5,
That-
h5.
That is a good reason.
Yeah.
G5, it's playing king h6, king h8.
I think because if h5, then bishop f3 anyway.
f5.
Oh, I thought I could just take the pawn.
Well, I have bishop f4 and then g6, yeah.
Yeah. I was still going to take e2, but you're probably right. A lot of play there. This is still unclear. I mean, Duda might have thought this was okay. Because it's pretty sharp.
Yeah, the engine hates this move.
Yeah.
Like moving the rook from a terrible square to the center. Boo,
He's,
boo.
it's too critical. He had to do something immediately.
Yeah.
I already forgot what the move was, though.
Bishop f3 is good.
I
G5
meant
is
for
good.
black, though.
And this
It was
bishop
bishop
d4.
d4.
Yeah.
This is dissuading him from pushing the pawns a bit.
Yeah, you could take this and the bishop's defending.
Yeah. Just improving wasn't called for.
Anyway, it's always a tough position for black because even when the engine says black is fine, black's the one that has the onus to play accurately. White just pushes his pawns and has fun. Black's having no fun here. Black's like, what do I do against this? What do I do against that? And the engine doesn't care, but the human does. The human's like, why can't I have some play? Why can't I do something? Nakamura doesn't like his position. I can tell by looking at him. He's like, I did all this
Yeah.
prep for this. Yeah.
We've all been there, Naka.
Yeah, he's like, I prepared the whole game and I'm worse and I'm white. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah. Welcome
Well,
to
he's
the
been
candidates.
thinking half an hour here. Yeah, he's losing most of his time advantage. He was up an hour on the clock. Now he's up 20 minutes. He went to make a move and he went back and he didn't make the move because it hasn't moved because this moves before he does.
Right. Yeah.
So he went like this and then just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
I'm starving. I was just thinking that.
I'm not hungry at all. Aren't we going to the Cheesecake Factory?
I was already thinking, what am I going to get at Cheesecake Factory?
Man, there's so many things you can get.
Right. They have a 100-page menu.
Yeah.
So you can get a lot of things.
I remember several years ago, we were in St. Louis, I believe, and you ordered the burrito, and it was like, it was like this. And Spencer ate half of it and took the other half home. But I mean, it was like, it showed me like, what's happening? Why
I
is it so
like the
big?
bread there, but they don't
Brown
bring
bread,
they
brown
don't-
bread.
Right, and they don't bring it quickly always.
Give me that
So
bread.
I get mad about it, and it's the same at California Pizza Kitchen. They don't.
does.
California
Yeah,
Pizza
about it.
Kitchen's worse.
They only bring the 4 little round, hard to chew pieces of sourdough bread.
Yeah.
And
According
portions
to the
are crazy,
internet
yes.
at Cheesecake Factory, I can eat the sourdough bread and not the brown bread.
Oh, really?
Oh, good. More brown bread for us.
I think the brown bread, they put sugar in it because it's sweet.
I love the brown bread. It's really soft.
You're supposed to like the brown bread more. You're supposed to.
Yeah, I do.
I like the sour bread more because I can eat it.
I don't like sourdough that much.
Ooh, sourdough's
I like
good.
sourdough, yeah. But it's not
sourdough's
as good as
good.
the brown.
The brown's where it's
Who's
at.
that brown? What can brown do for you? So Naka will never move, huh?
Right. Okay, and we're getting that line.
Yeah,
yes,
nice.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's going to end in a draw if they play accurately. It's going to be a repetition. Check, King F1, Knight G4. Yep.
Yeah, it'll probably will be a draw, huh? With that repetition. So it's White's turn, and he
It
has
better
to
be
take
White's
the
turn.
knight, huh?
Better be
Or rook.
White's turn. God damn.
What if he tries check first?
Yeah, you can do that and then take the rook. King C7.
Because then, no, it didn't change the. You'll still have to play Rook C1 later. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really change anything.
If I was White, okay, I would be analyzing furiously like Bishop C5 early, but I guess Knight D3 just wins. I'd be worried about Bishop C5. But maybe I'm worrying about nothing.
I think Karen does get the Korean fried cauliflower.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I love that.
So if the rook moves backwards, that's mate, right?
but I
Rook
like
F4 is mate in 1.
it better somewhere else.
That's nice. That's Bishop E3. But I guess Knight D3 just wins. Yeah, actually, this is the only winning move.
Right, 'cause
Here's a funny draw. Rook
C1,
here, Rook
two.
C2.
Rook C2, yeah.
And then draw.
saw this coming.
Draw? Why doesn't this win?
My-
It's still a draw.
My favorite puzzle.
Wow, it's still perp here, right?
Rook takes B2.
Because you can't play Rook D2
Damn,
check.
serious threat here.
Jeez, this looks horrible. This is a draw?
Rook C4, only move, draw.
Wow, that's a weird move.
Yeah, because after check, I have King C1.
Yeah. But
And
like,
then all
why
your-
couldn't I play like Rook C2 or because Rook B1 check? What still?
Knight F2
okay.
resigns.
King. Oh, because then you trade rooks.
Yeah,
Duh. And then win the other one.
X-ray.
Oh, okay. Well, what about if I play Rook F1?
Here,
Yeah.
Knight F2 winning.
Oh, I didn't really stop it, did I?
Yeah, now I'm up a
yeah, I
pawn.
just
Oh,
lost
2 pawns.
Generally, yeah.
Well, 2 pawns and this pawn's
Just
hanging and this
generally
pawn's
lost, yeah.
hanging. Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not a higher evaluation. It's only like 1.5.
Well, the H pawn's hanging.
Yeah, I guess so.
Whoa, whoa,
F3.
whoa, whoa.
It says
Never
it's
play
okay,
F3.
though.
F3 is okay, but never play F3.
Yeah.
Yeah, God.
We played F3.
Just never play it. So check King G1, Bishop C5 probably.
Yes.
And then
takes.
Wow.
Only
'Cause-
move.
Okay, well. And
Then Rook F4 check wins this.
Rook
Yeah,
F4 is not made?
No, King H2.
Oh, I forgot you took the knight. Yeah.
Anyway,
Alright.
this is forced. You have to check. You have to go here.
Bishop C5.
You have
is
to play
forced.
Bishop C5 or you
You
resign.
got everything hanging. Yeah.
You have to play Bishop C5. You have to take this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could go here, but you're worse. You can do it, but after Rook E2, you're
That's
worse.
a bizarre move. Hanging the knight on purpose like that?
Right, you can do that, but this is better.
I guess.
Now you have to play here. These are forced.
Yeah.
This has to happen.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's playing knight E3.
Now you could play King H2 or Knight E3. They're equally good.
So
They're
King
both
H-
equal.
King H2, obviously.
Rook takes C4. Then one of the rooks to D1 check. Draw.
But anyways, draw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. After-
I still like
But
black.
by the way, after you check with one of the rooks, Bishop D6 check, then you take it. Only move.
Yeah.
Then you check again.
I would think black's still like winning the whole time here.
Right. Then bishop e7, and the rook is like trapped. Damn. You can't play rook here because bishop. Well, you can, but
Why can't I just go all the way up?
all the way.
You're gonna do some checks.
Bishop check. It says white's better here.
B7, I guess.
GH and white's better. Down the exchange because bishop e5, bishop g7 is winning.
Right, and I guess rook h4, king g3. What a fork! You can't protect the rooks.
Resigns.
Crazy fork, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, it's funny how bad this bishop is.
This is why bishop d6 check was played first, so you had to play king b7.
Mm-hmm.
You know, otherwise it would be bishop b7, king c8.
Anyway, a lot of this is going to happen.
Right, yeah, this already did, and then he played f3.
Right.
He will check and
So
play bishop c5.
he's going to check. He's going to
Yeah.
play here. He's going to take. He's going to go here.
Yep.
He might play knight e3. Because now this is all weird.
Oh, yeah.
Rook
What do you do about
g4
that?
takes, rook g6, draw.
Oh, rook g6. I didn't see that.
Black's up 2 pawns here. And
Bishop
the engine
g5,
says, the engine says all zeros.
The bishop g5
Yeah,
is
but I have
just-
e5 I can
Oh,
escape.
yeah. That's right, that's right.
Yeah, it just says play chess. Here, and then threatening bishop b6, I guess, which wins.
Opposite color bishops, huh?
Wow, 2 pawns down and it's all zeros.
Yeah, no problem for white.
I like
there.
this rook here and then king b8.
So get off the dark square with the rook, right? So bishop c5 check doesn't win a
It says
rook.
a4, all zeros. Man, 2 pawns up is 2 pawns up. I guess it's not.
Yeah, I mean the bishop is bad, and it's opposite color bishops. So even like an endgame, like with the rooks off, might not win. If white's king is good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And white has a lot of initiative.
Man, this is all
What
zeros.
about rook d8? I mean,
Yep.
might even prefer white at some point. So this did.
So this
happen.
was played, and he has to
Yep.
play FG. But he
Yeah.
could play knight e3 where he's worse. But he'll probably play FG. I mean, you got to calculate accurately here. For us, we have an engine, so we
Right.
know the moves are fine. But the players,
They're stressing
they
out.
could be hanging mate in one. You're going to
Yeah.
watch it.
So remind me what you thought instead of f3. You thought he was going to take the rook.
Right.
Yeah.
Never play f3. Yeah, take the rook. Rook check. King here. Bishop c5. Oh, not bishop c5. Rook takes
Take the
knight.
knight first, yeah.
Threatening bishop c5, which wins. So rook c1.
Yeah.
Now, if bishop here with bishop b6 check, there's this repetition.
Right.
That's
Okay.
white's winning there even.
Where? What?
It's this white's winning here.
After here? Oh, bishop c1 wins? No, rook c1.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, rook d1 check wins.
Why?
Bishop d8 check
Oh, bishop d8 check.
wins the. Yeah, bishop a5 you can't play.
Right. But you could try some other way to get on the diagonal, I guess, but it still won't work.
King
Actually, you
d6
can.
is the engine move because you want to go here. Then there's this repetition.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. Yeah. That was the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, rook d8, rook d1 check at at the start there doesn't
If you
help.
check here and then trade rooks, which you can do, it likes black in this endgame because the rook is so bad on h1. It just plays a normal move like a5. It really hates this rook.
You think we could step over to the Duda game? I mean, Yan.
Mm-hmm.
It was rook d1 or d8. We saw that
Right. G5 is good.
best.
It says king h8's the best. It doesn't like hg.
Well, and now the evaluation's lower than it was before.
Okay.
Remember, it was like almost like really good for white.
Right. It says king h8.5.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
Right.
So
but
rook
he played
d1
here.
maybe
Doesn't
would-
like that. Doesn't like that one.
And rook h1 maybe. something?
Opening up the h file for white.
Rook h1, queen h4, king g3. That's a plan. It's a
This
pretty good
says
plan.
white's just winning now +2. It says hg is a blunder. Wow. Bishop b4. That just loses immediately to bishop takes bishop and f5. Then resigns. Wow. He played like bad move, bad move, bad move. Duda played 3 bad moves in a row. That's not good for report.
Right, and rapport has to do that because they're twins or whatever, doppelgangers.
No, white's going to be a piece up, and black's going to try to take like all these pawns. Now it says bishop c3 is equally good to taking an f5. Yeah, it just says bishop takes an f5 wins.
Yay! Thank you, Bryce from Ohio.
Yay.
Ben is a candidate.
No, it's
in
funny
my
because
heart.
all the moves, the
Aw.
engine's like good move,
nice.
good move, good move. Then all of the sudden, Do every move Judah plays the engine's like,
Hold on a
horrible.
minute, though.
Every move red. What are you doing?
The point of okay, you trade the bishop so that the queen's deflected from the e pawn too.
God damn.
Is that bad? Oh yeah, it is.
Man, no good.
So g6 wins a piece, right, for white.
Mm-hmm.
So
Also e6 takes g6. Also good.
I don't know. I can't play king h8 either because that's ridiculous. You need to play
You're
g6
not,
anyway.
Yeah, you're not.
And
Yeah.
then queen h3
Rook,
check.
Rook c3 resigns. Wow, Rook c3. I guess it wants to come to the h file.
I mean, anyway, you can play 100 moves there. You can play like e4.
Yeah.
And then play queen h4.
So queen b2 is forced.
g6.
It likes e6 better than g6.
Because the e pawn's hanging anyway, right?
Mhm.
So you might as well.
Fe,
And then g6, I bet.
g6. Rook b1 first, also possible.
Kick it.
It likes Rook b1 first here, but I don't know.
Oh, we could do that.
Who's going to play that?
Just kick and then rook b7's coming in later. We could play it. And then? Yep. Uh-huh.
This is the engine line.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just king h8, right? This is where we're happy to play rook b7, right?
Mm-hmm. Threatening mate.
Rook e7 forced.
Yep.
And then even f5's hanging here. Yep.
This is the engine line. I mean, black has drawing chances
Yeah.
because white only has this
This
one.
is
pawn
probably
here.
a draw, I was thinking.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
That's probably.
Probably.
What if I just, like, if I trade queens ever?
Mm-hmm.
That should draw.
Mm.
But okay, maybe not here, but if I ever trade queens and it's not that bad, I should generally draw. Although
If I win this, I'm going to win.
because it's the right rook pawn.
Yeah, if I
even.
win this, I'm
it's
gonna
the right
win.
rook pawn.
Looks like I'm going to win it if I just trade and go here.
Uh,
I guess you could play a6 and c5.
yeah.
I mean, it likes bishop f1 a lot. I'm not even kidding. It loves bishop f1.
Stopping a6.
Probably, that's why. It doesn't trade queens. It says that's just winning.
Now we can't even take the h pawn though. This is another bishop f1, bishop d3 is like super
Mm-hmm.
strong. Bishop f1's insanely good.
Bishop d3 exclam. Yeah, it just says white's winning.
Oh,
here.
I feel like I could draw it, right? Wouldn't you feel like that?
This says white's plus like 4.
No, it's a win, yeah. It's not +4 if it's a draw at this point.
How do I win this? Rook takes.
King over.
It just says like black resigns here.
Right, it'll eventually be Zugzwang.
See, a piece is worth 9 pawns. Here we have 3 pawns, okay, and it says plus 9 for white.
So it's actually worth 12 pawns.
Yeah, it's plus 9 for white and 3 pawns for a
Yeah.
piece. Half the chat wants to have black here. They're like, well, he's only got that 1 pawn. He'll never win.
Yeah,
And
but
I might
it's-
win. I have
it's
3
the
pawns.
right colored rook pawn.
Plus
yeah.
12.
Right
Wow.
colored rook pawn is very important.
Yeah, you're just in Zugzwang here. You can't move because I'm going to play king d6.
Yeah, and then I'll play bishop g4, f5.
Yeah,
over
G5,
and over.
I just
Yeah.
play. I just keep pushing my
Or
pawn,
whatever,
and
right,
eventually
push
I'm
the
going to come in
pawn,
here.
yeah.
Plus
Whatever you want,
14.
yeah.
It's going to announce mate if I let it sit long enough. It's probably like mate in 33
Yeah.
or something. Yeah,
Like in my game when I had the bishop and they had a bunch of pawns, but we had queens.
it's good to be up a piece. Good. It's good to have a bishop, and the guy has nothing. He's still thinking. He hasn't moved since all these machinations.
Yeah, I do love a good machination.
It doesn't like queen takes b2 anymore. It's playing queen e7, saying that's completely lost. But I don't know why. Queen b2 is a lot better than queen e7 based on what the engine was saying. Now it wants to play rook c3.
Pretty subtle move.
Well, I mean, it stops the queen from,
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And then the rook can come over.
Yeah. I understand.
Why were you saying earlier that queen b2 is forced? Because
Well, you have to take all these
there's no
pawns.
right, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you're going to lose a bishop
piece.
anyway.
It's the
So you
only
might as well get 4
advantage.
pawns for it if you
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
That's what I thought you meant. I was just making sure that I wasn't missing some
Yeah, queen b2
other-
is better than queen e7. Queen e7 is just giving up. That is just lose. Queen b2, you might take enough pawns where you can draw. So queen b2 is just the better move. Yeah, this is better. Now it likes rook c3 a lot. Because we can do this whenever we want. Man, it really likes white here. Like, it likes white more than, like, we do.
I don't know. I like quite
It
a lot.
really likes white.
I would
plus
not be
4.
sure that it's totally
Plus
winning.
4. Jesus.
Too passive for
I
black.
mean, this
there.
does look good. I can't argue with that. It looks like black's playing terrible. Like he's moving his queen out and is getting crushed otherwise.
Oh, he's like flailing around for counterplay with the queen.
Yeah, it just wants to play rook e3, so when I play e6, I don't lose all my pawns.
Patient stuff. Patient 0.
I guess after rook e3, since your queen's not on my rook, I can threaten queen h4, rook h3. Also annoying. And my rook's defending my pawn, so I'm going to mate you. Yeah, this is +4. So just bishop takes an f5.
He made
is
some
just,
moves,
is
it
just
said,
winning.
I think. Did it?
Yep. Yeah, he played the right way.
Take it and play
played
F5.
f5.
Yeah.
I mean, queen e7 is just giving up. You have to play queen b2 and play for tricks. Doesn't matter what the engine says.
Is it still like e6 f6 or e6?
Yeah, e6, G6
yeah.
take, and I mean, black has to get like you can't just not take pawns. You got to take all these pawns. This is less losing, it says, but from a human, this is definitely losing, and maybe that isn't. And also, is Nepo going to find rook c3? Better than e6 and g6, it says, or g6 right away. You got to take all these pawns. That's your only hope. There's no way he'll go here. Ridiculous. I've never been so angry. Okay, let's look at this game.
He did play 93.
All that stuff
like
happened.
you said.
Yeah, he played knight e3.
Tricky.
He has to take it, but it's just going to be a draw with opposite bishops.
Yeah. Alright, Jabal's like, yes, opposite color bishop draw.
Mm-hmm.
My goal with white.
All right, let's see. He did make a move. Oh, no, he didn't. Naka hasn't moved in 45 minutes.
Wow.
Only 4.
Well, race for the prize. People forget that, like, they only think, like, what happened recently. You know, what was the last thing that happened? Nepo lost to Magnus. He got crushed. So they're like, he's no good.
Man, Naka was
Crazy,
up almost
yeah.
an hour this game.
It's crazy
And now
stuff.
it's even on time. Remember when
he
I
never
said
moves,
I don't
yeah.
like white, I don't care what the engine says, etc. And then Naka thinks for like 45 minutes on a move. So maybe I'm not as dumb as everybody said I was in college and high school.
And best testing indicates.
Yeah, maybe those tests were wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, how often do I argue with the engine? Never, right? But I know when you're a human, like black has good winning chances here and white's struggling. The engine just struggles and draws and doesn't care and says equal. But it's not equal. It's not equal if one side's trying to draw and luckily does draw. It's equal when it's equal and both sides can win or it's a dead draw. So even though this is drawn with correct play, and if two engines are playing it's a draw, it's very hard to have white here. I was liking black all the way. I don't care about these doubled pawns.
Always bet on black. I mean, anyways, d3 next move is going to be kind of tough.
Yeah, and I think, well, I mean, the knight on e6 is the knight on e6. I mean, I spent my whole life trying to put a knight on e6 like that. I never could do it.
Right. It's very difficult to get anything going with white against that knight. It guards the king side and the center and blocks the pawn.
Now, Naka's been playing great when he's on the ropes this tournament. He's been
Yeah.
defending and,
That's sort of true.
really
yeah.
playing well. Except when he lost to Caruana the first round. Since then, he's been playing great. Oh, let me tell you about this pitcher. Okay, so you know Otani, the famous Japanese guy who is a great hitter, great pitcher.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 days ago, are you sitting down?
I'm sitting.
He had 8 RBI as a hitter, and they lost.
Whoa.
Okay, the next day he pitched.
Yeah.
13 strikeouts.
Still lost.
No, they won.
Oh.
They won, but 13 strikeouts.
a lot,
Here's why I'm pointing this out. Here's the analogy I'm making that nobody else would make, whoever lived or understand. Naka lost the first round, and then played great, and he's drawing and winning. Okay.
Yeah.
The first 2 hitters got singles against Otani,
Okay.
and that was it. Then he pitched 8 innings, no more hits.
No hits, huh?
But single, then no hits. Then he got 24 the next 25 batters out. Or 23 the 24.
It's pretty good
He had a walk.
at baseball. Huh?
In 2 innings, he struck out all 3 batters. In 2 innings.
How do you even get right? 2 separate 3-run homers, then 2 sac flies.
Yeah, and they lost.
Wow, that's a lot of.
Now, what's
RBI,
more
huh?
impressive to you? 8 innings with 2 hits, 13 strikeouts, or 8 RBI?
8
8 RBI is less common.
8 RBI.
But it's more important to do the other one. It's more important to pitch and do well. Like for your team to win.
How many times do you score 8 runs and not
It's
win?
happened 5 times in Major League history. So you're right.
So I'm right.
Yeah. It's happened 5 times.
Yeah, there's no way.
But how good is he that he can get 8 RBI and then he can pitch like almost a no-hitter the next game?
Yay, thank you for this introduce.
That's
Archer
crazy.
Ancha. Karen, how much of your time do you spend in your head while this stuff's going on? Which stuff, baseball or chess?
Inside my head.
Aren't you always in your head? Aren't you?
Right.
I tune out on the baseball.
No, 8-inning shutout isn't more impressive. It's more common. 8 RBI never happens ever. 8-inning shutout happens
Sometimes.
like twice a week.
Yeah. It's just good. It's really good.
Minaka still hasn't moved. Terrible.
Yeah, you pal, you know.
Oh, there are moves here.
Okay, so he played. This is Ali Reza
Not
versus
interesting
Fabi.
at all.
Thanks, 3-arm bandit. Played E4. Remember what I said? I said if you want to win, you got to play E4. None of this knight E4. E4 is the only way to win. I'm not saying he's going to win. In fact, he's probably going to lose. But the point is, if you want to win, you got to play E4. Okay, E5 only move.
Counterattacking.
Otherwise, you're attacking the knight, and E5 is coming.
Yep.
So you have to
Gotta
play
stop
E5.
E5.
Although Rook C4 doesn't lose, it says.
Pinning
That's
it.
hard to believe. Wow. Looks like it.
Or knight D2.
Then Rook D4.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, Rook C4 doesn't lose. It's slightly better for white. Just slightly. E5 attacking the queen. The queen
Queen
moved
H.
away, and then knight B4. The engine very, very, very slightly prefers black, but, equal. Man, the engine plays 91. God damn.
Yeah.
Big money. No whammies. $10.
$10.
The something commentary, the Father, the Son, and the Holy, what?
Karen.
Yeah. Yay, thanks for the $10.
I'm pretty holy. So it wants to move the knight back because of C2. Why is it wanting to move the knight? You said
Yeah,
That
that's...
controls the knight.
Yeah, 91,
Right.
stopping my knight from coming in.
right.
Plus, the knight on F3 is not exactly great.
Yeah, my knight on F3 can't go anywhere of note. So here at
So
least,
you can
here at
kick
least
it
it's,
and play
it's,
knight
it's
D3.
defending. Yeah, you go
Yeah.
here, kick the knight, knight D3, Papa John.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay.
Bishop H3 is the second move
I like
because
that
the
move.
bishop here is blocked, and then this bishop is blocked. So white wants to trade these bishops, which is the opposite of what I would have said 4 moves ago.
Yeah.
Because this bishop was great, and this bishop was great, and E4, E5 made both of these bishops bad. So now we want to trade this bishop for this bishop. This bishop got better, and this bishop got better. So confusing the audience.
I'm confused.
But see, here's the thing. My knight can get to D4, Karen. My knight can get to D4. I have 2 avenues, right? Your knight can't get to D5 because that's cheating. Your knight can't get there.
I got it.
My knight can get here, and it's going to. So black's better because pawn structure is symmetrical, but I can play here and you can't play here. So that's why you want to have black in this position.
Also, white's queen doesn't really make sense there.
Now, if you remember 2 moves ago, I was complaining about
Yeah.
Ali Reza's time usage.
Now what? That's gotten worse.
18 minutes? It's move 16.
Yeah, this is bad. That's risky. He could
This
be
is the
blundering.
only guy Magnus wants to play, the guy who never moves and never wins a game.
No, he thought forever and played like kind of a passive move there.
Bishop G5. I was just saying this bishop's
Right.
bad and this
Yeah.
bishop's not, and then he played Bishop G5 and the engine says boo, boo.
How long did he think on that one?
20 minutes.
That's longer than
And
he
knight-
has for
knight-
the rest of the time control.
Right. Yeah, the engine says
Wow.
bishop takes, knight takes, H6, black's better. Then knight C6.
Trading dark square bishops, he must have thought he had to do it, but because you don't want to do that.
Man, the bishop here's terrible.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, this is just a poor move.
Yeah. It's like how Rajabov did it the other
I mean, it's
day.
still in the draw zone, but black is playing for the win now. Black has this great rook, the great knight, the D4 square. I can't go to D5. Trading off these bishops is helping black. This bishop's no good. This bishop's great. He doesn't want to trade this bishop spends because he wants to play bishop F1 to C4 later.
Always do
But he's
that.
never going to play bishop C4. He's dreaming of playing bishop C4. I mean, if he plays bishop C4 in 10 moves, I'll look pretty silly.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. I've always said this.
So I'm confused. So why do you think he played bishop G5?
It's a bad move.
Yeah,
I only thought 20
I don't
minutes.
like it.
You don't have a reason as to why.
No,
And
it's
the
a
reason
bad move. This is a bad
is
bishop. This
Yeah, it
bishop
seems
is good.
bad to me. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
what other idea could it be?
Ali Rez is not having the best tournament of his life. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah, he couldn't handle the truth. Yeah, he couldn't
can't
play
do
rook
it.
c3,
Ah,
e6, fe, and he could play rook b1 first. Since he hasn't moved yet, I think he's going to play rook b1. I think if he had played g6, he would have played it quickly. Rook b1 is way better because of the queen trade. If you play g6 and then play rook e1, rook b1, now I play queen e5. Then we trade queens, and this, the queen's off the board, and there's only this pawn
rook
left.
a7.
Right, king h7. Yeah, this position, 3 pawns for a piece, but black has both of his rooks. So black has 4 passed pawns.
Well,
Rook takes
f5.
f5. Yeah, this is still really good for white.
Yeah, because rook f7.
Still really good for white. Yeah.
You could attack the king a little bit.
Probably winning. Probably
Yeah,
winning.
I'd expect to win there.
Probably winning.
Yeah, and they got that bishop.
Yep. Extra bishop's an extra bishop.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if he played g6. He's still thinking about it. The engine really liked rook c3. Like, it really liked it. That's a Magnus kind of move. Like, not winning a piece, just rook c3. Wow, 6.37, rook c3. That's the kind of move Wesley would play. We'd say, wow, Wesley's great.
Yeah, but Wesley wouldn't have played any of this opening.
No.
He would play super solid.
Man, rook c3 plus 6. Just do this whenever you feel like it. There's no need. There's no rush. And stopping the counterplay. It's funny, like after rook c3, like this is the engine line. If I was white, I'd be like, why'd I give all my pawns away?
Right.
And I'm not even threatening that.
I would not.
And this is like it's like bishop f5 is the best move.
Well, you're threatening, I guess, e6.
Bishop f3 wins the queen.
Oh, I didn't see
God
that.
damn. That's amazing that the queen's trapped here. Bishop f5 is the best move, and bishop g6 is the second best move. Because that way, if bishop f3, your queen can go back. That's so ridiculous. Yeah, this is hard to see, a priori.
White's not going to play f6, then the light square bishop's too good.
Never play f6.
Yeah, never play that.
No, he's just considering whether to play g6 now or play rook b1 first. I don't think it matters much. I think they're both good players.
I missed part of that because I was texting, but I thought you said that the move order would result in a queen trade, but maybe I misunderstood.
Right. Yeah, if he plays g6 first, the engine was thinking this queen trade helped black, but then after looking at it for like a minute, it's like, never mind, I like white.
Yeah, but you might as well not allow it. I mean, unless you think.
Yeah,
it's an
because if
easy
you
win.
go here and don't trade queens, now I'm threatening mate.
So if white plays rook b1 first, he doesn't have to consider that.
Right, okay.
But there might be other things that he has to consider.
I mean, it's
Not
just going to be
order.
like black struggling to draw a piece down in an endgame. That's what's going to happen. He's going to struggle.
So what happened here? He played knight e3. We saw that.
Takes.
And then this is,
Yep.
what we expected.
He could check with either rook first or take on e3.
Probably doesn't matter at all, huh?
If you check on d1 first, bishop d4 is interesting.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyways, it's not like white is avoiding winning a piece there because it's just going to be trade anyway. But white is down 2 pawns, so you might not want to have a position where it's not opposite color bishops when he has the initiative. You might want to just take it and have opposite color bishops and attack on the dark squares.
But he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
D3 was
moves.
played.
Played
Rook
rook
G3.
g3.
He thought forever.
He thought,
50 minutes.
I think it says 51. 51 minutes, yeah.
Good guess.
D3, rook e1. So that line that I was saying before with bishop takes h6 and queen h5, that could happen.
Yeah, bishop h6. Oh, what was the move here for? Is takes on b5, I guess?
Yeah, I think the reason it's playing king h2 here and not taking right away is because of d2. Yep, d2 wins. Because rook e2, I take it. If the king's on h2, my rook can go to g1 or h1.
Yeah, but can I put my rook somewhere else?
Such as? Rook f1, I take this.
So e4, and then you'll play some tricky
Queen
moves.
c6, threatening. Well, it doesn't threaten here because you can. Oh, it does threaten there because I would
Just
have
win
piece
the
at the end.
bishop at the end.
Yeah, that's why king h2.
Well, what about... Okay, my rook's hanging. So...
Yep. No, it says you resign.
Dang
It
it.
says,
Yeah, I
it says,
can't
it says,
move
it says
anywhere.
resigns.
Wait, why can't you just bring the bishop back?
Rook's hanging.
Before that move. Go back.
Rook's hanging.
all the time. The bishop's not even hanging. Yeah.
Bishop takes d2.
Oh, bishop. Oh, you want to take that?
Well,
yeah.
queen b2, right?
Queen
I'm just asking
d5
why you can't
is
do
queen d5 because it's pinned.
Okay.
Rook e2,
And then knight f4, I assume.
knife f4.
Yeah, I was right. I'm never
Yeah,
right.
we have to give up an exchange.
Okay.
And,
You
oh,
do?
We can't even.
You can't give up an exchange.
I was gonna play rook e3 hanging mate.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yay, thank you, Abe Froman, for all those send-to-dos.
500
Yay.
bits.
Thank you so much.
No, this is like the engine says equal, and Hikaru's
Yeah,
struggling
I like
to be
black.
equal.
So he played rook e1, like we said.
Right. So we're looking at queen b5. The engine wants to
Yeah.
play queen c2, and still says king h2 is the right move.
He might play queen c2. That looks pretty nice.
Mhm.
Well, it doesn't really threaten anything, but this looks
No, he
okay.
checked.
Just give me that pawn, yeah.
Yeah, if you take all the pawns, you win.
Yeah, no problem then.
So bishop h6 just loses immediately to d2. King h2 is a brilliant
Good
move.
thing knight on e3 is
King-
e6 is there.
King,
Huh?
king h2 is brilliant. Queen g4 is also playable. It says.
Really good knight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Kind of
And
hiding
queen h5.
behind that pawn.
Right.
No, I mean this is like black is winning and white has to do some tricks to draw. Like white has to just sack all his pieces and hope for a perp. Because black's winning on the queen side in the center. Black's just winning. No, I'm sure that Hikaru's choking on his own rage. Because he played like 27 moves of prep and now he's like fighting for a draw. And he had white. So,
Yeah.
I'm not saying he won't draw, but it's like, you feel bad inside. Like, why did I prep all this if I'm fighting for a
You
draw?
can't hide what's inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like me,
hasn't-
Charles.
Still hasn't moved. He's deciding
That makes two
whether
of
to
us.
play G6 or Rook B1.
I am, Charles. I'm so hungry. I can't wait to eat that brown bread.
I'm not even hungry at all. They're not going to bring that.
What?
Rook takes G4.
We'll pick him up by the ankles and shake him until brown bread falls out.
They always say we have to bake more.
It reminds
Right.
me, like I saw who's the comedian? He died recently. He played the woman on Baskets.
I know.
Louis
Louis.
Anderson.
I saw Louis Anderson do stand up because one of his writers is a friend of mine, so I got free tickets. But anyway, he's doing stand up and he's like, "Yeah, when I was a kid, we go to a restaurant and my mom just loved butter. My mom loved butter more than anybody. I'm thinking of Wes because Wes loved butter." And she's like, "Excuse me, can we have some butter? Can we get some more butter over here? Where's the butter?" And I'm like, "Mom, wait till we sit down." Oh snap! That'll be Karen at the restaurant. Where's our bread? You haven't been seated yet. I don't care. Okay, so Rook takes G4 was played. Bishop takes E3 instead of Rook D1 check. And we looked at this a long time ago. Rook D1 check. And it's, even though White's down 2 pawns, he has an initiative and a better bishop, and Black has 7,000 isolated pawns. So the engine says it's all zeros. Rook is bad on G6. White has just enough compensation to draw.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, they did trade did the
take.
thing, and then
3.
now he's did
Yep, knight
a
C6.
trading maneuver here. He's gonna play bishop h3. But the
Yeah,
engine
he
doesn't
blundered.
like it.
He didn't see something.
What's the problem?
F5 and Queen E8.
Oh, queen e8.
Yeah, no-
I just showed this idea to my student.
Yeah.
When you're skewered and you move your queen to attack the queen, so when we trade,
That's
your
actually
rook- your rook
winning
is
for
safe.
Black. Black's winning there. Yeah, he just made a mistake.
Wow, I can't believe he made this kind of.
Yeah, he wanted to
tactical
trade off his
blunder.
bad bishop. Yep.
No, it must be a little deeper.
It could be.
somehow.
It could be that he saw it and he thought he had
He
compensation.
wouldn't miss this.
Yeah, he could miss that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, he has 11 minutes left. He
Yeah,
wasn't
he does
thinking.
have 11
Wasn't
minutes.
thinking 20 minutes a move.
In a bullet game, he figured he'd play this with Black.
No, it's not lost. It's like, barely lost.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't. Give
No,
up
I wouldn't use the
material
white on purpose.
yeah.
No.
You're just lucky it's not dead lost. Really.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, Queen E8
This
is
is
the
bad
move.
position.
Yeah, that's a cool
Because if the
move.
knight ever moves, knight d4 is crushing. Knight's just stuck here. Yeah, this is no fun, and he has very little time on his clock. He's down 55 minutes to 11. I think he just missed f5, queen e8. That's my opinion.
500 bits.
Thanks, Rufus Blunder. I don't think he saw it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's hard to see.
That's a big miss.
That's
for
a, that's a
him, though.
nice trick.
I wouldn't have seen it, but
Magnus is only going to play him.
right. Magnus is like, what? Ridiculous.
No, f5, queen e8 is really nice. Because it barely wins.
Yeah, I just showed that same idea to my student the other day. I forgot who it was though. Because I taught 5.5 hours yesterday. So
Yeah, that's just Fabi's
it
game.
was just like one long lesson.
Look at the way Fabi's sitting at the board. He obviously sees it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Magnus should have made that comment, actually.
About what?
About he
I'm
would
only
only-
going to play Ollie.
Oh.
I don't think that's the right thing for a world champion to say.
Yeah.
And in general, I like Magnus. I just don't think that's the right way to handle it. You don't have to say anything. You can just say you're stepping down and discuss it later. I just wouldn't. I don't think it was the right way to behave.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's right.
All right. I mean, he could have just said nothing and not cared.
Right. Just
And then decide later.
right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why single out one player, make the other ones feel a little dumped on,
Yep,
and you
yep.
didn't even really pick the right player?
Bam!
Well,
You hear that, Magnus? Gotcha, bitch. Oh, snap.
he picked the highest like rating to age ratio player.
yeah,
young
he just wanted to
person.
play somebody younger from a different
know.
generation.
Yeah.
But I don't think he should have made the statement, is all.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I guess he can say whatever he wants, but
Yeah,
if people like are looking up to you and following you when you're the world champion, so you kind of have to watch what you're doing a bit.
right, you're a role model. I just think it makes the other players feel slighted. I mean, like he doesn't think you're worth playing,
Right,
even
right.
if you win the candidate. I just don't think you should have said it. But
No, but seriously, how could anybody watch any other coverage of this tournament? We're all just so great. Terrible.
Yeah,
Everything we say is like hilarious and true and everything.
insightful. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we incite violence.
Right.
Karen hates all Norwegians.
Okay, so
Karen.
Magnus. I said Fabi, then I said Magnus. Now I'll say Hikaru because that's the person I was thinking of. Played Queen H5, putting in an H.
I was actually wondering about that.
That line might happen where he's a rook down, and then it's a black's move and it's still a draw.
Oh, you looked at this move?
Well, by transposition.
Oh, bishop h6 first, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So knight G5 is equal. Queen B2 is equal.
Oh, but bishop h6 first was d2, right? Was that line?
Yeah, that was King
Yeah,
H2. So this
King
is a different
H2,
line.
right.
Yeah, this is still equal. But I mean, White's going to have to sack everything and get a perpetual. That's how it's going to be equal.
Yeah, he does want to play bishop h6, but knight on e6 is too good. I'll just push my d pawn, and he only took an h pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he'll, like we're saying, sacrifice and perpetual. He can't really mate, but he could perpetual.
Right. It seems like
This is tough for White.
that's what he would want to do.
It's
Yeah, at
equal,
this
but
point, yeah.
White's going to have to fight for the perpetual or the draw. Okay, he didn't play rook b1. He played g6, ef5. He played rook b1 there too.
And it just says like not even hardly winning.
Yeah, but it is. It's wrong.
is, yeah, it's
yeah,
just thinking.
it thought this was like fine, then it changed its mind.
Right. Yeah, it'll do that. Just thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up a piece. I wonder if Judah's thinking about taking this so he can take that later and draw, but then rook takes, you can't stop queen g7. That's amazing.
Yeah, Fallujah did blunder. We already looked at that.
This is amazing. Look at this.
Because f5, queen e8.
I have the very simple threat, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah,
Like queen b2 is the engine move, giving the queen away.
protects the pawn.
Yeah.
Well, what about queen a1? Oh, but then you don't deflect the rook.
Right, then the rook, yeah, right,
Deflect
exactly.
the other rook.
Yeah, now it's his mate here. You really want to take that pawn, too. That's the pawn that's beating you. You'll take that pawn later, but you
Oh,
can
and by
never
the way,
take that
if
pawn.
in that line, if you can't play rook g8, just hanging the rook because it's mate if you take back with the rook on g8. It's
Yep,
queen-
take with the
queen to
king, we
h
have
file,
mate,
yeah.
and take with the rook, we have two mates.
Pretty funny. You can't even give up a rook. You have to give up a queen.
This is the professional mate. That's what lower level players would do.
Right. Gotta be on white squares, you know.
So he did check. King c7. This is Radjabov report. It says rook a b1 equal, otherwise black wins.
Dast 95. Nepo already cut his bun off.
Right.
You're behind the times.
He's got buns, hun.
Man, it gave double question mark to rook takes d7. Never sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, it's saying this is just dead winning. And queen e8. That's really
Gotta
nice.
do it. Yep. Gotta do it.
He sees it. He's just wondering about the resulting position. If his white squares are too weak, then he realizes they're not. Then he plays it. Because, if you're a human, you're like, okay, queen goes somewhere, knight h4, you coming in here, risk it to the biscuit. I always have knight e7 though, so I shouldn't worry about that. Yeah, so
I mean, he might have done this on purpose, but
rook
I wouldn't
f6,
imagine.
Knight d4. Yeah, that stops bishop e6.
It's just like all of black's pieces are good, so what are you
No,
giving up the exchange for?
This is just winning. Yeah, this is nothing.
Just winning.
No, Fabi's just winning. Yeah, rook takes d7 was a blunder. Will Fabi play f5 or he'll miss it? Be funny if he missed it.
Yeah, I mean, he could just move his queen and be fine.
He can move his queen. It's just a draw.
So he has to weigh the options, but it's hard to believe he won't do that if he sees it, which he will. So I could almost guarantee it.
Queen takes b2 was played.
And then what's the move now, bishop?
It says queen h6 loses immediately for no reason. It says queen h6, you do this.
Right, you can't sacrifice and trade and perpetual, I mean, so...
Right, you have to play bishop h6 or resign.
And sack, yeah.
Bishop h6 only move. Otherwise resigns. So it's playing queen b4, but I wonder if there's other moves. d2 is a draw.
D2.
d2, it says rook d1. Queen c2 seems obvious.
Yeah.
Queen e2 only move, otherwise resigns. So that's why queen c2 isn't good.
No, it's not. It's not winning. Is it?
One of the top engine moves is a move you would never, ever, ever think of.
Tell me about it.
Here's what I want you to do. Suggest every reasonable move for black. You'll never get to it. Never.
King h7.
f5.
Dang.
f5. Mother son of a...
Oh, he played bishop h6 in the game.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's what we expected. So we'll.
By the way, this is an engine line, and I'm not kidding. King f8, you take, right? And then king g8. So there's no bishop e4 check.
And it's pinned too. Yeah, it's pinned.
Draw.
But what if you play bishop h6 and put black's pawn back on d2?
Oh, and then the pawn's back here. Oh, snap.
Draw.
Man, king f8, king g8. I hope that happens.
I do like that.
Queen b4 gives black a very, very tiny edge, it says. Attacking the rook. And then swinging the queen over here.
I was just going to say centralize, right?
Yeah, I want to play queen e4.
Oh, 60 bits.
What?
I like
Somebody
your
gives
shirt,
60
Ben.
bits. Yay. Thank you. Me
Yay. Somebody says Fabi blundered.
Nah, they
No.
just lied.
Nope, Fabi didn't move yet.
Maybe that's the blunder, not moving.
You did mention a rook on take somewhere was a blunder, and I was kind of...
Ollie Reza blundered.
Right, but
Yeah.
I think they got confused.
Yep. Amazing.
Oh, well, it's
It really hates what he did.
I get confused. I'm
Queen
sitting
f6
right here.
question mark. Rook takes e2 double question mark. I mean, just rook takes resigns. What kind of move is that?
Queen h6.
King g1 resigns. No, I mean, then my...
Queen c1. Oh, rook
Rook
f1.
f1.
Rook
No,
F1.
that's ridiculous what he did. He just gave up. You can't let the queen and two rooks attack you like this. You got to stop that. No, rook ff7 is coming. I don't know, no good. Yeah, he just wants to take this pawn. He thought he was going to lose if he didn't take the pawn. So he's going to play queen check, then he's going to take this pawn, then he's going to lose.
Yeah. Right, he wanted to take the pawn so bad. Bauer and Salad.
I don't understand.
Thank
Well,
you.
in the end game, that pawn is really strong because the bishop controls A8.
Yeah, without
I got
this
that.
pawn, black figures he can draw.
I understand that.
he
But,
wanted to
but
take
queen
the
and two
pawn,
rooks attacking your
But
king.
he didn't get to trade queens, basically.
Yeah, all the pieces are going to be
So
on the
now
board.
he's going to get
So
crushed.
that
king's-
was what was wrong.
This
with
king's
my
going to
pawn.
get
Yeah,
crushed.
he
Yeah, I
should've
understand the
traded
importance
queens,
of
yeah.
the pawn. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
king G1, rook A2, rook F7,
Yeah,
and
you
rook
can't
takes
let him attack you
G7.
and mate
That's
you.
going to be bad because bishop F1 defends against the back rank.
He probably I thought he would have some counterplay, but yeah, he can defend with the bishop and even rook F1 in the line I wanted with queen C1 check. You just block with the rook.
Queen here is a draw, so you can't do that. Then rook D6 double exclam.
I mean, trading and taking the A pawn wouldn't draw.
I
But
don't
anyways,
know.
you're not gonna play queen.
I don't know
F3.
because I might win without any pawns because your king
Right.
is so bad.
I had an endgame like that. I had two rooks and a knight,
Mm-hmm.
and my opponent had two rooks and like extra pawns. I had like one pawn, but it wasn't enough like to win with the pawn. I had to use a mating attack with
Man,
the
if
two rooks and a knight.
if Nepomniachtchi wins this game, then or Nepomniachtchi, either one, then Magnus better start preparing.
Right,
oh
right.
snap! Okay, he did play rook A B1. Bishop
Boring.
B7 was played. Bishop
Yeah, they're gonna
C5,
draw this now.
Rook E8. Yeah, it's hard for black to win because his bishop is dead, but he's up two
Yeah.
pawns.
What about the Fabi? Did he do it? He did it.
Yep.
And then E takes. Always play E takes F.
He takes F5. The engine says that's terrible. Wow, that does look terrible.
Maybe I could just move my C8 rook somewhere.
Yep, it says rook D8 plus 3.
Because then F6
For
I can
black.
play queen F7. Yeah, just
Mhm.
making sure I could. Then trade queen's king takes, not rook takes bishop E6.
Bam.
Oh, unless you play rook E8 here, I guess. But I was thinking rook D8.
Yeah,
Obviously.
this says plus 3 for black.
Is it queen F7 probably?
Queen F7,
Yep.
queen takes,
King
king
takes.
takes. It says black's plus 4.6?
Knight's
that an
hanging and
is that
rook
the- is that an
D2.
exchange for a
Knight
pawn?
D4. This is resignable.
Damn.
Rook D2 is next after you
I was
move your
going to play
knight.
bishop G2.
E4.
Knight H4, rook D2. God
Yeah,
damn.
and then knight D4 is coming in.
Yeah, this
even
is,
though-
isn't good.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
too much.
This
Or
is
knight
why rooks are
E5.
better than minor pieces.
Go rooks. My second tattoo.
Yep. Yeah, what a blunder. Rook takes D7.
Yeah, taking with the pawn is strange. I don't understand what his point was there. Like, why would he? He wants F6 so bad. It doesn't-
Yeah, Magnus should give out a statement on Twitter like, I'm not going to play Ali Reza, but I'll play anybody else.
That would be too funny.
Yeah. I'll play anybody but Ali Reza. Oh,
Right.
snap.
Amending my previous
remember
statement.
Yeah, rook takes D7, double question mark. Missing F5, queen E8, I don't blame him, but now going crazy with EF.
Right, he figured it out now, and he's like, "Oh, I better try something else."
Yeah, because this lets E4 happen and knight E5 and knight D4, and the knight has nowhere to go. This is bad.
Yeah, he lost control of the white squares even with this
Yeah,
line.
Fabi's going to win now.
Yeah,
I have
pretty much
spoken.
guaranteed. And also, Nepo's gonna win.
Yep. And this should be a draw.
The winners win.
This should be a draw. Oh, he did play D2.
The strong get stronger, huh?
Rook D1. This is all zeros.
Ali Reza's brother is playing this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah,
that is funny.
D2 was inaccurate. Now he can't really save his D pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I wanted to play D2, but it was Queen C2. You have to play Queen E2, right? Was that line?
Yeah.
And even still, if he loses the pawn,
It says it's a draw after that. Even when he loses the pawn for nothing.
yeah,
It says it's equal.
Shouldn't be too bad. Pass C pawn.
Yeah, but now Naka's out of trouble.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean, if
not
they
gonna
lose
be
this
worse.
pawn, Black's
Yeah.
not going to win.
No way. I mean, not anytime soon.
Okay, and nobody's moved in a long time. So we could have two decisive games today.
That
Looks
seems
like
likely.
Jan's going to win, and it looks like Fabi's going to win.
Yeah. Did you guys hear that Harlem Knight, the streamer Harlem Knight, passed away
Truth hurts.
no,
3 or
I
4
didn't.
days
Yeah,
ago?
he was killed
Wow.
by a car. He was walking his dog, And the car killed him and his dog.
Drunk driver.
Yeah, drunk.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rufus Blunder, for the 1,000 bits. Yay. Thank you so much for your support over the years, and glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, Rapor's like not really even gonna try to win this, huh?
Yeah, it is horrible. Yeah.
It's horrible. I didn't mean to bring the mood down.
Yeah.
It popped into my head for a moment.
He played rook e8.
He wants to play rook takes f7 in that line.
No, rook e8's also winning.
Yeah, and it protects his pawn.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I liked d8, but
Yeah, he was a streamer. Stream chess.
That's true. Report does have the most interesting draws.
yeah.
All right, so
He's trying
Faruja
his
has
best,
10 minutes
you know?
left
He's trying his best.
to make 18 moves, and he's lost. Put everything in H. Can't play f6 now because the queen takes h3. Did you lose internet again? No, it says you still have it. But it's spinning.
OBS is solid there, though.
Yeah, that's
Green
good.
light. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
alright. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. How's it going, JC?
Hey, JC, how's it going?
King g1 was played. Exclam.
Now,
Looking good for Jan.
so let me think about this for a second. Will he take a2 or what? Bit rook ff?
Mm-hmm.
What do you
Either
do
has
about
to
that?
either has to take on a2 or play d4, d3, d2, d1.
But anyway, so when you take on a2, how are you handling rook ff?
Well, you know, truth hurts. You're not.
Yeah. Rook a1, bishop f1. Das Ende.
I think he'll play d4 because not only can he play d3, d2, d1, he can play queen e3 check and trade queens.
Right, rook ff7, you
Yeah.
trade the queens.
Could play queen here now, but then he has the a pawn, so that defeats the purpose.
Yeah,
of
I'll take
just
a7 and I'll
take an
double,
A7 and
yeah.
yeah. Well, he's losing, so he has to find out
Right,
the
he
best,
has to do
best
something.
defense.
Yeah, got to do something to put the most.
Let's see what happened here. Bishop d6 check, king c8 exclam. Bishop e5.
Rajabov Rapport could still be decisive. Nah.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, bishop e5, not the engine move. Now we have rook f8, rook f5. And, you know, we're 2 pawns up. So white has to stymie black.
Stymie.
Yeah, I think black's getting out here. I think white's going to have to suffer.
Well,
By the way,
chat was right after all.
Rajabov was 6 minutes left, but it's still 36. So he should be okay.
This is an exciting round. I agree.
Could have 4 decisive games. Nakadin could be decisive either way.
That would be so crazy.
Yeah, and if black wins all 4 games, then that guy's right. Except Nipo's not going to lose.
Right, Nepo would really have to help him out there.
But Report might win and Fabi might win. So great prediction.
I mean, Fabi will win, pretty much. You know, Faruja's just he's just scrambling here.
Mm-hmm. Got that H file under control.
That's for sure. You ain't getting in on this H file anytime soon.
Right.
So what is the move here anyway?
E4.
That looks normal. E4, knight e5, and knight f3 if you move your knight into g6. Or, I mean, knight e5 you can trade knights.
Queen f7's also good.
I would play queen f7 probably.
Yeah, then it says queen e2.
But I'm a chicken, you know.
Yeah, kicking him out seems good.
Oh yeah, queen e2, knight d4, or queen c4. It's not check. You can't do that. Yeah, I would just play knight d4 then. In that line.
Queen f7 looks like the safest. Doesn't mean I'll play it.
Right. Rook a2 was
I
played.
did play rook a2.
Then after rook
The
f7.
engine says always play bishop f1. I'm guessing he won't play that.
Yeah, I think rook ff7's guaranteed.
Guarantee void in Tennessee.
Since
Also likes this move too.
Rook b
Mm-hmm.
f7. Threatening nothing?
Well, I check, and then if you take, I got queen d3 check. You have to play queen g6
Rook
because rook
h8.
h8 check. G6, rook F7 check. You're just going to
Agree.
lose.
That's bad. Yeah, you just play queen. Like
Bishop
queen
F1's the best move. That's amazing. Because this looks like pretty standard.
This must be winning, right?
Let's see. Rook A1
Not as
check.
much.
Rook E2. Rook A1, Bishop F1, Rook E8. Yeah, it doesn't like it as much as Bishop F1.
So the point is, if you play Bishop F1, Rook A1, at like Bishop F1 now, Rook A1, then you could do a different move, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Queen E5.
Rook E7 is way better than other moves, but I don't know why. I guess because it stops Queen E3. So now our queen can go hunting.
Yeah, I don't really understand why this one's so much better, right?
Let's play a random move and see what
Yeah.
white's threatening.
Agreed.
Now Rook FF7. Yeah, without trading queens, this is going to be winning right away.
But in the other Rook FF7 line, he can't trade queens, can he? I mean, instead of Bishop F1.
Right, always play Bishop F1.
Like, it was check was the move, and then I'll
And
just
then,
drop
then,
it.
then Rook E8.
Now he's threatening to... So the E-file is very important, as it turns out.
Now Rook takes as a draw.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to make this idea work. Oh, I thought it was Queen H1. I was trying to... Oh, that's
Queen
true.
H1
Dead
loses
draw.
to king here.
Oh, because you're, like, mating me. What? No way.
Yeah, it says resigns.
Rook E2?
Resigns.
Queen H. Yeah. I'm shocked I can't draw this.
It's announcing mate.
I mean,
this is mate.
I know, but I could check all day. I got all sorts
I think
of
you have
checks.
one check.
I have 2 checks,
Okay.
but I would play queen, right?
Queen here?
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
the end
now
of
I'm
your
running
checks.
out of checks.
Right, because this is mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's it. You're done for now. Jeez. But rook check, king up. There's queen c1 check, I guess, but I don't believe in that really.
Yeah.
Looks like one more maybe.
They're both mate. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't threaten rook mate now, but I can't win the queen anymore.
But it threatens this and this.
And my rook's also attacked.
Obviously, this is going to be mate.
Yeah, it's eventually gonna get it. So okay. Anyways,
Still
this is
theory.
crazy. I don't know. Would he really expect to win that?
No, but queen c1 check is a draw. In
Right,
that
right.
line, so he wouldn't. Yeah. But bishop f1 being the best move is very important. That's all that matters.
Right. But still, that's an idea to take the e file, sack the bishop and queen c1 instead of queen h1.
He played rook bf7. That's the second best move.
Right.
Also very
I
good.
didn't really understand that move, but you explained it
Wants
to
to
me.
play rook g5 too, killing the queen.
If you
No, I
check
still
on
take this.
f8, king h7, queen d3 is too strong.
Rapport blundered.
Oh,
So instead
it
of
does
rook
say white's
f8,
winning there.
instead of rook f8, he played rook fg4. Rook f1 exclam, and he played it. He probably thought he was going to do something about this.
Instead
And then
of
he'll play rook
ignoring it.
f8. But he didn't do anything about it, because rook f1's annoying. Rook f7's annoying. Well, that's just winning. He's not winning, but I mean, this if he plays here, he's winning.
Right.
Yeah, so he had to play rook f8 here. And he underestimated this. He played here, he's like, I'll take that. And when he defends it, then I'll play rook f8.
This is Rapport's first inaccurate move of the whole game.
Yeah, terrible move.
And he played several exclams.
This says there's one move where he doesn't resign,
chess.com.
c5. It says he has to play c5.
I was
Otherwise,
thinking
he's
that that's
losing.
the move, but he'll probably play g3 then. Protecting both pawns and then continue. But then you could play rook e4 to e2.
Rook b4. And then black's already fine.
Oh yeah, c5 rook b4 is great.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's great.
Yep.
So c5, what's the move then? Rook b6 or something? I don't know.
Rook f7. Because we're going to check here.
Oh, anyways. And then
Rook g2, only move.
h3.
Rook e2, only move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
By the way, if you don't go here, it announces mate.
Yeah.
They have to go here.
Agreed.
Bishop d6, only move.
Wait, that's really? I couldn't check first, for example?
No. Then you're not better.
Because king d8.
No, I mean, this is a draw if you check. If you do anything, but if you
Right,
want
right.
to play for a win, you
Okay,
go
let's
here.
try to win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try to win, right.
Now it says check.
Only.
If king h2, rook d3, and you can't move the bishop because rook d7.
So he's gonna play bishop g3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or you could do this and play rook b6. Either way, I'm gonna take.
I like rook b6. Yeah, I was gonna sack the exchange if you
And
played
this
bishop
is
g3.
black. This is black fighting for a draw because the rooks are too good.
And a sandwich.
Yep.
Well, if the h pawns were off the board, easy draw.
Yeah.
But with the h pawns on, that's tougher. He needs to play bishop g4, and then also not get like
Mated.
crushed
Lose
and
all his
mated. Yeah.
pawns, yeah.
But yeah, if he can do that, well, then he wants to trade the a pawns.
Is that because black can get a pass pawn?
Well, white can take the h5 pawn.
Yeah, if you lose these pawns, you're going to lose to this
Because you're
pawn.
guaranteed.
It's hard to win with this pawn
lose some
because
of
that
those
pawn's
pawns.
defended.
Right.
This pawn, if you lose these pawns, it resigns.
Yeah.
Rook g8's the best move. Who's going to play rook g8? Nobody. Some engine.
Yeah. Well, because rook e6, bishop d6.
Yeah, so he just missed
Bishop
rook. He just
d5.
missed rook f1.
He assumed you would defend.
Yeah,
your
after rook
pawn.
f1, he's choking on his own rage.
I think he'll still.
By the
hold
way,
it,
if you
though.
don't play this, like if you play the second best move, plus 5. What's funny is after takes, I just go here,
Yeah. Yeah.
and this is plus 5. Amazing.
Yeah, because you can't play rook e7, rook f8, king d7, rook d1.
Well, rook b7 mate.
Oh, yeah, rook b7 mate.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Taking a bishop with mate's a good line, yeah.
This is just completely winning, and he's down 3 pawns. Amazing.
So I think the hardwire is helping, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Because we've had several
Mm-hmm.
buffering issues over here. So I'll try to fix it pretty
Man, Rapport's always messing up when he's winning. Wasn't winning, but he was better. Okay, rook a1 was played. The engine says, boo, boo. Bishop f1, the only winning move.
It's only
rook
plus
F1.
7.
Yeah, always play bishop f1.
He tripled on the f file. Soon
Pots
to
or see a
quadruple.
check, pots or play a check.
So, maybe Rapport saw that Duda was losing, so now he has to.
Yeah, he made a
lose.
mistake with rook, yeah, so he has to lose.
Crazy. He played super perfect the whole game. did
Man, this
Rapport,
says,
and
says
then
plus 9.
one mistake, and I was in trouble.
So white's next move is rook g5, and then black resigns. Because he can't defend this, and taking either way wins.
Right.
Yeah, I
What if
just go here and I win.
Right. If I ever take the H pawn, my H file is pretty weak. You might play queen g4 or something. No, then queen e3 check.
This is a brilliant move, rook f7, because it stops rook f8 in case of rook g5. And then it defends the bishop.
I would have never played rook
So
bf7.
this is just genius.
Slow playing him like this.
Yeah, instead of doubling here, you try to double here so you can block the queen from doing anything.
Okay, but what? Okay, so let's say king h7. I don't love it, but I want to play rook g8. And if you play
mate
queen
in
h, whoa! I didn't see that. Yeah. Wait.
I'm waiting.
I was thinking about rook f1, but I guess
King
not.
F1?
Yeah, king f1. Yeah.
Rook f1's the best because you stave off mate for an extra.
Right. Yeah. Rook h5.
No, this is over. This is
And
young
we
winning.
saw that idea when he played rook takes f5, but I forgot. It was so long ago.
So this means since this is over and Duda's going to lose, Rapport's going to play rook takes h4 and lose.
Maybe. We haven't seen like much
C5
of
only move.
Naka in a while,
Who?
right? We saw he played d2.
Rook d1. Rook d5 was played. That's fine. Rook takes g7 is a draw. Bishop takes g7 is a draw.
So what's the perpetual if I go to f8, h6, e7? I don't get it.
Take. Queen g5, king f8, queen h6. Oh, if you play king e7, I check here.
Yeah.
And if you play king d7, I check here.
Uh-huh. And king d8, I guess?
Man, I don't know. That's looking good for white.
You mean black?
I meant white, but maybe it's not.
Wait, I'm sorry. My rook is hanging on d5.
Oh, I thought it was defended by the
Right.
queen.
I just didn't see it was hanging.
Oh no, I saw it was attacked.
Yeah,
I thought
it's
I thought it was
attacked.
defended by the queen.
Yeah, if here it attacks all the rooks.
Yeah, I thought after king here, the queen was defending the rook, and I knew the queen was on b2. I didn't care.
Looks like it could, right?
So what does Naka do if he doesn't want to draw? If he doesn't, like, this is, like, what else can he do?
Naka did go for the sacrifice, apparently, according to the chat. And
Yeah,
a
he
lot
played-
of moves were played. X-Clam. Well, this was all played, really?
Yep.
Then they'll draw now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, great defense there by Ding. I mean, he was really even on the
And by
offense.
Naka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by Naka, yeah.
Definitely.
And
Both
they got to
sides.
move 40, so...
But you see, Naka didn't think long about taking that draw. He's like,
Right.
yes,
That's what he
Get me
needed.
out of here.
I did lose to this deep pawn.
That's what
Right.
he needed to do, though.
Yeah,
Right.
He
He
That was
played
his
well.
play, was to get a perpetual. 'cause-
Christian Bale out of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he played.
'cause-
You said way before that that's what he had to do, and then he
Right.
did it. I have to go to the restroom, so I'm going to go upstairs for a moment. You want to
think
jump
there's-
on?
Yeah, he
phone?
held the draw
Coffee
pretty
time,
easily.
Is
Good
there more
defense.
coffee?
Could be.
I only made like 8. I only
We
made
can
8.
check it out. Okay, well, I
Yeah,
think we're
check
both
that.
taking a quick break.
Alright.
Be back.
BRB.
But if you made the
Also-
coffee before we started, and we started at 9, that coffee's old.
That's true. I want to.
that bad.
I'm more interested. I need to check.
Hey, can you, one of you, when you come back down, bring me a Perrier?
Yeah, I want to look at the Wi-Fi in here. and see.
What are you looking at?
Just looking at something.
So this game, is it over yet? It ain't over till... They can agree to a draw. Let's move 40. It isn't repetition. That was a fair result. Well, I know Rajabov's going to win because Duda's losing. Yeah, he did take on H4. Rapport blundered again. 2 blunders in a row. Rook G4 blunder, Rook H4 blunder. It's amazing that Black is up 3 pawns and he's losing. It shows you how important the initiative is. Yeah, the bishop on B7 is just trapped. It's funny, if we kill the bishop, which is what the engine wants to do, this bishop is dead. You just can't save your bishop. That's amazing. It's just trapped. Yeah, then when I say 9 pawns is worth a piece, even though Black has 3 pawns there, it's just resignable. Those pawns are irrelevant. The bishop's what's important. The pawns aren't strong at all. Wow, 2 blunders in a row. Rook G4 instead of Rook F8 and Rook H4 instead of C5. C5 was hard to find. I don't really blame him for that. And yeah, once Duda's obviously losing, then, you know. Very nice technique. Rook F7 and Rook G5. Yeah, he has to resign now. He won't resign. He'll play something like Rook E8 and sack on F1 and check a few times. But he is going to be down a rook and getting mated. Really nice game from Jan. Played Rook E4. Bishop H2 is the only winning move. Bishop G3 doesn't win. Why doesn't Bishop G3 win? Whoa! Rook F7 is just to draw now. And not only is it just to draw, okay, I think he saw he could move his bishop, but he's playing for a draw because he's down 3 pawns. I think he's like, yay, I can draw now. He didn't realize he was winning. He didn't realize he's winning this bishop by force. Like that this threat is so unstoppable. Wow, what a blunder. Yeah, he played here because he's playing for a draw. And he's winning. Rajabov is like, I don't want to win. Yeah, he thought, I'm down 3 pawns. I can't believe I can draw now with my rooks on the 7th. Instead of just playing like a boring passive move and threatening Rook F7, to which there's no defense. He probably couldn't believe it. You'd think like Black's 3 pawns up here, it's Black's turn to move. There's no way that I'm winning. But this is such a big threat that it wins. Amazing. Yeah, he's so happy to draw. Yeah, he's like, yay, now I can draw by checking him forever. Well, now it's a draw. Rook B5 draw. Yeah, after Rook here, it's just a draw. He has to check him this way or lose. Because he's down 3 pawns. Yeah, Rook here's an immediate draw. Then it's just going to go Rook check, Rook check, Rook check, draw. Wow, he's going to be really mad at himself when he finds out Bishop H2 just wins immediately. I understand he's down 3 pawns and he's been trying to draw the whole game. And probably neither player realized that white could try to win, because when you're down 3 pawns, you don't think like random legal move, threatening something, and eventually I win. You think I'm down 3 pawns, yay, I escape with a draw. So it's funny, like, reports thinking, he escaped with a draw. And Rajabov's like, yes, I escaped with a draw. And then the engines are going to tell him bishop h2 and white was winning, and they're both going to choke on their rage. It's easier for us because we have engines. Does this mean that Jan's going to blunder and draw Duda? I don't think so. Plus 55. God damn. And this game probably ended in a draw already. Yeah, you can't play king here because queen takes wins. So you have to move back to f8. And let's see. Fabi, what did he do? Did he play? No, he played e4. Queen f7. Queen f7 is good. Queen e2 is good. Queen takes a2 is good. Man, exchange up for no pawns. Knight g6 is legal. Somehow it says Ali Reza has 8 minutes and change here. I thought Ali Reza was down to 4 minutes. I guess that was Rajabov. Okay, rook f7 was played. Not as good as rook f6, but good enough. This says knight f4 is a blunder. Not sure why that's a blunder. Looks like Unite wants to go to e6. Queen b3 exclam. Bishop g4. And now e3 is coming. Man, you can't take it and you can't not take it. When I say you can't take it, you have to take it. And then you're going to lose. This is the only move that gives black an advantage because bishop h5 is a big threat. So Fabi could still blow this. If he doesn't play e3, he's not winning. After rook e5, he's only up 0.8, which may be winning, but not really. Okay, he played e3 pretty quickly. Yeah, the thing is, in this position, we're threatening to take on f2 with check, which attacks the queen. And if the queen takes, the bishop, which is defending the rook, can't take these other rooks. So for example, if bishop h5, the obvious move, which he didn't play, ef2, you have to take with the queen. Now you could take on f5. And you can't take this rook because I take this rook. That's actually a really important variation in this tactic. And now white's completely lost. So instead of bishop h5, which fails, he played king g2, which also fails. And now the best move is rook d8. That's a hard move to find. See, you're worried about bishop h5. So rook d8 stops the rook from infiltrating, stops rook d3, trades rooks, and then black's just up the exchange. And black has 2-1 on the queen side. Very nice. Rook e4 is the second best move. That keeps the rooks on the board, so white has more chances for tricks later. Rook d8 forces a rook trade. Then white doesn't have a lot of tricks because he's trading all of his active pieces. So still winning for Fabi. This game was drawn by reputation. So Ding Nakamura was a draw. Fabi's winning against... And he played rook d8 pretty quickly, too. Man, Fabi's good. Raw moved 29, and Alariz only has 8.5 minutes left, and his position's losing. I mean, he has to trade rooks here. But it's just lost. And this game is going to be a draw. This is move 40, so Rajabov made the time control. But he'll just play rook b5 and they'll draw. Wow, both players escaped this game. Report was close to winning, and Rajabov was winning. And neither player knows it. After rook g5, Duda hasn't moved yet because there's no good move. The engine's actually announcing mate here. Mate in 39. No joke. It's probably less than 39, but that's the line that it sees now. Depth 48. Made in 39. Wow. I guess white's winning. Yeah, rook g8. Excellent play by Fabi. Queen b3, excellent. e3, rook d8. Don't forget my Perrier.
Oh, I forgot.
He's just kidding. All right, you're going to laugh.
Okay.
Okay. So as soon as Duda was losing, Rapport was losing. Rapport played rook h4.
That's funny.
Okay. And here's what's funny about this.
Oh, you said he would do that.
No, but here's what's funny about this.
Tell me what's funny about it.
Black's playing for a win and White's playing for a draw because neither player knew that White was winning here.
Okay.
So the game's going to be a draw.
Oh, I still have my sunglasses on.
Yeah. So in this position, Black played rook e4
Oh, sorry.
after the king g1 move.
Yeah.
Now bishop h2 wins. There's no
Only
defense to
winning
rook f7.
Only winning move.
But he played this immediately like, yes, I'm going to draw. Because he probably thought bishop h2, I'm down 3 pawns, I'm losing.
That is funny. You were right that that's
He played
funny.
rook f7 quickly.
And then I laughed.
Right.
Well, okay, he didn't have a lot of time. Huh?
Right. That's
Yeah, but
correct.
he
After
could've
bishop
fought.
h2, we're down 3 pawns. It's Black's move. There's no immediate threat, but White's winning. But yeah, he was happy to draw. Now I assume he'll play rook b5, and he did. And that's
They
the end
did
of-
draw. They're talking.
And that's the end of, now he
Yeah.
has to go here and draw.
Wow.
They could agree to a draw now.
I think the organizers should just kick Radjabov out of the tournament. What do you think? Is that what you would do?
Kick both of them out. Man, Report's had a lot of winning and losing positions.
Rapport's trying to win when he's -7.
No, I
That's
know.
great. That's what I want.
That game was well played until it wasn't.
All right, yeah, let's see how bishop h2 wins, though. I didn't understand.
I'm just threatening rook f7. There's nothing you can do about it.
What if I try
Because this is 2 threats: rook c7
and the
rook
bishop?
b7.
Because I was thinking I could play like e5 and not get mated, but rook f7.
Yeah, you lose your bishop.
Bishop back.
I just take it.
Rook a7, and there's
I
no
just-
way.
and they sit there.
There
There's
was
no
no
way.
way.
Yeah, that's amazing that I just had this simple threat and I'm up 3 pawns and you can't do anything about it. Like you could play a5 or c5 to play rook b4, but that doesn't stop the rook c7 check threat.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to stop
Yeah,
both.
you have to
You don't have
stop
time to
both.
stop both.
Yeah, you can't play rook e7 because rook f8
Frankly,
wins.
ridiculous. So we have 2 draws. Nakamura versus Ding was a good draw.
Yeah.
This game could have gone either way, all 3 ways. Jan is winning, but maybe he won't win because the other game was a draw.
No, is Fabi still winning, or the engine
Yeah,
is
Fabi's
announcing
winning.
mate
Fabi's
here,
winning.
yeah.
Yeah. Queen d6. Queen f2 is one of the top moves. The top move.
Mate in 33?
It was mate in 39. Queen d6 was inaccurate.
Well, it's obviously mate in less than that.
I like the way rook a5 is the best move, giving the rook away.
Can't allow rook g7, I guess.
It's Karen.
Yeah, put this post up.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we need a screw for it.
And then, by the way, I want to point out how great Fabi is. Okay, so in this position, look how good Fabi is. Queen a2, best move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f6 is better than rook f7, but okay.
Yeah, dark squares.
Okay, queen b3, best move.
Mm-hmm.
e3, only move that wins.
Damn. That's why queen
Now
b3,
here's
though.
watch this analysis. If you go here,
Yeah.
I take.
Check.
You have to take with the queen,
Duh.
and now I take this. Oh snap! Oh, the bishop's defending the rook, so you can't take the rook on e8. Oh no!
Wait, what all did I miss?
Nothing. This is a variation.
Oh.
So he played king g2. Now the best move for black. Don't look.
Okay.
What's the best move for black here? I think it's really hard to see, and Fabi played it.
I mean, maybe defending his rook on e8. Or moving it to e5 or something.
Right, rook d8.
Yeah.
Rook d8's by far the best move, and he played it.
Yeah, he wants to play ef.
Yeah.
Farty
He
Party
takes it.
asks, why not rook d3 after e3?
Rook d3 after e3.
Like right away here. Check
Also
probably is
theory.
totally... Oh no, the knight's defending it.
Yeah, you have to take.
And queen takes is possible.
Queen takes is forced. Right. Then just random legal move. Oh, you're going to play bishop h5.
Right. So
Yeah,
rook
then,
e1.
but then I have rook e1.
Yeah.
So it's not random. It's plays rook e1. And then rook takes f5. So you don't have time for bishop h5 because rook check.
All right, as long as
takes.
you avoid the skewer, you'll be
Right.
winning.
But rook g3 was fine. Rook G3 is the number one engine move, but it's still winning for black. All right, let's see in this position. Rook C7 is the best move.
Yep.
And he plays the best move a lot.
That's tough.
Then he played Knight F7, which is the best move. And now he's +7.
Knight F7 looks good. He wants Rook C2, Knight G5, Rook H2 check. That's going to be a good play.
Fabi plays the best move.
White doesn't have any threats or ideas. I mean, I guess F6, Bishop E6, but then Knight G5 check in between that.
The rook is just so much better than the bishop in this position.
Yeah.
All these endgames are winning.
Always be up the exchange. Is that the rule?
So Fabi's going to win. Jan's going to win. The rich get richer. Jan was in first. Fabi was in second. Now they're more in first and second.
All right, that'll be an interesting world championship match.
And then Ali Reza, yeah. And then Ali Reza is more in last. Is he clear last?
Seems like he will be.
He'll be eighth. Not
He's
just
the only
eighth.
one who lost 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Ali Reza loses, he loses with white. Damn. Let's
They
see.
moved. We saw that.
Queen F2.
And then he played Queen A3.
It was announcing mate. Now it's not announcing mate.
But it will in a minute.
Engine.
Yeah.
Come on, engine.
Rook G3, it says. That's a weird move.
Did he not move yet? He didn't.
So the point is if you just take on G7, Queen E3 is okay somehow. So Rook G3
Hey,
stops Queen
played
E3.
Rook G3. Exclam. Let's do it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know which way to take.
Draw.
Yeah, you can't do anything here. You can only
Yeah,
perpetual.
he made a threat.
Yeah, that's good defense.
It announced mate. Then after Queen A3, it doesn't announce mate anymore. That's how good he is. That's great defense.
Well, it does say plus 33 though.
Right, but good defense. Rook E5 is the other
kind of
winning
a
move
big-
because that also stops
big
Queen
number.
E3. Yeah, now it says mate in 20. It's hard to move here for black because you don't want to lose your queen. You don't want to allow rook takes G7. So also rook F8 if the queen moves off of F8.
I
Yeah, it's
guess I
hard-
would try like Queen C1
Isn't this mate? Isn't that checkmate?
on G7.
Yeah, that's just mate.
Yeah, on G7. It's made.
Mm-hmm. Look at the engine. It's playing D3. Then after rook takes, it's playing rook takes, king takes, queen check, queen takes rook. And losing queen versus rook. But you're losing your rook, it says, because it's mate in 20. Why can't I take with the queen?
I was going to say that.
Queen C5 check. This is
Oh.
this is better.
Okay.
It's hard to understand.
Well, fine.
Queen G3. You can't take the pawn.
Right.
Yeah, but you're gonna lose your rook because I'm gonna go check and then check on H5 and then check on G5.
Well, I know you could check on E7.
Yeah, I didn't see that. That's the best black can do. So that's bad. Is lose all his pieces.
Yeah.
He's got 3
This
minutes
is
left.
Guarantee this is a lock. You could just resign now.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, this is like he can't resign because his time is too low.
After knight G5 check, the engine says king G4 is best. I guess if king G2, rook C2 is good.
I mean, after knight G5, he's going to play king G4.
Yeah. He's not going to resign. He has 2.5 minutes to make 7 moves. No time to resign.
Right, that's what I was saying.
The engine very slightly prefers rook C5 to knight G5 check, but they're both +7.
Don't think he's going to play rook C5. Maybe, but probably not.
So we're going to have 2 decisive games most likely. Fabiano's almost certainly going to win, and Jan is certainly going to win. So Jan's going to be +3, Fabi's going to be +2, and nobody's +1? Nobody.
Right.
So they're way ahead of the field, and then Faruja's going to be in clear 8th. Terrible. The only one that Magnus would play. Confusing the audience.
Oh, there he resigned in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nepo won, yeah.
Yep.
I can
3
see the
wins and
webcam.
3 draws. Pretty good in this field.
Right. He's like, these people aren't as tough as Magnus.
And Jan was in trouble yesterday against Hikaru.
He's been in trouble more than once.
Mm-hmm.
but he figures it out. Oh, Big Daddy with 1 bit.
Yay, that's the most
The
we could have
customary
expected.
1 bit.
Radjabov is -1, but you're close.
Right. Radjabov. All right.
Yeah, Jan and Fabi,
Oh, wait.
rest day's tomorrow, by the way. Don't tune in tomorrow. Rest day.
All right. Yeah. Tomorrow is a rest
No
day.
game tomorrow.
That
They
is
play
true.
3 games rest, 3 games rest, etc. Always repeat. So 3 games are done. Jan won against Jan. Radjabov report draw. Nakamura ding draw. And Fabi's winning.
When is it good to do some recaps?
Unclear.
Because the other one still seems like exciting, I guess.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to do them all at the end today.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're low on time.
Is there a 1-year break after round 7?
Yes. As is customary.
Right. Following tradition.
That's good dogs.
Woof woof. Yeah, Fabi winning with black is great. But Mariotti Day, when they win the bishop in that endgame, he's got enough pawns to win. With Radjabov.
Yeah, the pawns are useless. It's just completely.
Radjabov has enough pawns to promote. Assuming he wanted to try to win.
No, he just probably couldn't believe he was drawing down 3 pawns.
He really couldn't believe he was winning.
Yeah. If he had like an hour on his clock, he would have played Bishop H2, but he had less than 5 minutes. So he's like, Rick S7, that draws.
Well, Radjabov actually was invited in the previous candidates, but declined because he didn't think it was too smart for COVID. Then when they stopped the tournament in the middle because of COVID, he's like, hey, see, I was right? So I'm like, okay, you could play next year, or in 2 years, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then here we are in the future, wishing he wasn't here. Oh, after the game, Richard pointed out Bishop H2, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So he did see it. Rapport was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like, I'm down 3 pawns. Why am I playing for a win? Because you're winning. Oh, that's good
Yeah.
reason. I don't blame him for not knowing
Yeah.
he was winning down 3 pawns.
Yeah.
He was suffering. He was like, yes, I can draw.
And it seemed like Rapport was just playing like amazingly well. He wouldn't expect like, oh, now I'm winning. When my opponent played great the whole game. Yeah, he was a little low on time. Hitbots. Yeah, I mean, usually strong players just analyze the game, defile.
Yeah, you want to discuss what actually should happen. You don't
Yeah.
not tell people stuff.
Although I usually don't, tell my opponent too much. Yeah, I don't care.
So Rook C5 is over +7 and Knight G5 is only 6.5. Is Fabi going to play this super accurate Rook C5? Rook C5 makes sense because not only does it threaten this pawn, but it stops Bishop D5.
Yeah.
So Rook C5 does make sense.
Yeah.
Stopping Bishop D5 and Knight D5.
That's a good point.
Mainly Bishop D5.
Maybe he will play it, yeah. I thought it was kind of esoteric, but you could play it.
Esoteric. That's not delicious.
Right. Swing and a miss.
Who's supposed to be dumber, Homer or Peter?
I don't know. I guess
Peter's pretty dumb.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's more like flagitious, or Homer's,
I mean, Homer works at the nuclear power plant.
Right,
so,
right. Oh, so yeah. I know it's 50-50 in the chat.
Yeah.
Or Homer without a crayon in his nose.
Peter's bigger. Yeah, Peter's bigger than Homer.
Definitely. Well, Peter also worked at a brewery which I think is his current job in the lore of the show.
Yeah.
And also...
The toy factory.
Yeah, well, that was what they said. But also,
And
he's also a fisherman for
Yeah,
a
he had a
minute.
lot of other jobs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's had jobs.
Some of the jobs in flashbacks look like they don't actually exist. Like he's fighting, he's a dental fighter fighting bad, cavities or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, who would have thought that I never read or went to college, but I still know big words.
Homer's just
Just
made to
shows
live
you.
and playing dumb. No, I think Homer's dumb too.
Yeah,
Well, there's
come on.
more-
Homer was an astronaut. That's true.
I mean, you won't learn language just in the world.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Not by reading.
Yeah, Homer was smart with
Reading
the,
is one way.
See,
It's just one way.
on one episode, they explained the reason Homer's dumb is when he was a kid, he was putting crayons up his nose, and he put one too far up. And it's been lodged against his brain his whole life.
Okay.
And when they took it out, they surgically removed it. Then he was smart.
Yeah.
So then he didn't like being smart. He didn't have any friends anymore. He was too smart for everybody. So he put the crayon back up his nose.
So he played Rook C2, a much more normal move. Then after Queen D1, he's hoping Rook takes H2, and he'll miss its defended.
He'll play Queen takes B2.
He played Knight G5 check. it
Oh, he
said.
did? Okay.
And the engine
Also
doesn't
good.
like it
Also,
as
no,
much.
it's good. Then he takes
Oh,
the
okay.
bishop and takes on B2.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait,
By
I
the
mean,
way, this is the only winning move.
but King takes Rook F. So he's got a check, right?
Queen D8's forced.
Yeah, because King takes Rook F2 wins.
Yeah, if Queen takes F3, Rook H2 resigns.
Oh, Queen F3, I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
What's the answer? Sorry.
Rook H2 resigns. Because you're just
Oh,
down
right,
material.
I have to trade queens, yeah, and lose.
Well,
yeah.
2 points.
So he did do the normal thing. Let's see, 2 legal
King
moves,
F7's a
and
draw.
one of them makes no sense,
Right.
so he'll play the other one. Now
So he was
what?
busy calculating Knight G6 and Knight E6.
Hoping
Knight
that it's
E6 is
not
the best move.
a try, yeah.
That's loses without any hope. It says.
It says
Even though
equal.
This says equal.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now it says never mind.
Now there's
what,
no
what,
threats.
What happens on this threatening unstoppable mate?
I can check even, right?
Yeah, how do I win?
I can Knight E5 if I need to.
Queen C4. Queen C4 is the best move. Knight E5 also wins.
Yeah, that's safe enough.
Queen C4.
It just didn't load yet, the position, that's all.
What happens on this? Rook H2 mate? Okay. I mean, Knight H4 I don't care about. So he has to go here. Queen E2. Rook E4. Yeah, this is looking bad for white.
Yep, that's
It's
it.
looking
This is
really
over.
bad for white.
This is no hope. Every
Yeah,
move's
Queen
check.
D4 is the best. Yeah.
I can even trade queens if I see ways to.
Knight E6 was the engine move, by the way.
What is the threat in Knight F8?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Actually, what do you do about that?
You got to check.
Check?
You have to check. Knight E5 check's not winning.
Yeah, because now King H3, Knight
Right.
G5. So
Queen
you can do
E2.
this. Still, how do you win it?
C4.
So King E5 you take with check, but
Yeah,
King
King
D5.
D5's best.
But then I can just check and trade queens
Check. Yeah, knight here.
if I want.
But then I don't have
But then
any
there's no
threats.
mate, yeah.
No, you can't. You can't trade queens because this is mate.
Right.
So you have to go here.
Yeah. But now black wins
This
gradually.
is weird. It says this is way better than any other move. Like way better.
Yeah, it looks good. I like it.
But he should have done this. But the King takes F3 loses out of hand.
Still, not a lot of time to even put the best defense.
Yeah. Now it says plus 1,000.
Yeah, he got himself
He
into
doesn't
time
have any
trouble
time.
there.
Yeah.
That was really the problem.
So Queen F6 is not only the safest move, but it's also the engine move. Usually the engine move is some tricky series of checks. Yeah, he'll definitely play Queen F6.
Solid, yeah. Solid as a rock. Well, you could check then play Queen F6, I guess.
Right, but Queen F6 has the added benefit of attacking the F pawn.
Right.
So after rook check here, you're not.
Yeah.
Although you are threatening
I mean,
queen check
yeah.
and queen takes pawn.
Yeah, come on.
So they're equally good.
Right, yeah, and the chat points out Queen F6 threatens Queen C6 to trade queens.
Ooh, also
The
good.
chat's favorite. But I agree. I mean, that would be resigns with 2 connected passers.
Chris Rock and Will Smith are like Peter and Homer.
I should tweet.
guess.
I should tweet that due to Ali Raz's bad performance this tournament, he's the only one I'm going to play for the World Championship.
That is true.
And then
That is a
tag
good
Magnus.
one.
Right, that was what it was on.
Actually, I am going to tweet
Yeah.
that, but I'm going to tweet something funnier.
Well, I think Alareza won't think for an hour. No, because he'll just resign soon. I mean, once he makes time control. And Fabi's got plenty of time to make 3 moves. When one of them is super safe, even. He did it. He played Queen F6. Yeah, I mean, Family Guy has they're hit and miss, you know.
Does
There's some funny
Ferruccia have
episodes.
Twitter?
I don't know.
I don't even know if he has Twitter. Oh, he does.
It's a good question, non-attachment. Hypothetically, if I wanted to play a video game not yet released in my country, what would I do?
NordVPN. Should I do NordVPN now?
Yeah, but we're caught up
What?
with the moves.
Yeah, he played Queen F6
Right.
and then E4 defending the pawn on F5.
Okay.
Utterly hopeless. And then stop the queen trade.
I like the way the engine repeats.
well.
It goes here, then after Queen F8 it goes back,
Yeah.
and then after Queen here it does something else.
Mhm.
Always repeat.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. Hey everybody, let's talk about my sponsor. Yay, my sponsor, NordVPN. Super fast servers over 5,259 countries. Unlock Netflix and your favorite entertainment websites. 30-day money-back guarantee. Guarantee not void in Tennessee. Protects data while traveling in public. Coffee shops, airports, etc. Cybersecurity suite, which acts as an ad blocker. No data logging. 24/7 customer support, live chat, emails, etc. Up to 6 simultaneous connections. I can play 6 games blindfolded. Well, I could. No, I can't do anything. Double data encryption for increased anonymity. Can't even say it anymore. Compatible with most operating systems, including Windows, Mac OS, Linux, iOS, and Android. Unlimited bandwidth. Automatic kill switch. NordVPN has an extension for Chrome browser, which is lightweight and user-friendly from the first click. It secures your browsing in seconds. IKE v2/IPsec security protocol. P2P sharing allowed? P2P sharing allowed. Also shallowed. NordVPN was selected as the Best VPN and Best VPN Awards in 2019 by one of the most trusted experts, VPN Mentor. Recommended by leading tech and VPN-related sources, such as the aforementioned VPN Mentor and PC Mag. Use NordVPN extension for your browser, Chrome, Firefox. It will only cover your browser traffic and leave the gaming latency untouched. This way you can securely click links without exposing your true IP address. No more swatting. And now the most important part, a new game being released a month later in your region, an awesome edition available in other countries only. Change your IP and enjoy gaming experience with no borders. NordVPN. Yo, NordVPN. The VPN for you.
Yay.
Go
NordVPN. Thanks for sponsoring
That
my
was
stream.
a funny story that you told Tall's bad kidney, but Numubot, deleted it because he said the name Rogan, but he meant Seth Rogen though.
But
in the
Seth
story,
Rogen and
yeah.
Joe Rogan are spelled differently. Seth
Oh,
Rogen's
so he
with
just
an
spelled
E.
it wrong, yeah.
Right, Seth Rogen's with an E.
That's what you get for spelling it wrong. Unless
Yeah.
it might be that you made it so it does like spellings though. It catches like
Maybe,
spellings.
yeah.
Or common misspellings. Right. I figured you were confused by that.
Seth
Tall's bad
Rogen.
kidney. Yeah. Also, I like the username. You know, Tall did have a bad kidney, and then when they removed it, he played better chess, you know. in his he was older, you know.
So rook takes h2, just taking things because white doesn't have any play.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
knight g6 threatens mate again.
But queen c3? No, that's not
Knight
right.
g6 exclam. Queen c3. Yeah, it says this is mate in
h5,
11.
yeah, h5's next.
Yeah, we got
if you do
h5
it.
check.
So he has to go to f4 at some point.
Right. If you go to
But
f4 now,
I could check you all day here.
queen rook f. This is mate in 20, but this is
Yeah.
mate in 9. This is the only legal move, right?
f3.
And then king here allows mate, so king here.
H.
And then if
yeah.
knight h4, the only legal move, you lose your queen.
Plus, anyways, knight h4, I didn't have to get mated now with black, right?
Yep.
So if you ever have to move your knight, I'm happy.
And then the other line was h5 check. And then this is just immediately mate. Although I wanted to play pawn here and queen here. I forgot the queen was here. I wanted to, mate you with your knight.
Right,
there.
right. That would
And
be
both
cool.
both ways are mate.
I would play
see-
rook takes, I
see
think.
queen takes. Yeah. Now I like queen takes. I'd probably go here. Always repeat. And then
That is true.
so queen d7 was played. That's move 40. He made move 40 with 3 seconds left. Did Faruja.
Does the move threaten or have
No.
an idea at
no,
all?
No. No.
He might resign now that he's looking at. Oh, he'll wait for
He has
Fabi
less
to
than
move.
3
yeah.
minutes.
Just wait for any legal move that doesn't hang a queen or something.
Yeah, after queen check, queen d2, the engine trades
yeah.
queens. Otherwise, you get mated. Because queen d1 is going to be mate.
Oh, after king g4, queen d2.
Right. King g4, queen d2, the engine trades and says plus 1,000. Actually, the engine plays queen d5, which also stops queen d1.
Yeah, just protecting the queen.
Yeah, he'll definitely play here.
Yeah, because there's no threat or anything to worry about. There's no check. Queen d2 is easy to play.
Man, what a blunder. Rook takes d7, missing f5, queen e8.
Yep.
I understand missing that.
Yeah.
2 decisive games from the 2 tournament leaders. Good. Who would have thought the last 2 people to play Magnus World Championship would be winning this tournament? It's like
somebody.
it's like they weren't lucky.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I'll make it though.
You're gonna make it after all. Not too much to analyze after queen d2. You can't allow queen d1 mate, and you can't trade queens, but you have to do one of them. Yeah, I think after
100%.
queen d2 he'll resign.
Agreed.
Yeah.
He might even resign right now.
No, he'll wait for queen d2.
I mean, it's not like it matters. Any move's good.
That's true.
Yeah.
White doesn't have any threats here.
Some random queen move doesn't hang as a queen is fine. But it is weird to resign on your opponent's move.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens, but it's kind of like, what do you should have resigned.
I think he'll resign
earlier.
fast after queen d2. Like he'll resign.
He's ready to
within
resign.
4 seconds.
Yeah, he's like, all right, come on, play it so I can resign already.
Yeah. Yeah, because queen d1 check's annoying. Yeah, he played it.
Oh yeah, queen c0 would be a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Winning a knight, I guess.
At least.
Yeah.
He didn't resign as quickly as I thought he would. He hasn't even resigned yet. Fabi's intentionally not getting up because he's waiting for resigns.
Yeah.
Yeah. He knows he's going to resign.
That's
so
good
he's
technique.
Staying at the board. Right. If he gets up, he might not resign. Oh, he got up. What a blunder.
Well, he figured if you don't
No.
resign
He
already, I'm
stays in
shouting
the
here.
area.
He didn't resign in the first 10 seconds. He's inside.
Oh no, he
right,
did go around the corner.
Yep. Yeah,
We were
he
talking
left.
about this yesterday about the protocol of resigning, and you're waiting on your opponent to get back so you can resign.
Mhm.
And Spencer was saying, you don't technically have to wait on them, but I've
Yeah.
never heard of just leaving the board. How would they know?
They would know.
You could
Yeah,
leave
they'd
them.
know.
I know.
You could mark it on the result sheet.
That's true.
And then they'll say, hey, what happened? Oh, I lost, or I won, whatever. I feel like somebody had resigned against me when I wasn't at the board, but I couldn't remember.
So if that happens and you're not at the board, do you pause the clock?
Right.
Like, what do you
I mean, there's no rules. The game's over.
Queen
Throw the
A4?
clock against the wall.
He played Queen A4 instead
know?
of resigning? That's like insulting. Jesus Christ.
Stopped Queen D1, I guess.
Yeah, but come on. You can't.
Right, every illegal move wins.
You gotta resign.
And white has no threats. So it is kind of weird.
By the way, H5 check wins the knight. Oh, snap.
But I'll move the king, I guess.
Bam. Then you get checkmated.
Rook H.
Oh, snap.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I didn't see that, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see that either, but the engine did.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like Rook H3 or something.
Man, H5 check knight takes here is annoying.
It's not really very disrespectful, but
After H5, he'll resign immediately.
it's I don't know.
By the way, H5 isn't the engine move. It likes black even more without winning the knight.
Mm-hmm.
But when he'll play H5 100%,
And forces
then
away
he'll
from
resign
material.
100%. Because Fabio will see Queen D8.
Yeah, MSC hosting. I know some people leave without saying anything, but usually your opponent's at the board.
Right.
So they see you if you're, you knock some pieces over, it's the typical
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
and then you storm out. So they know what happened. It would be weird to just go missing. And your opponent comes back and they don't know that you've, resigned and left.
Did he play H5 yet? The game is over.
Yeah, they shook hands.
I'm not even sure Fabi moved. It
Right.
might be Queen A4 resigns.
Yeah.
Because no move has been made.
And then
the move was made before, too.
Plus, it says one lost. I mean, So
Yeah,
the
he didn't wait for H5.
He
or
resigned
any,
on his
or any
guy's
other
move. Yeah.
So we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with +3, Fabi with +2. Nobody has +1. Then we have Report and Naka, and I want to say one more person have 50%. Who's the other person? Let's see.
50%.
Yeah.
Rapport. You said, yeah.
No, it's just Report and Naka.
Right.
They're the only ones with 50%. Then we have Duda, Radjabov, and Ding have -1, and then Faruja's -2.
Fabi did by Nepo. They drew. Fabi was winning at some point.
So one player's +3, one's +2, two are 50%, three are -1, and one's -2. I have spoken. That's pretty good. Naka and Report are third, fourth, and Report hasn't even won a game. It's tied for third. Man.
Yeah.
It's not like third through six. It's third, fourth. He's ahead of 4 players by not winning. Tough tournament.
Yeah, Nepo's pretty impressive, though. And Fabi.
All right, so let's do a recap.
Should I do exclam marker?
Yeah, we'll do this one first because we're here.
Well, why don't I just do, like, recaps? You'll do all 4.
No, but she wants, that way she can separate.
Right? She can...
What's going on?
Okay, I mean, I'll do one at a time. Yeah.
No, it's easier for her.
All right, so what do we do first?
Think?
Ollie?
He was thinking just do exclam recaps. I'll do the 4 recaps and she can find it that.
No. She praised. She
Okay.
definitely needs them separated. It
Yeah.
makes it way easier.
All right, so first is Ali Reza.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll say Fabi because he won.
Right.
Did you guys mark the NordVPN ad too?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Hey everybody, Grandmaster Ben Finegold here with a recap from round 6. We had a good round today. Let's start with Firouzja versus Fabi, a fan favorite. They played a Catalan, straight Catalan, G3, straight cash. And in this position, which has been played 1 billion times, Firouzja played Queen D3, very unusual. Fabi tried to punish the early queen sortie by playing C5, making the queen move again and again and again, which is what happened. Castles, CD, a very CD move. Knight D4, Knight C6. And this seems like Queen D3 just gave white nothing except a small time advantage. And Firouzja needs that time advantage because he's probably the slowest player in the tournament. CD5, black can play Knight B4 now and take back, or he can take on D4 like he did. And we basically just have an equal position. White doesn't really have any advantage to speak of. Even though this bishop isn't as good as this bishop, white has just no development and black is really solid. Rook D1, Bishop f6, always play bishop f6. Queen g4, bishop d7. It's not really a pawn sack, although it would be a good pawn sack. Black would have the 2 bishops and all the white squares because this queen is attacked. This is already really bad for white. The king is just too open here. No development. 2 bishops for black. So bishop d7, very natural. Knight d2 after very long thought. Fabi unpinned the potential pin on the d file. Knight f3, rook c8. Black just has no trouble at all. Okay, now Firouzja always plays for a win with both colors. So instead of playing the most boring moves he can think of and equalizing, like some of the other players in the tournament, he played e4, the only way to try to win. Otherwise, the position is just too stayed. Now, if the knight moves away, white plays e5, winning a piece. So black is forced to play e5 with the attack on the queen. Queen moves to h5, knight b4. In this position, Ali Reza started to go wrong. I was explaining to the crowd how this bishop became the good bishop and this bishop became the bad bishop once e5 was played, and then Ali Reza traded off the bad bishop. So bishop g5 didn't make any sense to me. We're still in the drawing zone, but that's not really a move that would make a lot of sense to me. They traded, threatening checkmate, h6, knight back, knight to c6. This position, black is better because not only is his bishop better than this bishop, but I can play knight d4 at some point, and you can never play knight d5 because knights don't move like that. If your knight could go to d5, then I would like white. But, okay, you can't do that. So basically, white is tied down with this knight on f3, stopping knight to d4. And this position should be a draw because it looks pretty equal. Queen on h5 is a little suspect. It's a little trapped. But there's no way to win the queen, so it should be okay. And this position, Ali Reza blundered, but I don't blame him because it was very difficult to see. He sacrificed the exchange, always sacrifice the exchange. He'll probably blame me on Twitter now. Queen takes, bishop h3. Now, of course, the point of the exchange sacrifice was not to sack the exchange, it was to trade bishops. The bishop on g2 wasn't very good, blocked by everything. He thought the queen would move, and he would take the rook on c8 with an equal position. But there's a very nice tactic here, which Fabi saw, f5. And the idea is if bishop f5, which is the best move, then queen to e8. And you don't have time to win back your exchange, and black's up the exchange for a pawn. And the engine says black is winning. Firouzja obviously upset that he missed f5 and queen e8. Really nice idea. Played e takes f5. Not a good move. And he basically just fell apart. Rook e8. And we don't really have enough compensation for an exchange here. Doubled pawns. King isn't so good. This knight's still better than this knight. This knight can be dislodged by e4. My knight's coming into the center. Your knight's going to have to go to the side, which is what he did before e4. Preemptively, rook d1 attacking the queen. Queen f7. Doesn't want to trade queens into the lost ending, so he retreats, sacrificing his a pawn. Knight g6. And queen b3, excellent move. And in this position, Fabi played the only good move. When Fabi played rook f7, he had to watch out for bishop g4 to h5, skewering his rooks on the diagonal. But he played the really nice move e3. The tactical justification, if bishop h5, skewering the rooks, I take on f2 with check. Your queen is attacked, so you have to take with the queen. Now your bishop is stuck defending your rook, so I can play rook takes f5. If you take my rook on e8, I take your rook on d1. That's fair. And now black is up the exchange for, well, I want to say for no pawns, but black took on a2, so black is up the exchange and a pawn, with the majority on the queen side. So instead of bishop h5, he played king to g2, stopping e takes f2 because the rook is attacked. Rook d8, the best move, forcing a rook trade. And this ending is just completely winning for black. Black has a queenside majority and an extra exchange. Played fe, rook c7, threatening rook c2, king h3, knight f7, here comes the knight, here comes the rook. It's looking bad for the white king. threatening bishop d5, rook c2, knight g5 check, takes the bishop, check. If you play king takes f3 right away, rook f2 check is a nice tactic winning the queen. So he has to check first. And then take. If he plays knight g6, threatening mate, black has more than one way to win, but queen c4 is the quickest. Queen c4 check. You can't play king h3 because I have this mate. If I don't want to mate, I can win the queen with knight g5. King h5 is also terrible. Rook takes check. So you have to play king takes knight. Queen check. King has to move up. It doesn't matter which square he moves to. We play rook check. Queen check. And we're winning the queen at least. We probably have mate also. But winning the queen is enough to avoid doing this. So instead of knight g6, he took the knight. Queen takes b2. Black is up the exchange, and black's king is actually safer than white's. If black gets to play rook f2 check, and this knight's done on f4, white's going to get checkmated. For example, we could play knight g6 again. Rook f2 check. I don't know what to suggest. King g4 gets mated immediately. Queen check. Rook takes h2 mate. Next move. So we have to play king e4. Queen b1 check. You can't go to the d file because rook check wins your queen. And if you go here, at the very least, I can do this and win your knight and win your queen. And so you have to play queen d3. And the ending is easily winning, of course. And white's down the exchange in a pawn and two passed pawns. So knight g6 never works, threatening mate. He played queen e8, threatening a perpetual. Queen f6, stopping all checks. And he was just wrapping it up. Got the wrap it up button. Wants to trade queens. Wants to play queen d1 check, which leads to winning of a knight and then mate. Queen a4, stopping queen d1. And after queen a4, he resigned. Every move wins for black. The simplest win is h5 check. If king g5, queen d8 check leads to mate. Queen d8, a really nice retreating move. And if knight takes h5, queen e2 check wins the knight. So probably black would have played h5, but every move wins. So instead of waiting for Fabi to move, Ali Reza resigned here. A nice win for Fabi, especially with the black pieces. And a poor loss from white from Ali Reza. Rook takes d7, a blunder, missing f5. And even before that, played sort of slow, didn't get any advantage with white. And Fabi had no trouble that game equalizing and then winning the game. Thanks for watching the recap here on YouTube. You can also watch the live coverage on Twitch at twitch.tv/GMBenjaminFinegold. Don't forget, Friday's a rest day. I'll see you guys Saturday for round 7. Bye. That was just bye for the YouTube people, not for the real people who are watching now.
Well,
and donating and donating.
If you can call them people.
Yeah.
Let's do another one or what?
Yeah, do Nepo Duda. Man, this one's lit up like a Christmas tree.
All right,
So
ready?
do you want to finish all the ones from today and then do the other ones?
We're doing
later?
tomorrow. I'll do a special, another stream.
Right.
I'll stream tonight like at 7 o'clock and do the
Okay.
other games.
Yeah, that great.
Yeah.
Ready?
Hey everybody, Grandmaster Ben Finegold here with another recap of the day from round 6. We're looking at the games of the Jans today. It's Jan versus Jan. Nipom Nishi versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. Let's go right to the game. A King's Indian attack for white, fianchettoing and castling. And he decided to play an early d4 instead of playing d3. And white was playing very quickly this game. He played c takes d5 very fast and knight e5. This was his secret illegal preparation. And in this position, Duda thought for quite some time, and the engine suggested a move I would almost never consider, knight to e4, trying to stop white from developing his knight harmoniously. And instead, he took the knight and played knight e4 after that. But now, with the pawn on e5, white can start getting his kingside pawns going. Jan quickly played knight to d2, still in his prep. Knight takes d2, bishop takes d2. Now we have to watch out and make sure we don't lose our bishop. Even if we don't lose our bishop, the pawn storm could be very dangerous for black. Black played bishop c5, pinning the f pawn. Rook c1 attacking the bishop. The idea is, if we play the natural bishop b6, bishop b4 is an excellent move, stopping black from castling, and later we can go to the d6 square, and then we can continue on with our pawn avalanche on the king side. So instead, black played the correct queen e7, king h2, unpinning the f pawn, castles, g4, f4, always play f4, h6 is forced, so the bishop has an escape square. And here the engine thought black was doing a pretty good job since the opening of, stopping white from winning that bishop and getting a winning position. It only thought that white was slightly better here. He played queen e1, wants to play queen g3 and continue on with his pawn onslaught. Rook e8, queen g3, and in this position, Duda started to go astray. Bishop h7 is the engine move, not letting f5 happen because you can take on e5. And instead he did play bishop h7. This isn't where he went astray. After h4, he went astray. White's just advancing all of his pawns, having fun, and black needs to get counterplay either with g5 or f6. In this position, the engine wants to play bishop d4, attacking this pawn. White doesn't want to trade pieces, especially since white's trying to do an onslaught against the king. And then after b4, he's making it very difficult to play f5 because his bishop is on d4, and he could play something like a5 and get counterplay. But instead, he played rook a d8 right away, which is a poor move. And after g5, he made the losing move. I'm not saying he lost the game, but he was losing after the next move. He should play king h8, putting it in h, getting off of this file, so if gh, he can also take back with the g-pawn. And instead, he played hg, which is a mistake. The open h-file actually helps white. White can get a queen and a rook to the h-file, and black has to watch it. This position's already winning for white. Black played bishop b4, which is a mistake. The best move is bishop to f5. And we just take and play f5, and white's crushing. Black's bishop on h7 is trapped. White's advances on the king side are all working. Queen takes b2. And here, Jan missed the most incisive way to win. Rook c3 is the engine move, stopping the queen from coming back and defending, and we're just taking our time. We can play g6 when we feel like it. We don't have to play g6 right away. We could play rook e3 next move. The queen is out of play. g6 is unstoppable. And this is just a very poor position for black. Instead, he played the move e6, which is also should be winning. g6, takes a piece. Black has a few pawns, but white gets active with the incredibly accurate rook b1, getting his rook to b7 by force, threatening checkmate. Queen f6, that way he doesn't threaten mate, but that was a poor move. Rook takes e2, allowing a very simple tactic. Not sure if he missed it, but rook takes f5. You can't take the rook because queen g7 is mate, so he checked. And if we don't take the pawn on a2, white's just going to be a piece up, and eventually his a-pawn should win the game. So he took that, hoping he could survive the attack, even though white has a lot of pieces attacking, because then white's going to have no pawns. Rook f7 is a brilliant move. He wants to play rook g5 and stop the queen from coming in, and then take on g7. Also, in some positions, rook f8 check is winning. He checked, always play bishop f1. d4, trying to play queen e3 check and trade queens. Rook g5, no trading queens, and here comes rook takes g7. Once I play this move, it's all over. Queen d6 to trade queens. If we trade queens, we still have good drawing chances since this is the only pawn left. Queen f2, queen e3. Queen a3 is actually an excellent try because now if we take the pawn on g7, let's say, I don't know, this way, then queen e3 is actually a draw. Amazing. And the reasoning is funny. If you take and play rook check, I just take on h7, and if you take this, I have e2. Amazing. Threatening the bishop, but also threatening e1 queen. And now white is fighting for a draw, but has it with rook f8, e1 queen, rook to f3, threatening rook h3 mate. And this is actually a drawn position according to the engine. Crazy. Okay, but that's white misplaying and allowing queen e3. Instead of allowing queen e3, where black can probably draw, white just played rook g3 and said, no queen e3 for you. Now the truth hurts, because once the queen moves, I'm going to play rook takes g7 and rook g8 check, and that's the end of the black king. So in this position, the engine already announces mate for white. If the queen moves off of f8, let's say queen c1, I check, and queen g7 is going to be mate. And if you don't take my rook and play king h7, queen f5, or maybe there was mate with something else. No, queen f5 is right. And then queen takes mate. I thought I missed another mate, but there's many mates here. So instead of losing that way, Duda decided to resign. A very nice win from white. Good opening prep. Defense wasn't perfect from Duda, but he was under a lot of pressure. Got in time trouble at the end. And a very nice win from the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, still in clear first with +3 after that win. I hope you enjoyed that game between the Jans. You can watch all my recaps here on YouTube, and you can watch live at twitch.tv/GMBenjaminFinegold. Bye, YouTubers!
Hey, I was gonna ask, let's see, it was Terrapin? Don't you think that's a reference to Summer to Remember? Yan and Yan and Yan and Yan and Anand, right? Yeah. I think it's Summer to Remember. So I was wondering that the whole time.
Only Karen knows. And she ain't telling.
All right, let's see what it was.
Big money, no whammy stop. $5. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. Can you talk about 24?
Give me a second for another recap. I'm tired.
Okay.
Old. We'll do Radjabov report.
Rook C something. They had a question.
24 Rook C3.
Oh, okay.
Can you talk about it? I did. I said Rook C3 is best.
Yeah.
And then I give an explanation as to why.
Well, you
also, because the engine said so.
Talk about it.
Also, watch the video again, because I talked about Rook C3 a lot during the broadcast. Kangaroo with the quote from True Romance? Trading Places. Yeah. I knew it started with a T. Half of that is from me. Thank you, Mr. Mortimer.
Half of that's
for me. That's good.
That's a good one, yeah.
Don't think we forgot your Christmas bonus.
Classic Funky Town. One of Towley's favorite songs.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep. Hey everybody, Grandmaster Ben Finegold here with another recap, this time from round 6. We'll look at the game between the two R's, Timur Radjabov versus Richard Rapport. Let's get right to the game. They played another Sicilian. That's what Rapport's doing this tournament. He's playing E6, Knight C6, and A6. The other players, for the most part, are playing Berlin's as black, but Rapport's playing the Sicilian. White played Knight takes and Queen D3, a very unusual line, but they followed a game. Both of them were really well prepared for this move. Not sure how black was well prepared, but what do I know? D5, Queen G3, stopping the bishop from moving off of F8. Put it in H. H5, H4, H5, H4. That's how we play chess nowadays. We're just moving our H pawns. That's how it's done now. Okay, D4 attacking the knight. The knight retreats, always retreat. Knight F6. The players were blitzing these moves out, and we saw there was a game in this line recently. So the players were following that game. Bishop D3, Bishop B4 check, King F1. This is still the game they're following. And in this position, Radjabov played the first novelty of the game. He played the move Bishop G6 check. I think white either played c3 or knight d2 in the other game. After bishop g6 check, report moved pretty quickly, considering seems unlikely he knew this move. And he played king to d7, and Radjabov must not have been expecting that. Or maybe just Radjabov was out of his prep. I don't know. He thought forever in this position. This is a very unusual position. It looks like two kids are playing who just learned the rules. They're playing h4, h5. White never develops his queen side. Both sides move their queen out, and both sides move their king out. That's modern chess for you. Now, this king looks bad on d7, but actually it's quite safe. And black has two center pawns to 0, so I think black is doing fine in this position. The engine wants to play c3 right away. After long thought, very long thought, Radjabov played bishop g5, a move the engine doesn't like. Rook f8, the rook wants to go to f8 anyway. And now the knight can come to g4. Notice the rook is defended by the bishop. Always defend bishop f8. Knight g4 is coming, f2 is weak, the king and the queen are misplaced. c3 is the best move, attacking the bishop. Bishop to d6. White decided to try to win a pawn. Pawn takes pawn. After queen takes pawn, white went into a big think here. In this position, it would have been safer for white to trade queens and black sacrifices a pawn. Rook b8 threatening the pawn, rook d4 threatening this pawn, and if you defend, then knight g4 threatening everything. And this is excellent for black. Black has a big advantage. So that's why Radjabov didn't go into this ending. Instead, he took right away. After queen takes, he really has to deal with knight g4. Knight g4 is a very serious threat now. Also, queen takes b2 is not bad. Radjabov found the only move to keep equality. Queen c3, good move. Queen d1 check, traded queens. Remember, white can't castle. White's moved his king twice. Rook b8 threatening the pawn. He ignored the threat. You can't play b3 because bishop e5 is trapping the rook. So he played knight to d2, an excellent pawn sacrifice. Rook takes, knight c4, and this leads to a long forcing line, which should end in a draw. Bishop b4 check, king f1. The rook is trapped on b2. Amazing. Notice how the bishops take away the squares for the rook. Knight g4 with crushing threats on f2. Now in this position, the game could end in a draw with knight takes b2, rook f2 check, rook takes b2, threatening bishop c5, rook c1, stopping bishop c5, king d6, threatening bishop c5, and then we can check and we can repeat. And the engine says this is a good repetition and should be a draw. Instead, Radjabov never played f3, which also should lead to a draw. Rook f2 check, and this is all forced. Bishop c5, f takes g4, rook f4 discovered check. You have to go to f4. If you go somewhere else, like, I don't know, f5, f6, f7, then the bishop can go to e3 or the knight can go to e3. We're blocking the bishop. Now we're going to take this knight next move, which is what would have happened after king h2. Instead, he played knight e3. And now after you take king h2, we have a little skewer here. He took on g4. And even though black is 2 pawns up in this forced variation of this endgame, it's still equal. White has just enough compensation for 2 pawns. The bishop is terrible on c8. White has a big attack here, bishop b6 check. Opposite color bishops, all these weak isolated pawns. It's just enough to equalize for white. Bishop b7, bishop c5. And in this position, the engine wasn't a big fan of the bishop d6 to e5 maneuver, but it worked to a charm. In this position, black should play rook f8. The bishop on e5 is excellent for controlling this diagonal, b8, c7, d6. White wants to play rook f1, rook f7. And after rook f7, white's winning. So what black needs to do is play rook f8, rook f5, and black still has the advantage with his 2 extra pawns. Instead, he blundered with rook g4, probably thinking white would defend his h-pawn, missing rook f1, and now rook f7, if white can play it, is winning. Black's only chance, which he missed, was c5, with the idea of rook f7, then I can play rook takes g2 check. I've unleashed this, king h3, rook e2, and after bishop d6, white has excellent winning chances, even though white's down 3 pawns. Instead, black missed his chance, played rook takes h4 check, and after king g1, white is actually winning, although Radjabov didn't realize it. Radjabov's like, I'm down 3 pawns, I'm choking on my own rage. And after rook e4, Radjabov, with little time on his clock, was happy to take a draw since he's down 3 pawns. He could have just coolly retreated with bishop h2, always retreat, with unstoppable rook f7. Amazingly, white is winning in this position, even though white's down 3 pawns. When the game ended, report showed Radjabov bishop h2 and you're winning. And Radjabov's like, what? Now, not only does rook f7 threaten the bishop and win the bishop, it also threatens rook c7 check. Man, the truth hurts. If we play e5, for example, to block the bishop, your bishop is completely trapped and is going to be captured with a winning endgame for white. There's just no defense here. No matter what you do, rook f7 is winning. Instead, Radjabov was happy to take the draw down 3 pawns, played rook f7 in mild time trouble, rook e5, rook b7. White has a perpetual on the 7th rank, but no more. Rook b7 forces the perpetual. We have to play rook check, rook check, rook check. The players are so good, they realized that that was going to happen now, and they agreed to a draw. Black's up 3 pawns. White can't really play for a win, but white could have played for a win with the bishops on the board since black's bishop on b7 was going to be captured. So a lucky escape from report and a semi-lucky escape for Radjabov, who had a worse position if black had played rook f8 instead of rook g4. After playing a brilliant game, report made 2 mistakes in a row, got a losing position, but drew quickly afterwards. Radjabov not realizing what happened. Radjabov sacrificing all his pawns for perpetual, didn't realize he had more. Well, I hope you enjoyed this recap here on YouTube. You can watch the analysis live at twitch.tv/GMBenjaminFeingold. And I'll see you guys next time with more recaps. Tomorrow's a rest day. Bye. Thanks for all the subs, guys, during the, whatever we were doing. We got a raid?
We did?
Trash at Chess is raiding with a party of 6.
Yay, trash.
Yay.
Yay,
Time
trash.
to take out the trash.
Time to take out the trash.
All right, we got to do knock and ding, right?
Oh, yeah.
Give me like 2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably tiring on your voice. That's a good recap. It's just little old me.
Yay, trash at chess. I was trash at chess before you were born, and now I am again. Truth hurts. The recaps are gold, Jerry, gold.
The circle of life.
Man, 2 decisive games today. I missed that game with all draws.
Yeah,
Wasn't
right,
here
that's-
for that.
That's the way to miss it. Mm-hmm. Just fake jury duty.
Let me see if anybody's responded to my funny tweet.
We don't really need you, but we didn't want you to see the 4 draws.
I tweeted, I think at Magnus Carlsen was pretty savvy to say he would only play at Ali Reza Firouzja for the World Championship. The truth hurts.
That is pretty savvy.
He's savvy. He's like, that guy's no good. I'll play that guy.
KG move, yeah. KG move.
Yeah, nobody said anything funny.
Dang.
For some reason, Firouzja didn't respond. Oh, snap. I think that's a Firouzja fan who has the Ali Reza Firouzja handle. I don't think it's Firouzja. I think it's some guy who likes Firouzja.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
What about, does it have the check mark or what?
I don't think it does. No, but Magnus is Magnus. He'll see that.
Well, we should just tell Elon Musk about it, and he'll fix it.
That's true.
Any
We should
day,
call it
any day
round
now,
team.
he'll fix it. I swear.
The Ghost of Bogolyubov. I wonder what Korshun has to say about that. Okay, I'm ready.
Ready? Okay.
Yep. Hey everybody, Grandmaster Ben Finegold with a recap from round 6. We're going to look at the game Nakamura versus Ding Liren. Let's have a look. E4, E5, as with all of Nakamura's games. All 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, E4, E5. Nakamura getting 2 whites in a row after getting black the first 2 rounds, I think. Well, actually, maybe he was white against Radjabov. Anyway, he gets white every game. That's the important thing. Another Italian. And we saw this line between Duda and Ding where black plays an early A5. Bam! We're stopping B4. We're gaining space on the queen side. H3, put it in H. H6, Mike Kummer is happy. And this was all played before. And in this position, instead of slow and steady winning the race, white took and played an immediate D4, something we didn't see in previous games. Nakamura was moving instantly. This was his prep for the game. E takes D4, forced, because the E5 pawn is hanging. CD, bishop B6, and just instant play from Nakamura for quite a long time. A4 with the idea of rook A3 doing a rook lift. Rook E8, rook A3 played immediately. Queen A7 attacking the D pawn. Knight F1 played immediately. We want to play knight F1 anyway. Put our knight on G3 or E3, and we defend our pawn this way. D5. Now in this position, Nakamura can play knight G3, E5, or takes. They're all about the same. And he instantly played E5, still in his preparation. And now in a surprise to most people, like me, when white plays knight F1, he's always looking to move his knight over to the king side or the center, but he went back to D2. By the way, played instantaneously. The dogs can't believe it. The dogs are like, rah, rah, now knight back to D2. You just came from D2. That's what they're saying. Bishop F5, defending the knight. Rook E2, defending the pawn on F2. And there was some variation where this was really important. Let's see, Spencer was telling me what this variation was.
Bishop D4, knight E4.
Oh, that's right. In this position, right. If you play bishop D4, quote unquote, winning a pawn, I play knight takes, and I'm defending this, and your bishop is hanging, and white's winning. Anyway, rook E2 played instantly. Naka's still in his preparation. Rook A D8. Naka instantly played knight to B3. C5. And again, we're still in Naka's preparation. Really deep prep. Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes. And he quickly played knight D4. In this position, I would play bishop G6, which is bad because we're giving away all these queenside squares. The rook can go to C2. Knight has B5, knight has C6, C7's attacked. Ding played the more accurate bishop D7, defending the queen side. Nakamura instantly played bishop F4 because he's still in his prep. Now that's good prep. We're on move 24. At Queen E7's reasonable move, wants to play C5. Knight B5 was played relatively quickly by Nakamura. I think we're still in his prep. Bishop takes, pawn takes. And finally, after knight G5, Nakamura slowed down. And not only did he slow down, this was one of his longest thinks of the game. So knight G5, I guess we're out of his preparation. Knight G5 is an excellent move. He wants to play knight E6. Get his knight off of E4 so he can push his D-pawn, past D-pawn. And the knight on E6 is a really good blockading and defensive piece. Naka thought forever here and took the free pawn. Knight E6, bishop D2. Here comes the pawn. And even though white's up a pawn, it is doubled. Black has a great knight. Black has a passed pawn. I actually preferred black here. I think it's easier to play black. Naka thought a very long time and played rook A3, getting his rook back into the game. Queen C5, rook G3. He wants to take on H6. D3 attacking the rook. The rook retreats. The reason the rook goes backwards instead of forwards is when the bishop takes here and black plays D2, we want a rook on the back rank to stop that pawn from queening. Queen takes B5, queen H5, black's winning on the queen side and center, white's winning on the king side. Who's going to prevail? The answer is Fries. Queen takes B2, bishop takes H6. Here the arbiter tried to tried to stop the game, saying it was too exciting, but they kicked out Zoidberg and said, continue play. In this position, I still want to have black, especially since I have engine help. and the right move is queen to b4, attacking the rook. The rook has to stay on the first rank, otherwise d2, d1. Let's play rook to d1. That's the most logical. And now queen e4, and the engine very slightly prefers black because white's attack isn't going to win because black's queen is defending, the knight is defending. But if I get some moves, c5, c4, and I'm going to win. So I think white has to play super accurate here to not lose the game. This would have been black's best chance to win. The engine still says it's a draw, but I'll take black. Instead, Ding played d2 immediately, rook to d1. Now we're going to round this pawn up. Black didn't want to get his pawn rounded up, so he played rook d5, attacking the e pawn, and Naka was happy to, I want to say, escape with a perpetual check. This pawn's strong, this pawn's weak, this knight is a great defender, but now white has a perpetual by sacking on g7. Can actually sack either way, and we just have perpetual check. The only way for black to escape is to play king e7, king d7, but that actually loses material. And he tried it eventually, but since king d7 is a terrible move due to queen f7 check, forking 3 pieces, although the engine says after king c6 takes here, it's still a draw. Still equal. 6 passed pawns, what else? But understandably, white would be worried here since queen c2 is winning. It's white's move, but you could see how white would be, suspicious of this kind of position. So instead of doing that, he played king f8, and they just repeated and drew. An excellent game. Great preparation from Nakamura to get a big time advantage, but Zheng Liren was up to the task, defended well, and eventually seized the initiative on the queen side of the center, forcing Naka to sacrifice for a forced draw. A very well played game. In my opinion, the best played game of the round. Really no mistakes. Just a really nicely played game and a well played draw. This keeps Nakamura at 50%. Ding Liren is still -1 after losing the first round and drawing his next 5. Tomorrow's a rest day. Round 7 will be on Saturday. I'll see you then. You can also watch me live on Twitch at twitch.tv/GM Benjamin Finegold. Bye, YouTubers, he said as they went to the Cheesecake Factory.
Yay, cheesecake. What's Twitch? It's when, you have like a Twitch.
Thanks for watching, guys, and donating and subbing and bidding and commenting.
Bye, everyone.
And etc.
Yes, and
who am I going to raid?
JC, take it easy, you guys.
See you guys. I would say...
Exactly, Duster. Yeah. Nerd, take it easy.
I think I'll do Hikaru.
Life.
Is that okay?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. He rated me like 4 weeks ago, so I got to rate him like 10 times to get back from it. Yeah. All right, see you guys on Saturday. Tomorrow's a rest day. Bye.